Brand new year, looking to kick off on a positive note here as we get going for 2023, session number 1, coming off a bit of a positive showing to end, if you remember, back on Friday as we did close the day basically at session high. Futures back in positive territory once again this morning. Led by tech, which is good to see. Positive news for Apple at the moment. Positive news as far as, well, Tesla's down 5%, so not necessarily positive, but record deliveries in both the quarter and in the month of December for Tesla. But shares getting hit here as they both those numbers missed estimates right across the board. We also get Chinese EV maker deliveries coming through this morning, so those moving around. Chinese ADRs as a whole to the upside. We'll talk about those coming up. There's a couple of upgrades for speaking of China exposure, for the casinos this morning. So I saw both Wynn and MGM also back to the upside at this point this morning. Let's get things underway. It is the first day of 2023, first trading day anyways. It's Tuesday, January 3rd, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at how things stand at this point. We're off the highs ever so slightly, kind of chopping around here overall in a range. 0.41 for the S&P, about the same for the Dow, the NASDAQ. Trying to lead, as I mentioned there, tech showing more signs of strength, which is good to see. 0.6 for the NASDAQ right now, 0.5% for the TSX here in Toronto, futures anyways. Red at the bottom of the board. We won't talk about that at this point. Crude oil, 0.75 there to the downside. So energy stocks under a little bit of pressure. Welcome to a brand new year. If you remember, hey guys, good morning. Happy New Year to everyone. First of all, welcome back. If you remember, it was this day and then tomorrow, a year ago, that the selling started. But here we are back in positive territory. If you remember, we ended 2021 at all-time highs, and then it was essentially the first day of 2023. The selling started, and we never saw those highs again. So, yeah, it's been an interesting 2022 as far as overall performances are concerned. I mean, 30+% for the NASDAQ, 20+% for the S&P. The Dow faring a little bit better, but hey, here we are in positive territory to start things off.
Yeah, let's
be positive.
I didn't remember that stat, first of all.
Which stat?
No, he's saying that the last year, tomorrow, was when the selling started. I actually did not realize that. I mean, I thought the selling, it's one of those things where you don't necessarily always note the date.
I feel like the selling was like every day.
Yeah, it felt like the whole year was selling, and maybe it felt like we were selling going into 2022. But a New Year's here, it's 2023. The market, Tesla's still going down, so I guess some things haven't changed. But I'm starting it off because you guys know I'm a Bills fan, so I'm just going to say prayers to Jamar. And that was, it was a difficult thing to look at. And obviously, it just, what I get out of events like that is it just makes you appreciate what you have so much more. So I'm just happy. I'm happy that, I got to spend time with my family over the break and we had a great time. I'm happy that we get to be here with you guys and do what we love because it's a heck of a lot of fun and it's a privilege to be able to do it. So we're going to kick this new year off with a bang. I can't promise you Tesla is going to go green today. So if you're hoping for that, then I'm probably not the guy you want to talk to, but there's a lot to look at. The delivery numbers came through on these Chinese EV names. It's like they all managed to beat expectations. So you have them gapping to the upside. We'll get to some NIO and some Li Auto as well. I'm liking what I see out of Apple today, at least what it's looking at in the chart. And we have on our watch list PayPal catching an upgrade. And Square looks almost, the Square chart almost looks better than PayPal's. I'm looking at both of those today, and I might be leaning towards Square after thinking I was going to be trading PayPal.
Yo, what's up? Yeah, I know, sad event in the NFL, but great news coming because it's almost the end of the Dallas Cowboys. Because if the Green Bay Packers can make the playoffs, which they just have to win next week, then we can finally end what's been a tumultuous year for the Dallas Cowboys. Our friend there on the desk wants no smoke at all.
That was mean.
I mean, you don't want Dak versus Aaron Rodgers. That's L for Dallas, right? I mean, they have better defense, which could be a problem. So we'll wait to see that. But welcome, guys. Welcome. The sticky note is that we're having a lot of fun here. It's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great year. regardless of how the market moves, man, we're going to have, I had a decent year last year. I think we're going to repeat it again here and do better. So whatever money you made last year, you're going to want to try to beat that this year. And that's the game of the stock market. And I think that we can, make sure you got your pay for shorts. You got Bed Bath & Beyond moving again here today. Tesla trying to find some bases. I mean, honestly, though, all that's really changed is another calendar year. Hopefully some of that, selling wave that we saw in the last couple weeks here can now continue to flip over to buys. I mean, people now hopefully are in a little bit of cash. If we get a little bit of good news, maybe this market can flip its on its head a little bit and go back up to the upside. We're starting off pretty good, man. You're up 0.67 right now in the NASDAQ and 0.48 in the ES. Oil down 1% as well, down to $79. So, things looking up. We still got more Fed issues, of course. We're going to wait to see, make sure that they do actually pivot this year before we start yelling out those things. But Apple above 130 again seems to be a good sign for now. Fed pivot. Right now, we will wait for Dada to release the good news on that one. And then good news also, we're working on more graphics. So I feel like I've been saying that since August or July or
sometime
June.
In 2025.
But we will be getting that. But we want to thank everybody for once again joining in, tuning in to us. And it's going to be a bigger and better year as we approach 400,000. Yeah, the wife got this, I think, Santa or the wife or somebody for Christmas. Thought I'd change it up a little bit. I forget what I was going to say, but yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. And we'll get going here on the right foot with the big man. It's great to have Brendan back.
It is.
By the way, Sharif did. Now that there's a chance that maybe Green Bay makes the playoffs and maybe we face Dallas, I'm just going to start throwing heat at Sharif. So he did an okay job, on the desk. But no,
I can't believe it took you like all of one sentence to throw shade at Sharif and his Dallas Cowboys.
That's right.
Not that I'm.
The thing about Sharif is he's actually a really great sport.
He is a great sport.
Like that's the thing.
Yeah.
So we can do that. But all right, Brendan, how was your holiday vacay type deal there?
Very good. It was so nice to get some warmth because it was so cold when I left here, but it's actually gone back to the upside. Temperature-wise, anyways, we're back to 14, I saw coming out. Like, what's going on?
I'll take it.
Sharif is joining me and will be, we're happy to tell everyone, becoming more of a permanent part of the morning show. So we're happy to have you as always.
Yeah, definitely glad to be here, guys. I just got to say, Shawn, we still may take that first seed division. So we may not play you. Anyway, Jalen Hurts is supposed to be coming back. I don't know how that shoulder is going to fare. I'll take that. I'll take that shot, though. If we play you guys in Dallas, I'll take that. But, yeah, there you go. There you go. A lot moving this morning, Brendan.
Yeah, a lot to get to here this morning, guys. First segment of the show, as always, brought to you by, as you see on the bottom of the screen there, Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million and keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV and use the promo code TTV. Get yourself 10% off. Let's start with the economic calendar, shall we? Because focus, is going to be still on inflation and still on any kind of data pointing towards how this is faring. So a couple of notes coming up this morning. Might or might not be market-moving event, but S&P Global Manufacturing PMI coming up at 9:45. And then the construction number here at 10 a.m. could also be a bit of a market-moving event, depending on what that comes out as. Anyways, manufacturing PMI then at 11 o'clock. That's just a typical number that comes monthly, a little bit later on in the morning. But we'll bring those to you live, 9:45 and 10 a.m. Economic numbers to come. There's more to come later in the week. We also get a steady stream of, those Fed officials are back. Starting, I saw Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, primarily. We're going to get speeches and comments coming through. And then, guys, the week caps off on Friday with the jobs number. That will be a major, obviously, a data point that the Fed will use before. Remember, we don't get another Fed meeting now until February. So some time here for the market to digest everything that's gone on.
Yeah, 100%. And so what you're telling us is there's news this week. It's going to matter. Fed minutes we're going to get, and I think employment is going to probably be big. Everyone's going to be watching that. Is the labor market actually going to slow down somewhat, or is it just going to embolden the Fed if it stays strong, which I think is what everyone's sort of concerned with right now. Look, I just see the range that we're in here in the overall market. I happen to have the SPY up, And once this happens, where you get a breakdown, and I probably said this a few times before, and we're beneath that 50 period, and you start looking at a distinctive channel, and when you get a channel like this in the broad market, you start to think about stocks that are individually in that channel. If we don't break this high on the SPY, it's about a 387 a half or so on the SPY, whatever that corresponds to. I know it's like 39 something on the ES. Then I look for some significant resistance levels that are going to be in play. And if you can break out from this, I think you get a pretty decent kind of a bounce. Everyone always talks about, you get that tax loss selling and it was a bad year. Sometimes you get that small wave of buying to start the year. And until we break out of these channels on the S&P, I don't see that happening. But there's a lot that's at these. We'll talk a little bit about Apple. It's at some levels where it can be breaking out a little bit. Netflix is another one that around the 300 to 302 that could be breaking out. So that has to go. And once that can happen, it can be not about looking at resistance every single morning. It's like this stock has this resistance here and this resistance there. Well, overhead resistance is right there on the overall market, and that's why not much has changed for me in terms of looking for that resistance at the open and needing to be convinced that you're breaking out. It sets up dip buys because when you got a distinct range, you can always buy in front of support. But now we're right up on that resistance this week on the SPY. It would be great if we break it, but it has to happen first. I'd rather join that party than just sit there sort of hoping it will happen.
Yeah, I was looking at a few different names. I think this year could be like the year just sort of where you battle back with higher quality companies that have been hit by supply chain. I don't know if it's going to be a NASDAQ year again. I mean, down 33%. I don't know if it's going to rebound too. I mean, it's going to rebound a little bit. I mean, if the market goes back upside, you're going to get hopefully bottoms in some of these names like Microsoft's and Apple's. But I'm not sure about these other names that's continued to not make any money. So I watch out for that. I watch out for that kind of that PayPal upgrade today seems a little bit. I don't know if we're there yet, but a name like Nike here, some of these names that have gotten beat down are back again. I'm just going to use the daily chart up here. Forget about what's happening right now. It's only 8,000 shares, but you've battled back. You had some nice little dip down opportunities there on earnings, came back up, and now you're right back up to that 120 level again for a name like Nike. As China sort of can turn itself around and get a little bit of pandemic talk back on the back burner and ease up, I feel like you are going to get some better reports. We did have a report out from Apple today talking about production from that side, so I do like here Nike at these levels. That reminds me of a Lululemon, things like that we know consumers will continue to buy, that if supply chain can get figured out, these are the kind of multinational names that I really like. Last year we had a big, huge problem with the dollar. I don't know if it's going to slow down, but if it ever does, repatriating some of this USD back should help out companies like a Nike. So I think that's good. A lot of business in China. I think when you look at those kind of names, you're also going to look at a Starbucks. I'm just throwing out some names here that I think were beat down last year, obviously for good reason too, that can and have been rebounding, that if everything can continue, I think you can get Starbucks long from this level. Again, another China play. And then you want to go over to some names that maybe have been continued to work in this environment right now, and that's the banks. JP Morgan's, up to 135 again. We were just at, in the fall, this is a 100 bottom. So you're up 30% in a couple months here on JP Morgan, looking to break out through 140 as well. So, you're bouncing off the 50 period here. So I like banks and I like some of these multinational, almost consumer good type plays as well, which would include Apple. So, I think that all those names are there. It's just, I think a lot of us are already heavily invested in Apple, whether or not you own the Qs or an ETF or a mutual fund. So just trying to throw out some other names here that I think can work this year. Even a McDonald's, things like that have that international exposure that can get things figured out. And then, another play that I don't own anything here. I don't own a Lucid, any stock or anything like that. But I wonder about the EV plays this year as well. Been so beat down. Wonder if we catch a little bit of a bid here in the first couple weeks of January. So just a couple of ideas there. But I do like the Nike and the Starbucks look. And then, of course, I like Apple. But anything that has USD complications in it, I think needs to get settled down. And I think once we do, then a lot of these names start to go back up to the upside. And then you want to stay in the J&Js and the Merc and the Eli Lillys and things like that as well. So yeah, good opportunities coming. But as Brendan said, man, we're still going to be very data dependent here. So let's just move forward with what we have today. NASDAQ, Neil, almost now up 1%. So
yeah,
maybe the more nonsense that I speak here, the more this market will tend to go. Tesla got fined in Korea today. I don't know if that's going to be going to be a big one. Amazon, yeah, I'm not in love with Amazon. There's still a lot of names that need to do some work. So.
Amazon's expensive, and then the retail aspect of it, it can be tricky. I think Amazon's a popular one with analysts right now, saying, "Oh, it's got room to run this year." I don't know how many times I read that, but then you kind of look at the evaluation and then ask yourself, well, if we're heading into a recession and the web services weren't as good as possible, I think there's going to be tremendous opportunities to buy some of big tech at some point this year. But part of me just says that might be in the second and third quarters, if not maybe even like the third when it comes to that one. So I'm not really necessarily on board with the Amazon one. Meta gets pretty interesting for a few reasons, because it's going to be able to have some of these TikTok news that you know is going to be there in the first quarter. So I've been watching them a little bit. I think Meta's going to be in play for me today because it's got a great it's got a great channel. Looking at that 121 dip, 125 as well. But Brendan, I know you got one name that we're interested in looking at every time it comes up.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the casinos here in a sec, but I was just reading, guys, a rumor, I guess, on the iPhone 16. Are we not still on 14? So they're already talking about rumors for the 16, and I mean, we'll get 15, I guess, coming up this year.
October.
So, but anyway, speaking of China, speaking of exposure to China, Apple with positive news this morning with regards to Foxconn, back to 90% capacity. We'll talk about that coming up, but we're going to get into some of the casinos here. Wynn, MGM, both up here in the pre-market, 4% for Wynn. MGM looking similar on an upgrade from Wells Fargo this morning, coming through from CNBC. But overall, China looking pretty good.
Yeah, actually, they're talking now about opening up the quarantine requirement on January 8th to international travelers. That obviously makes it a lot easier to come into Macau, the special administrative region. Essentially, all stocks related to China today are ticking up.
Yeah, ADRs right across the board. We'll touch on Alibaba, I'm sure, coming up here, and some of the e-commerce related names. Let's bring in Jeff Mendel, VP of OTC Markets, to kick things off for a brand new year. Happy New Year, Mr. Mendel.
Happy New Year, Brendan. Happy New Year. Good to be back.
Good to see you. A fellow Dallas fan in the building. Sharif joining us, Mr. Mendel, on the desk here as a more permanent fixture. So that was Shawn, by the way, that did that. How are you?
Take his buttons away. Don't let him hit that.
Yeah.
Tell us what's happening.
So I was here to talk a little bit about China. Obviously, we have a few ADRs that are closely tied to that as well. So one of the most active names on our platform, TCEHY, which is Tencent, it's not doing much in the pre-market. It is up a couple bucks from its previous close, so it looks like it's trading right around 44. It closed at 42.36 to end 2022. So that's probably a good one to keep an eye on today. Also, DIY is there's a little activity in the pre-market today on this one, but it's up a few cents from last week in the pre-market trading. So. Two great names that are both pretty liquid to look at this morning.
Whole, let's kind of take a look back here, Jeff, as far as 2022 was concerned. As a whole, how was trading on OTC markets right across the board? Volume, activity, was there more listings? Was it a down? I mean, obviously it was a down year for all markets, but how was activity when it comes to the OTC markets?
Comparing it to 2021 is I don't know. I don't even know if that's fair, right? 2021 was just crazy, tons of volatility, tons of trading. 2022 though was pretty good overall too as well, right? So I mean, you see it on your show just with the amount of subscribers coming in, from pre-pandemic to now, as we're kind of moving out of it. The buzz is still there, the activity's still there. Just some of the names that we mentioned earlier, then also like Luck and Coffee, right? All these ADRs are remaining pretty active, and I think in 2023 they're going to be names that kind of stick around and should be pretty sticky, especially depending on what you're trading. I mean, the grayscale products are still here as well too. GBTC, ETHE, all kind of great names to look at. But yeah, to answer your question, down a little bit, but still up from pre-pandemic levels.
How are things going as far as OTC is concerned going into the new year? Any new announcements we can expect? Any new excitement to come as far as listings possibly, or anything you want to tell us about?
Yeah, it's right now it's still pretty early, but obviously we've continued to grow. A lot of the Canadian listed names, they trade as 5-letter F shares down here in the States. We've had some very good progress up there in getting them onto our QX and QB trading tiers. And so I think kind of look along those lines, right? Getting more companies to come up to the QB or QX level. That's probably one of the biggest focuses for us this year.
Great stuff. Jeff Mendel, as always, a pleasure. Great information. Have a wonderful start to 2023. We'll speak again soon.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Brendan.
And you start to the year, Jeff, looking as young as always.
The guy doesn't age. The guy doesn't age.
People always talk about, I don't know if you've ever seen the memes online.
He's looking a bit older.
You know, like Keanu Reeves, it's like, oh yeah, well, Keanu Reeves doesn't age. The guy looks exactly the same as like Bill and Ted. Well, that's, if you've been watching this long enough, that's how we feel about Mr. Mendel there. He just, whatever, man. Some people have that gift. It is what it is. But he mentions some of these Chinese ADRs. Now, we're going to talk about the EV names because obviously they're going to be in play. But, there's volatility all over the place, the OTC. Like, when you look at a Didi, I know we mentioned Luck and Coffee as well. When you look at a Didi, like this has gone 3.5x in the final quarter of the year. And then you're actually pulling back significantly, like getting to like a big $3 level. Like there's big moves happening in some of these names over in the OTC markets that are trending like just as big or just as good as what you're seeing over in the NASDAQ. I guess it would be with like your Liados and then the New York when you get something like an NIO. So there's plenty out there to be able to trade. I do feel, look, I think we've all recognized as a trader, you look for volatility. And truth be told, some of the Chinese ADRs, almost on a daily basis, like how many times are we coming in here and not talking about a Chinese ADR as a momentum play? Where like most days there's something moving, whether it's BABA, whether it's JD, whether it's the EV names, whether it's some of the Chinese education names. Sometimes we talk about the casinos in general as a sympathy play, but there's definitely those opportunities when it comes to like Luckin and Didi and the OTC as well. And when you're day trading, you can't really get away from those types of momentum moves. Like I know for sure I'm going to be making several trades just in Liado or Neo alone today. So you always want to have your eyes on what's moving, and Chinese names are moving.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go to Chinese name, I think I know there isn't one bigger on the OTC than Tencent. Tencent's an absolute monster. You want to talk about, investing in something that's actually working right now. Tencent was $26 in October. It's 40. What's it going to open up today at 43-ish? So, big move up here for Tencent, right back to some key levels again. So, Tencent is what Elon is trying to turn Twitter into, basically an all-in-one kind of platform with payments, mobile, your news, your shopping, everything all in one. So they've already done that in China, and it's called Tencent. So you can look at them if you want to get something there. And again, the pink sheets, make sure that, again, you can trade them in your broker. If not, make sure you ask them to get that on board right now because, there are some great names. There's Adidas, Tencent. One of my favorites, they split, but NTDOY, I'm not invested in it, but if you did like Nintendo, again, another great name that doesn't move a whole heck of a lot. It's down here now, but that's a reverse split. So Nintendo's another great name there on the pink sheets on the OTC market. And again, I have to say what's up to Jeff because this is my favorite mug, man. It's the Yeti, and it's sponsored by OTCX. So we'll continue to have those guys on. Great market there, and a little bit of a different one, right? Giving you guys some exposure to some new names. And again, it's all about those ADRs. So you can invest in companies that aren't listed here on the New York or the NASDAQ, like a Roche or Adidas, Nintendo, Tencent, all this stuff. So there's definitely some big-time names over there. Don't be afraid to trade the OTC markets. Back over to the big desk with the two big guys.
Let's get some analyst moves here for you this morning as we were mentioning some of the casinos back on this board. Pointing to, it's worth noting, not only the COVID China situation, but also more people traveling even in Las Vegas coming up this year. So here we go. Upgrades and downgrades. There's WIN. MGM also a part of this note, same note anyways, from Wells Fargo. PayPal, top of the list, though. That is on the watch list. We'll talk about that. Yep, there's Block right underneath it, WIN and US Bancorp to the upside. I was just talking with Sharif here about this Apple note from BNP Paribas. I'll show you why in a second. Ally here to the downside, Fox and Gilead as well, downgrade. Here's JP Morgan, though, guys, with a positive note on Apple, talking about increased supply of new iPhone models despite weak demand. So take your pick. JPM seems to be positive, though, on Apple this morning.
Yeah, look, I think we all understand the analyst game. Like, you're definitely going to have. There's always somebody negative on a stock, and there's always somebody, generally speaking, going to be positive on it. So I don't read too much into the Apple downgrade there. I think for the most part they've stayed away from that side of the board. We talked about PayPal and Block, but I think we mentioned WIN. I don't think we.
That's the Block logo?
Yeah, I don't know what I think about it either. It's an interesting logo, but I feel like they haven't really. Like, most people aren't aware that they made the change. The only reason,
put that board back up.
Put it back up,
because
the only reason I know that that's the Block logo is, like, one day I had to make this for us, and I was, like, looking for the Block logo, and I found that. That's the only reason I know it's the Block logo.
It's like a cool Rubik's Cube right there.
Yeah, it's like kind of like an infinite war, sort of like.
I like it.
It's got the rainbow going on.
The problem is it's like very color dependent, right? That's the problem. Like,
if you don't see the colors,
right? Like the Apple logo, all this kind of just looks, pretty generic. But that just looks hype because you get the depth of the colors in there.
But it's saying something. If you don't have to put a word on it, then generally people are supposed to know. But WIN, let's talk casinos for a second, because look, WIN's up 4%. It's in this channel. I was in the chat talking about channels on some of these stocks and how they can be pretty interesting to trade as a day trader. Meta being in one as well. I should start off on the, oh goodness, daily chart. Is that going to come back? There we go. I should point out, this is not nearly at that 90 top, which I think I've been waiting around for this to get a breakout through 90. But there is this secondary level at 85. And that was a top last week. I think if it can get through this, which it already is, but I want it to get through at the open with more than just, a fraction of the shares here. It's done 38,000 shares, which is nothing. So if it can hold this 85 at the open, you can sort of see, like, there was one little break on the, I think it was Tuesday of last week. Yeah, Tuesday of last week. And then it just reestablished 85 the following day. And you go to the week before that, 85 was resistance. So I like WIN, but I like this sucker at or above 85. And if it can't hold this area, then it's probably going to fill the gap back down. And I think there's been room to 90 for a while here. So this is one at the open. I want to look to see if it's holding 85. I want to go long 85, or at least approximating 85, give it back into, not all the way, not the entire gap fill, but give it back into this channel here. We get 84.5 and 85. Like, that's the structure of a long I'd like, but no pre-market volume on this name, and that's usually the case. So always a trade I want to get at the open when the volume starts to come into this one. Yeah, the casinos are strong, man. And if you really look at what's been going on here, it just looks like another set of higher lows and then trying to break back out. I'd like to get some longs before it gets into 90. I think there's opportunity in there if we can hold that 85 at the open.
Yeah, I was just messaging my friend Nelson there, because when we were in Miami there, he asked me for some picks. And not asking for some picks, but we were talking about some stocks. And I mentioned WIN. So it's nice to see WIN is flat on the year, at least against a NASDAQ down 33%. So that's pretty good. Look, I like all the casinos. I like all those names. I still think that, we talked about Apple there on that upgrades and downgrades. I'm not worried, like Neil mentioned there, about an upgrade or a downgrade. The market's up 1%. Apple's trying to go with it as well today. So, market up 1, Apple up 1, trying to bounce off this 130 bottom. Everything is nicely set up here for an Apple rebound. So I would look for that today. We'll look to see if it does dip back down into that 130 area, and then we'll address it at that point. But Apple's been a super strong name. And then, of course, Block, when we go back over to that one, you get that PayPal upgrade. Block, I'll probably always call it Square. So, if you're watching, then that's what's going to be probably. But, it's got to get above that $70 level right here. So once we get going, that'll be great. But I just like the fact that you're getting stocks starting to get upgraded when they've, most stocks, hopefully, knock on wood, have made a bottom. But, you know, again, bouncing off a level like this, $60 here for a square, and then catching the upgrade. So you're already up 10% from that $60 level. Unfortunately, these charts still say 100, another fix, 65. So nice little move to the upside there. I still think you got to break above the 70 when you do. We test higher, and then we break, and then it's off to the races on square. But things have to work out for these names. Forget about these upgrades, downgrades, sideways, grades, all this kind of stuff. Makes no difference. The Fed's going to come out on their next meeting, and that's what's really going to tip the scales here. Let's see if we get that quarter point, half point, no point, and then some, you know, Fed talk as we get going in the new year here. Dot plots, things like that. Interest rates have to remain stable, and inflation has to come down for any of these names to work. So I wonder if we're just sort of window dressing a little bit here today, this morning. This could be, a lot of these names are getting set up to get smacked right down again. So I don't know, man. DraftKings, yeah, there's lots of things that we're going to be working with here. So let's pay attention. Yeah, there's some huge levels, man. SPX back, you know, up to this 3,900. That's going to be a big level. The NASDAQ trying to get through 11,000, which we've just done here as well, and kept on going to the upside. So there are some pretty key levels that we're bouncing around here. It's only 9:01 though. Wow, like, sometimes the day flies by, and I feel like we still got a half hour of the market. All I want is this damn thing to open up. So let's get ready to rock and roll. The sticky note's out, our watch list is out, and we're going to run through it right now.
All right, Chevron announcing today they've closed their previously announced acquisition of Beyond 6. So that's just popping up in front of me there. For CVX, let's get a quick check of how things in Europe are shaping up. First day of trading over in Europe for 2023, looking pretty positive on this board, top to bottom, almost a full percent right across the board. 0.7 there for France, lagging ever so slightly along with the Turkish market as well. That is a very mixed social sentiment board to kick things off. Yeah, very, very positive there for Tesla, even with a miss on delivery numbers. They were still record, however, for Q4. MULN positive. There's that KALA, Sharif. That was a huge one last week.
Calistop won't stop, Brandon. This one did all sorts of things last week. Have a look at the 60-minute chart here, guys. It looks like we started that move back on the 27th, and we didn't top up until that 45 level. Yeah, it wicked up about 47.5, but here are the better levels that I'm looking at. Basically, that $30 to $27.5 level. You see, there is a bit of support in and around there. This one, guys, moving on news that they are treating persistent corneal eye disease, and you know, these biotech stocks have been all the rave right now. Every time you look at a small capper, it's got a bio-related headline to it. So, Brendo, I expect probably some more of these coming in the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely crazy move last week. I saw all the way up into the mid to high 40s on KALA. Little tiny float on that one as well. Let's get into the overall market and get into what we need to know heading towards the open this morning. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the futures. Happy New Year, Arun. Good to see you as always. What do we need to know on the first day of 2023?
Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody as well. First day of trading usually brings a lot of activity towards the end of the year. We see a lot of, moving of stocks or portfolios and shifting of cash around. You saw a big movement towards the end of the day on Friday with a decent amount of buying. It was program heavy. As soon as we crossed 50 all the way up to into the mid 60s on the futures, we were program heavy all the way through. And I think there's going to be some more of that as we get into the first trading day of the year as well. So whatever was done on Friday, there could be maybe a reversal or their continuation. remains to be seen. But first day of the trading year usually brings some sort of program activity towards the end of the day. We'll see what it is when we get to it. But in terms of volatility, we're seeing it already. Overnight markets already providing a 60-point range. Initially a 60-point range. We went all the way from 3,900. We gapped up, hit a high of 3,900, went all the way down to like 39. Low 40, 38.40 something, and then broke 3,900 all the way up to 05, 06, and then here we are back in the 80s. So decent amount of volatility already on the table, and I think this is going to be very helpful for setting up decent amount of trades as well going forward, because you know what, the quiet period might be over. Now we can actually get going on some trades. So the levels I'm looking at, 39.10 up top, that's been marked off since I think the 22nd of December. So that's still in play. It's being respected, so we're going to keep that one there. 39.10 up top. So anything that gets into that 38.90 going up to 39.00 that can set up on the sell side, I'm all for it. 39.10 would be the stop on that short. Now, if we can break down through these 60s, now we're sitting at 80, which isn't, it's kind of a dead zone for me right here. But if we can get below 60, then we could potentially set up a nice buy. We're seeing some activity below 60 on the buy side, so at least based on pre-market activity anyways. If we can get back underneath 60 and set up a buy there, then I can use 38.40 as a potential support base on that side. So we're sitting in a spot where this market can go either way, and whichever way it does go, it sets up a read. So we either have shorts up top or a breakout north of 39.10, or we have longs below 38.60 or potential breakdown through 38.40. So we just need to get this market to move about 20 points either direction before we can set up a trade. Whichever direction that happens to be remains to be seen, but this market will provide an opportunity at some point today.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get going. Under 30 minutes to go here before we get the market open for 2023. That is the link to the watch list, guys. We do all your homework for you every single day, put it in one really neat package, and then it just appears in your inbox for you. It's that easy. Just hit that link, enter your email address, and you can have that for free every single day. We were talking Tesla. We're going to talk about Chinese EV makers here. It's worth noting, I was actually obviously not here, but 1, 2, 3 days back to the upside to end 2022 after, you know, the well-discussed sell-off that this stock was put under so much pressure at the end of last year. Here we are again, now 3.6. We're off the lows significantly. That was 117 that held at the bottom there for Tesla. Q4 deliveries, missing estimates. December deliveries, missing estimates as well. But it's worth noting, guys, all of these numbers were records right across the board.
Oh yeah, no question. Like look, Tesla's in the growth stage, so obviously you're going to be these numbers are still going to be records, and in some ways impressive. But truth be told, you miss expectations, and you're going to get punished for it, especially when it's been in the penalty box. And it was trying to go. Like the last couple of days, I think you saw some signs of strength there that ran into a brick wall at 125. Maybe I'll go to the 3-minute chart, and that'll get rid of, because there's that 1 wick up there. It runs into a brick wall at that 125, but he had a couple of days worth of rally. And unfortunately, if you're going to miss expectations when you're in the penalty box, you're just this is what's going to happen to you. You're just going to get hurt. They do report. When they report, I think it's going to be a monster market-moving event. I felt as if coming into today, if they had met or beaten expectations, that we're breaking and probably getting to that 130 number. Now suddenly the reverse. I'm looking at Friday afternoon and saying to myself, okay, well, support down there was at 120.5. I like that for resistance, like 120 to 120.5, and if we happen to get all the way up to 125, I think that's likely to be fadeable as well. So I just find if there's not good news and the stock is trending down and overall there's market weakness and you have resistance areas, well, it's a short until it's not, if that's a particular case. And that's where Tesla ends up here. I was really hoping you'd be getting a breakout because I thought there was an opportunity through that 25 area. But you can sit there hoping for something to happen come Tuesday morning when you sit down to trade, and the market's going to decide. Like the data came out this weekend. It wasn't fantastic. I think earnings is going to be gigantic for them. That's probably going to be I'd say it's the first earnings where I'm looking the most forward to it in terms of opportunity to trade, because there's a lot of shoes that probably still have to drop. If the market can be as bad as some people are saying this year, then I would think that Tesla has some more room to go. And until we start clearing resistance, I know we're on the bull here, but yeah, I'm talking all bearish about Tesla. But there's other names out there that look strong today and actually look pretty solid. I just don't necessarily think Tesla's one of them.
Thank you, Randy. Yeah, he came, looked over at the bull, and I think, I don't know if he was debating changing it or not, but then
I thought he was changing.
I thought he was, but then I think he looked at the market. What was up with that bull there? You want to change it, Randy?
I'm on the fence.
He's on the fence. I knew you were on the fence. It doesn't look great. Yeah, it doesn't look great. But Randy's favorite stock, of course, Tesla. Right now, what do you think this year? Tesla up or down, just for the year? You don't have to call price target. The whole year. Like when I ask you this time, 365 days from now. Bearish. Okay, so Tesla not looking forward to a great year, according to Randy here. Bearish. So that's not good, because he's told me that he's liked this name coming into the next quarter, so on and so forth. But I think it's just going to be, we have the semi, we have some of these numbers coming through there over the weekend. And look, Tesla's still, as far as EVs are concerned, I mean, they're the only ones making any kind of money on this. You have Ford and GM hot on their track as well. But you can see this has been just so beat down 62% for the year, that I feel like money's going to flow back in here. This Elon Musk, Tesla, Twitter story is just going to be played out for me anyways at some point, if not played out already. And I just feel like, you know, he's had to sell some shares of Tesla, which has created some huge downside moves as we've been here sitting here. And you could see the waves of selling just come in. And once it breaks certain levels, like here's 140, you know, straight down to 125 in just a matter of one day there. So down $15, down again here. Like the 27th goes from 120 down to 109. You know, so the days have been dramatic on the sell side and not monster days on the upside, but you're still bouncing off some of these bottoms. I mean, we were just at 108, man. I was sitting here that day, 108. Now you're up to 120 today. So that's a nice little 10% bump to the upside, even off those bottoms. So I feel like you're going to be a lot of range-bound trading this year on Tesla. So let's just sort of stick with the plan, try to buy bottoms and try to hit breakouts. And that's not going to be happening till about 124 here. So I wrote down on the sticky note, let's have a quick look at 115 right here. So if 115 comes into play, it's the #1 name here on the sticky note today, Tesla support. I just think it can catch a bounce off this level. I mean, at some point, the selling is going to have to be done. And if you don't have sort of the anchor there with Elon Musk, you know, dishing out some of his shares, then I don't know if the sell side will continue. So for me, I'm looking at a 115, which is still ways away, right? So if we do get a tank down in, that's something that I'm looking at. Just quickly, we will have Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh, no, it's not on there. But Bed Bath & Beyond, again, long 57. I just took some out. I took out 10% at 61. So nothing there. We took 4 cents. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a higher bid going on here with Bed Bath & Beyond. But new year, new everything. And as I can see right now, a couple new haircuts coming through. So, all right, we're ready to rock and roll here. Let's go back over to Brendo.
Haircuts in full effect around here today. Love it. Let's keep going here. We were just discussing an interesting aspect of the Chinese side of the whole EV market, and that is battery swapping. And I mean, I think there's more to come when we talk about battery swapping, but it's an interesting idea in that country to start off with.
Yeah, they're trying to make it a cultural thing out there. I was just telling Brendo, the NIO battery exchange centers, you go in, you have a coffee, you have a drink, you socialize with other NIO driving individuals, so it's become a whole thing. But to be honest with you, how much does it cost to replace a battery on a Tesla, like a long-range Tesla?
Do we even know?
I don't know. I've heard it in the range of $15,000-$20,000. That's Canadian. So we'll see if that technology ends up panning out.
Yeah, and how it makes its way into the North American market, because it's going to come. Let's be honest, guys. What do we do with Chinese EV delivery numbers across the board? Obviously up significantly. Once again, 90+% on a year-over-year basis for XPeng, Li Auto, and NIO. It was actually Li, LI, and XPEV that are up more than NIO today.
Yeah, so Li actually had the most, if you want to call a bigger winner here, I think it was Li Auto. And this is the one that interests me. If there's going to be a breakout, I mean, Li, it's up 6%. It bounced off the 50 period last week, and then you had this sort of breakout zone at about 21.75 on the daily chart. You start looking at it here, and it just comes to be like, if we're above 21.75, like look at the room to run to the upside. And if we can't hold this at the open, I mean, unfortunately, it kind of sets up for a bit of a gap fill down. So it's right in the pocket where you want to break at the channel in either direction on Li Auto. Now, to say that NIO's chart isn't as nice, if you look at the daily chart, we all remember NIO. Well, if you were trading in the last couple of weeks, you're going to remember NIO sort of breaking this last channel down, gapping down, holding 950. It did a decent job of holding $10. We're right at that mark again. It just feels like we can't get away from $10 on NIO. Now so NIO comes out and basically says that, so they end up beating expectations, but remember, they got beat because they revised down. So you revised down a week ago, and then you beat the expectations of your downward revision 1 week later. I mean, it's hard for me to say that that's supposed to be some kind of a positive. I know it's up 4%, but I think that's why it's lagging the most. If it gets through 1030, we talked about this level last week. That was a really good shorting opportunity at 1030. Every chance you got. You didn't see it on Friday. But if we do not break that high, NIO just feels like the one to fit. I know exactly where you'd be wrong there. It's got room to run. We know these things can squeeze on you, so there's no need to hold it past a 1030 on NIO. It is set up for a 10 break through the bottom. You could definitely see that happen. Weirdly enough, it just feels like Li Auto has a bigger gap to fill if it's a bottom break type of move that comes into play. I'm choosing these two over XPeng, just based on what I saw with the charts and the levels that they're at. But that 1030, that's going to stand out like a sore thumb. If it can't hold that at the open, I don't think you'll want to fight it if you're looking short. And if one's going to break a channel to the upside, Li's a bit of a stronger chart, just from what I've happened to see here so far. So I'll be focusing on those two. XPeng, decent moves, but it's Li Auto. That gap fill is just gigantic.
Yeah, Neo's chart is pretty ugly. We do have it on here. I want to thank everybody for, once again, over 3,000 views right now on the sticky note. Thanks so much to everybody checking this out. I said good numbers for Neo, but you got to wait for the dips, man. I mean, and what I wrote down in here was basically still hard to trust these Chinese names, right? Possible top around 11. So I don't know. Excuse me. I want to look to see if Neo wants to hold this move. It's up 4%. It's a great move. But if you look back here, some of these bottoms, I think they're here. I don't know if they're here to stay, but we can play off them for sure. 950, 960, I'm sitting down here. If we do get a little bit of a move down here, up 4%, probably too much. But we've seen Neo absolutely take off. Reason why we say 11 as a possible top, I mean, we've been here before, bounced around a little bit. Ever since we took 11, we haven't taken it yet. So I feel like, we need a little bit better news here coming out of China to get this name really rallying. I don't know. I feel like they're just another state sponsorship away from this stock going right back to like $30 or $40 or something like that. So I don't know. You guys have heard my sort of tin hat explanations for some of these Chinese moves upside. I don't know if it's going to come in and start rallying this name again here. You've already done 1.3 million shares. I like it. I like the replaceable battery strategy there because I think batteries for new Teslas are like 15 to 20 grand, something like that. Obviously here in Canada, it's going to be a little bit different, but and they don't do well in cold weather, these EVs. So I don't know. I like the battery swapping idea. I think Neo can work. It's just too bad that I don't really feel that we can trust a lot of these names for investments right now. I'm kind of almost over some of these Chinese plays. So I would say you want to play it just for momentum. You have some nice bids on here. I think if you get to 11, we fade it. And if it gets down to 975, we buy it. Right there, Neo. There's Ford. Like, you want to talk about getting involved in a name that I think has a great EV future as well. And you can trust it here in America. It's been getting hit. Look, Ford is pretty much down for the last 10 years. It's not like it's been a huge spot there, but I like Ford better than all of these names. So I would say that try to get into this name for sure. That bottom's been 11. We've talked about that, and we've been buying shares down there. So it's been a nice little bottom. Nice to see Ford up 2%. I think this is the name as far as EV space that you want to be in. A great dividend at a great price. I like Ford Motor Company.
We're going to get to Apple here in a sec. Here's Jasper Therapeutics, though. JSPR popping up on a blood disorder drug trial data that just came out this morning. That was on the positive side. What are you looking at?
Yeah, JSPR, great. I love these biotech names. It's continuing with the same play, so you kind of know what you're getting. Have a look at this daily chart. It's a former runner, guys, so it's up at $1.25 right now. But look, there's a good area of resistance here at 2. I'm sure Neil will get to that. But former runner and kind of be careful here with the bag holders because we were above $2 not that long ago, back into August.
So Jasper Therapeutics, another one to have a look at this morning. Let's go on to this note. There's a couple of aspects to deal with when it comes to Apple. Remember, Foxconn, 90% capacity. Again, as far as manufacturing is concerned, obviously Apple's largest iPhone producer. They're already talking about the iPhone 15. I saw that note this morning we mentioned early on, if you were with us, about the iPhone 16. There's already rumors floating around. I mean, we haven't even got the 15 yet, but JP Morgan here, guys, positive on Apple today.
Yeah, look, the story with Apple, at least for me, from a momentum standpoint, was we got to that 52-week bottom last week. It was breached. It's not a huge volume. You can see volume, good. It wasn't a huge sort of volume event, but I think relatively speaking to where the market was at in terms of volume, I'd say that was a pretty decent volume event. You broke that 52-week low, and then you've essentially recovered beneath it or above it. So it just looks like a wick bottom type of setup. You have the fact that coming into the year, I think if people are looking for that place to where they can start getting back into some stocks, anticipating there could be a turnaround, I think you could see some money come into Apple. I think there's a lot of names I think you could see the money come into, but Apple's got this obvious, I don't want to say obvious, but Friday it broke out very, very late in the session. If you guys remember, when the market took off on the imbalances, this was breaking like 129.25, 129.50, the Thursday close. And then you had this channel up here, which had been resistance about 130.50. So that sets up like 129.50 to 130.50, like $1, to me, $1 buying zone, where beneath that 129.5, I think, I don't want to be looking for the longs, but in that range, I want to look for the dip buys. There's room to go on Apple if it holds this area and gets up there, like 33, definitely in play. So I'm looking for some longs in Apple today. I don't know that that story is necessarily the reason for me. I just look at that wick bottom, and when I see a wick bottom, I want to jump into the support on what I think is a name that can show some stability. Now, obviously, if this breaks down and does not hold these levels, that bodes really poorly for the overall market, and we could definitely see some serious downside. If Apple sort of reclaims 129.5 and heads back down toward Friday lows, you know, we're gonna have a red day if that's the case in the overall market. But as long as we're above it, yeah, I want to be looking for some of those longs. It looks like it'll be buying the dip at the open because we're already at 131, however.
Yeah, for sure. I like Apple. I like Apple at 130. We're already bidding that name down there as well. Jasper Therapeutics, we've talked a little bit about those guys right now. It's just broken $1 and continues to make that move to the upside, just like that KALA here. You're in a therapeutic name. Nice little move to the upside, still going. I don't really see any reason for this name to stop. You do have some support there at $2 right here. So I guess it's resistance at this point. $2 right into there. Very, very key area. So if you are long Jasper right now, I would say you want to definitely look at this $2 area as a spot where we could stop and pull back temporarily. But then once you take that out and you get to this 250 mark, if you ever take out 250 today and put this thing up like 300%, then I think you got 4. So I would, to me, it's this 250 area here on Jasper that is a big level. So I think we're going to be able to watch out for that one as it's going to continue to move up. This name will halt almost immediately off the open, I would imagine. It's good volume. The volumes come in right there. And I know we've just been talking about it, but I just think that this is such a prime candidate to halt. We've seen these other names really start to go on similar news. So Jasper Therapeutics, huge upside move. Bed Bath & Beyond now back up to 63. We're still long 56 here. We're starting the year off nicely with a 6-cent winner right now. Needs to go up a little bit higher. I'm bidding 70s. I'm actually offering 68, then 75, and then we'll see if we take out $3. But I still like Bed Bath & Beyond here with social media and some good talk as we have that coming up in the next couple minutes.
I was just seeing the dollar, guys. DXY, biggest single day move in a month back to the upside. So interesting in the sense that tech is higher today, the market higher right across the board. Not what we saw going into the end of the year. Anytime the dollar rallied and treasuries rallied, we saw stocks typically coming off. So very strong dollar right now. Let's go on. We can talk about PayPal on the board there, but both of these we saw on the upgrade side of the board this morning from analysts. Here's Block as well. SQ just taking out session highs back in positive territory. PayPal not as exciting as far as the chart is concerned, but holding 73 right now.
Look, I think it was we saw the Block one first in terms of upgrades, but it's really, sorry, PayPal first, but it's Block that got my attention because it's really bouncing the 50 period and breaking a very distinct channel in here at 63.5. 63.5 in last week was your resistance for it. So badly beaten up on the year. Last year, I don't think I have to tell anybody. And even if you were to draw a trend line and say, okay, well, you've got obvious resistance if this gets up to what, like $70? The 200 period's so far away from here. I just like defending the 50 period moving average. So if it comes back in, I'm going to be looking at that 64. If there's a dip at the open, the way the market is going, we're up now it was 0.7% in the NASDAQ, I don't know, like 15 minutes ago. Now we're at 1% to the upside. That could end up playing off the pre-market lows instead. Like when I put this order in, we were closer to 65. Now if I'm looking for a dip, it might actually be off the pre-market lows as a bit of an adjustment in square. And if you start breaking channel down at this point, I just think you've basically given up the move. So I'm going to cancel that order. You're now a lot higher. I'll probably go into the 64, 75 range on any kind of a dip here on Block. I just prefer this one a little bit to PayPal. You got the 50 period of support. So even if it takes out the pre-market lows, I think I'll just go back and see if it can bounce off that 50 period moving average. I like block for the dip buy. I think it's got so much room before it runs into resistance. Obvious resistance, $70 being that.
Yeah, Square, PayPal, Block. I mean, I think the year of the fintech was not last year for sure. A lot of these names continue to get absolutely destroyed. I always want to go back over to a name like an Upstart that's down here near. By the way, that Jasper is now at $1.50. As UPST right now, $13.50. Just such a dog name, you know what I mean? Like dog water name down here. It's been absolutely destroyed. But I just think that if there's going to be any kind of a rebound in fintech, a name like Affirm, Upstart, I guess there's other names. Some of them are slipping my mind right now. PaySafe, things like that, that are going to probably perform a lot better than PayPal and Square if there's a rally back in these names. I don't think that they're better investments by any stretch of the imagination because they could go the opposite way, including, unfortunately, bankruptcy. I don't think that that's going to be happening for the names I've mentioned. But again, you got to watch out for some of these names. I like an Upstart. I like a PayPal. I like all of these names. But I don't know if I can trust what right now has been happening in the fintech area. Some of these big bank names can easily get involved and have been in this. But look at this short float. This is why I bring this up. This is Upstart. Look at the short float for Upstart, 38, 38, 38, 38, right? So there's definitely some huge pressure on names like this. So I would definitely watch out for that, as opposed to a name like Block that's not going to have anywhere near the short interest. So if these names get going, for me, although I'm an investor in, like, I own Square, I own PayPal, I don't own Upstart. So I just think for a little bit of a blow up upside here, I prefer Upstart, PaySafe, and Affirm. If you do think fintech's going to rally, these names just could give you that sort of return that you're looking for. So I look for that, man, a possible huge blowout here for Upstart. Before we go back, though, we did have the imbalance locator. Just update there. Google's going to become a sell, which is pretty interesting. As most names are buys, but Google's a sell there. Okay, so Google's a buy and Goog is a sell, so those will cancel each other out. Neo continues to be a buy. Other than that, there's not really too many names that we've talked about. Amazon buy, Intel buy, but they're pretty light there. Baba buy. I just want to go over some of those as we get ready to rock and roll here. We're going to talk about Bed Bath & Beyond, but we're 7 cents in the money right now.
We'll wrap things up here with AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond before we get to the open. 4 minutes to go. You are watching JSPR.
Yes, I am. It is looking quite good. Have a look at this. We are at days highs. Let's just pull that up real quick. Days highs at 155 there, guys. I worry about that $2 level. A lot of action took place there on the daily. If we make it up there, that may be an interesting area from which to short. But you know how these guys are. You're going to have to keep your stop super tight. Look at this consolidation area all around $2, guys. Between that $2 to $2.50. I'm looking for a possible short off there.
All right, let's touch on AMC and Bed Bath & Beyond here. I mean, neither really significant notes, but they are moving. So here's BBBY. Thursday, we get earnings from Bed Bath & Beyond. So make a note of that. AMC, Scene World really coming out and saying there was never any talks between the two sides. Didn't happen. They weren't aware of anything along those lines. So BBBY and AMC, both worth a note here today.
Yeah, AMC 420 has just been a level on this stock for like a week and a half now. So I think that's going to be probably more like a week. I think that's what it has to get through. This is not a gigantic story, them sort of denying that, Cineworld denying that. I don't think that's going to be a major catalyst there. Probably more interesting is when you get Bed Bath & Beyond earnings coming through. You get a preliminary that's pretty positive, but it's already given a lot of it back. Now, I was just looking at yesterday's close, Friday's close, and looking for a bit at that price, so never really dipped down in. If you look at the top of the channel, like a 260 sits there as well. If this thing sees 3, I'm probably looking to be able to fade that one. Very quickly, I want to get to Netflix and 300. 302 is the level I'm watching for Netflix. Netflix is super strong, and if it can get through 302, this one could absolutely be off to the races. But if we have any kind of a charge at the open, Netflix is real close to some resistance. Wanted to make sure, it's just a huge potential for a break. If you get past 02s, your next levels are all the way up at 15s and 20s. So this is one that's going to be on my radar. Probably more exciting to me than AMC. And that Jasper, I paid for locates. I think that one can get pretty interesting if there's a big, quick pop into $2 at the open.
Yeah, we're, for Bed Bath & Beyond?
No, Jasper.
Oh, Jasper.
It is Jasper, right?
I know it is. I thought you were talking to somebody in the chat named Jasper.
Oh.
And I was like, because you mentioned $2, and that's where Bed Bath & Beyond was, so I was just confused about the name. But yep, I do like that one. We'll watch out for Bed Bath & Beyond. I'm looking at $3. But with not much time left, we only have 30 seconds right now. What's come down is Apple. There's a report out that Apple suppliers have been asked for less parts for the watch and for the AirPods. So watch out now. Apple's coming down as the market's coming down much more aggressive than the market. So we are bidding right now near this 130. We're going to give it to 129.50. It could start off. Oh, there you go. Only 10 seconds
Already
left. 5. Here we go. Watch out for Apple to the downside. 3, 2, and 1. It's Fahan. What's up, buddy? Here we go to the downside right now. All eyes for me are on Apple. Let's see if that move continues.
It actually just bounced a little bit off the 130 area. I mean, I didn't get filled in front of 130, so it didn't quite get to that particular price. I'm watching Netflix as it tries to come to the upside here. Li Auto breaks down initially, so it looks like it's taking that channel in. If it cannot break back above 2175, I think this has to be a fade. Neo is the other one worth watching, and Jasper did go into a halt. Neo is it's failing 1030 here, Neo. That is that big line in the sand that I wanted to fade. If it breaks 30, I want to be out of Neo, but it's giving me a kind of like a tight stop risk in here.
Yeah, all right, so I'm watching Apple. We are long now on Apple, so let's see if this name continues to make that push down. Here we go. We're going to take 130. I'm only going to be here till 129.50. So I think Frank Jones in the chat made a great point there, and it was pretty simple, I feel like. And it was just that, hey, look, wait and be patient, right? If you get stopped out of some of your trades, I thought I was waiting for 129.50. Oh no. Okay, so here we go. I said wait and be patient. I got the wrong price. But you know, wait and make sure that the price that you're getting stopped out at is the right price and that you can always regroup. Right? And so I think that that's something that's pretty important to remember here. You don't need to make your only trade here off the open. Let things settle down. Here comes Apple. I mean, the market's absolutely tanking. So, yeah, we're going to have to watch out for this play. But Apple right now breaking some levels. But I think this is the year just to calm down. There we go. It's going to be very, very volatile. And, you know, you don't want your first trade to be your last. So regroup, take it easy as we watch out for Tesla coming down to 115 as well.
Yeah, it looks like, I don't know if I got a bad trigger, but either way, I got out of Apple. It looks like it broke that 50 area. Maybe it was a bad trigger because I see it at 60s, but Neo did give that pop into that 30, 1030. I ended up getting 23 short, got some out there for the first 10 cents. If it gets to $10, I think you could find some support at 10, so I'll get a bid out in front of that. But Apple, like that's the story. That quick reversal, chart. That quick reversal got me stopped. It looks like it broke by 1 or 2 cents and then reestablished the level. So it is a wick bottom. When I see a wick bottom, I'm always looking for that re-entry point. So if it's a wick bottom and you want to trap me, that's a move I'll usually make almost every single time. I do want to get to, at some point we'll get back over to Jasper, but it's at least a 5-minute halt. So I know we've got some time to get back over to Jasper. Tesla looking pretty interesting as well here is hit enter twice. It's just absolutely flush. So I like the pop and fade into 120. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to get that one. Thankfully, I got Neo at least.
All right, so good news and bad news all over the place. Apple's trying to hold out, so that's going to be a good one. Let's see if it does. It did break 50, but it was very, very brief. I was watching it too, so at least it wasn't a horrible out, but we'll see if it's going to continue to work. New trade alerts, man. Google long, Tesla long, Apple long. Geez, here we go again. All three tech names, big to the long side. As you can see, we have Google here breaking 90. We have Tesla off 115.50. What's up, Brendo?
Chinese ADRs, guys, we mentioned briefly there on the EV side of things. Here's PDD. Wow, huge move here. 8.5%. Just took out 88 there on a volume spike for Pinduoduo up big time.
We got a nice little dollar in the money now on Tesla. We took 50 cents first time. Ooh, wow. It was just at 16.20 there, and it flashed down to 15.50 right where we are again. So we're going to have to watch out for Tesla. Google making that move, so we're going to go bang on that one as well. As Google all the way back up to 16s right now. We'll take some more pieces out. There it is. Nice little, and again, these is all on here, man. Google breaking 90 is on there. So there's 20 cents for you one more time. Here we go, man. Tesla, big move for Google there, taking out 19.25. Big move now for Apple as Apple goes back to the top. We'll start taking some money out right there. We're now positive, baby, on the day. Bed Bath & Beyond in the money. Google in the money. Tesla, $1 in the money. Apple, man, we rocking and rolling. Welcome to 2023. You're now in the building, and so far, so good.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, Square's now 7% to the upside. you know, I had to look. Square was it was the #1 name that I liked in terms of longs today, and now you're seeing it. I don't see anything that's actually stronger than this. We're going to be open in 1 minute over in JSPR, and I watched that $2 level pretty closely. I'm now looking 65 for dips on Square. That looks like it's going to be a monster one. We talked about Meta. I don't think we showed levels on Meta. It's at 125 already. So
wow.
Yeah, I know. Like it's kind of crazy. So Meta's pretty strong as well. It just broke out 124 last week's highs. If it can maintain that, I think it can be an absolute like jam zone. Tesla is still a fade off that 120 for me. So I will be looking to get that short as it gets into that 120 level. If it can get there, actually, I should say. Because you know what? It's not printing at 118. I'm getting bad dark pool wicks. Tesla's still at 116.
Yep. We're going to go to Brandon, but we are taking some money on Bed Bath & Beyond as well. Now Bed Bath & Beyond up 12 cents, Google up 45 cents, Tesla, Apple all rocking. What's up, Brando?
Those recent reverse stock split stocks popping back up. RSLS, teeny tiny float. This might be a record. 452,000 shares on the free float. 3 million market cap, up 66% for RSLS.
And there goes Apple right now. I mean, you know, part of it is wait around and get hit on something, and then it just comes right back for you. Like, wow, Apple continues to be pretty strong here off the open, which is pretty nice. But one thing that's not working out right here, of course, I mean, I thought it would be Tesla. So we've already taken a little bit of profit. Well, we're flat on it right now, but we already got something out at 116.10. We're going to see if it can hold out. I'm waiting for 119 up here on Tesla. If it's going to work, it's going to work. And then there was a nice couple outs there on Apple. As we ripped up back up to the upside there, 130.20. So we did take it out there when it broke 75, got back in. That was a mistake. We actually meant to wait for this bottom. So got it back, but here it comes. Things starting to fall down one more time. Very topsy-turvy here.
Yeah, we're definitely topsy-turvy. I just got the first dip into Square, or block, I should say, for myself, and I want to go back over to Netflix if I can. It looks like a 10-minute halt on Jasper, so it would have opened up about a minute ago if it was going to open for us. But Netflix now breaking downside, so there is some weakness coming into some names. Netflix not getting to that 300 level, unfortunately. NIO here, we did have that leg out at 10.10, it then broke the top at 10.30. It's churning to the upside. PDD is going to be interesting, but I got to get to Li Auto because as much as we have a break happening in NEO, yeah, Li Auto is not breaking at all. Wick bottom, and it's not following. If it starts holding this low, I think it can join. But remember, it was 21.75 that worried me for a gap fill to the downside. If you retake the lows, I think this could be filling that gap down on Li. Oh, I just got to Apple again.
Yeah, Apple's back down there, and Tesla got dumped out there. So we make 50 cents on a third, lose $1 on that last 2/3. So not a positive name there for me today. Will be Tesla. So what else? Intel to the downside. You know what we haven't looked at?
The chips.
The chips. Yeah, exactly. So let's go over to AMD quickly here, as that is still up much better than the market here, up almost 2% against a nice little weak market apparently here, as it's starting to fall back down. We still will hold on to our Apple. We still got our Google, but we are out of that Tesla. AMD here coming into what levels? 65. It still obviously needs a way to go to get to that one. You're starting to break through again, maybe a 66 rip. We already went to 66.40. So I think we could probably go long on 66 move to the upside. But again, something pretty dangerous there. I feel like you're playing with a little bit of fire to try to guess. Right now, let's just hold out for Apple. Apple right now is the big winner for me, like a real big one. So hopefully this can continue to go up to the upside.
Yeah, someone's saying, why aren't you in Apple? I am in Apple. I did get stopped out there when it broke 129.50, but I did jump back in when it was a wick top. Or wick bottom. I thought I mentioned it. You're having trouble at 130. This is sort of the problem here. You're not really breaking out past this 130. How many times is it going to be able to test that low without breaking is going to be the question. Tesla is just getting hammered to the downside. And as I see that happen, I mean, I have to go over and say, what's going on with like Li? It's actually holding up and looking like it wants to hold these bottoms. So if Li Auto breaks out the top, I'm going to jump into the long on Li Auto. I said if it holds the low, I'll look for the jailbreak to the upside. NEO's already gone. At this point, you're looking at like 10.50. That's insane. And of course, Intel, the story, when it breaks a wick high, I want to look for a short. It's got a wick top through 27. I'm looking for the short off of that number.
All right, guys, what's up? Yeah, Mullen's starting to rip apparently now as well. I mean, we'll talk a little bit about Apple. We just got some more out there in the 20s. Again, every single time it makes that move upside, feels silly not to take a little bit out. We still have, I'm still looking for Apple to go higher. I think we're pretty happy now. Okay, well, now you're in the 30s. I was going to say, let's not take any more out, but wow, oh my God. As Apple really started, yes, sir, holy shoot. Apple's starting to go up to the upside right now. Let's take some more out in the 40s. Not only that, man, like this is what we're talking about. If you're not part of the Sticky Note Nation, man, hop on board ASAP. We've already given you right now, this Google's marked on here is 90 break long. That's been a pretty big winner there. We did have Tesla at 115. If you've waited, it's been pretty good. I mean, it's just hovering around here. Let's wait to see what happens. And then Apple, of course, 130. I mean, here we go again. I keep saying I don't want to get out of this name, but as it starts to rip up to the upside, yeah, hell yeah, we're going to get out of some more here of Apple. We just missed a 60 print. I think it'll be back, though. Apple's starting to go up to the upside. We're getting pretty darn good here today, man. We've been really happy with the way we've been trading the last couple weeks. So let's just keep it going. And you guys know, if you've been watching me, what we've sort of been doing here. So there's Bed Bath & Beyond. It doesn't really matter what we're trading, guys. Apple, Bed Bath & Beyond, Google, let's go. We're making money on a lot of names here. Go, 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 Bed Bath & Beyond. We just missed that 73. Maybe I'll take a 72.
Yeah, and it's just got a bit of a bounce to 67. Iceberg alert on Square Block at 67. Somebody's selling a bunch. I just jumped in front of them to take some out. If we get through 67, I'm looking 67.5, and then we'll work higher. But we just opened up on Jasper and into an, well, that didn't last very long, into another halt. So another 204 halt right now. In about 5 seconds or so, you're going to likely get a halt at 204. It opened right up. There's no rejection of that level just yet. You're getting another leg in there. I generally look to like the second or third halt for potential reversals. Either it would be at 2, or we're just looking for that second or third halt. Block just filled to the upside again. So we'll ring the register in front of the high of the day. Looks like the dip buy going to work out there. Why am I not short Intel? The market's jamming. I should probably be short that already, Brendo.
Got absolutely crushed last year. Oatly, guys, back to the upside in a big way today. New North American manufacturing partnership with Yaya Foods announced today for this one. OTLY, just taking out highs.
Yeah. I've heard of that before. No, Oatly, yeah, that's why, man. Brendan, thanks again. This is going to be another big year, of course, for bringing you the live news up to date as it happens. You've now found the best trading show on the web. So, hey, hopefully this will be a prosperous year for every single person. We want to say a big thank you to everybody for watching. Again, please smash. Don't just hit it. I mean, smash it. If it breaks your keyboard, just buy another one. Smash the like button right now. Let's get ready to rock and roll here. Whether or not you're on mobile or whatever, maybe you don't want to smash your phone. But right now, Apple, huge move to the upside, man. Nicely done here. Cooking with gas here is Apple. Nicely done to the upside for Apple. Let's see if we can't continue to hold out hope that it even goes higher. Now in the money, $1.10. You want dollar winners? Well, maybe that's a fluke, right? Well, then what's up with that? As we watch Google now in the money $1, as well as that's trying to break. Well, it's close enough. It was just in the money $1. Tries to break higher here. There goes Google. We'll take another spot out there, 4.90 cents. So yeah, right now, man, your boy's on one once again here. Different year, same results. Let's keep going to the upside right now as Apple, 131. You know what? Let's just put an offer there. We're only in right now. Unfortunately, only a quarter left of what we had, but we're not going to change who we are, man. We're scalper, and that's what we're going to continue to do. Big wins to start the year off. Hope you guys are having a good one. Please hit the like, subscribe, but more importantly, hit the share.
Yeah, just looking for some new names here because these Chinese names are going absolutely nuts. Pinduoduo, look at the chart. Come to the chart, please, guys, quickly. Pinduoduo went $5 with a monster sell wick through 89. We saw this happen last week. We know what can go on with these stocks when it comes to PDD, and this is that level, that same 68 that I completely bungled before. Now it's giving you the wick top. I said I would only trade these to the south side after they've ran stops. Well, it ran stops and then some. So if we get anywhere near that high, I'm going to look for that 89 short, at least in front of that 89 short. There are going to be opportunities to be had, I think, to the south side. One of them, at least I'm hoping, I'd rather Li Auto break down because I think there's just so much room if it can take out the bottom, but it is setting up for a 22 break. This has not been going the way that some of these other names have gone. Like, look at NEO. NEO broke tops, got to 1050s, pull back in. Li Auto is still hanging out in the channel. Your Jasper, if you're watching that, you got about 1.5 to 2 minutes until that opens back up. And I'm not short Intel. It's only blocking Apple for me to the long side. That's all we caught. Intel and the chips not following along. Wick top just finding support here, but I can't seem to get short in front of 27. And I don't want to chase this. Like, I don't want to chase this down to short with the market screaming. But we did just bounce off 3,900, guys. So 3,900 level on the ES just got taken briefly, and then you're flushing back in. That usually spells a bit of a reversal, at least in the short term.
Yeah, not good news there. But yeah, these Chinese names definitely. I mean, great call on those ones, man. Those are absolutely going nuts here a little bit. Apple has pulled back, as has Google a little bit. So that's why we want to take advantage of some of those top side moves. What's up, Brendo?
All right, 9:45, guys. We'll get this S&P manufacturing PMI, the final read for fourth quarter. 20 seconds to go here. 46.2 expected. And again, this is typically not a number that you'll get any kind of market move with, but in these conditions, any number is worth a note here. 10 seconds to go. Again, the U.S. S&P manufacturing final PMI for Q4 in 3, 2, and 1. 46.2. So in line with expectations, guys.
Okay. Was getting a little nervous there because Apple did start to go for a little bit of a dip there, and I was like, oh my god. But no, I wasn't like that. But okay, here it comes back in now. So we're going to try to go longer down here if it does come in. We do have some of those bottoms that I want to look at right there off that number. So thanks so much there, Brendo, with that one. Tesla's down more than 7% here in early trade. So we're going to have to watch out for that name. Probably more to come on the downside here for Tesla. Chips coming back in.
I'd watch out for some of these chip names right now because NVIDIA rejected 150 exactly and is now starting to roll back over. So that's looking a little bit perilous here. I'm a little bit nervous about NVIDIA, and I'm like, this has to be. I just reloaded Apple, sorry. If it gets through 150, I thought there was room to run, but when I see a rejection of a monster level like that, I have to start respecting it and just say to myself, I want to be short something. If I'm going to be short something, it's got to be Intel at this point. If I get 149 70s or like 80s, I'll probably take a shot at NVIDIA. But for now, it's like, how can I get some Intel shorts? Because this is absolutely, that's insane. The amount of selling that came in when we got to that level, that 3,900 level. Like, I'm trying to get Intel here. Intel's already breaking down on me. This is a bit frustrating. I have no shorts because I came in here thinking, there were mostly some long setups, and now I'm just going to take the break of this level downside on Intel just to get a bit of a piece of the pie and work it off this channel here. I know where I'm wrong. 3,900, 150 on NVIDIA. 2685 I'll kind of go with here on Intel just to get at least one bit of a salvo. And by salvo, I mean like a shot at short or something to the short side. When I see rejections of monster levels and I have a trending stock to the downside that's worked for me, I just want to be able to get into something. Maybe I have to give it a few extra shekels. I keep checking. If you see me look over like this, it's because I keep looking over at Jasper. Jasper's in a 10-minute halt again. So the first two halts on Jasper have been 10 minutes long. There's Apple, which it's trying to bounce off 129.50. This is not a very convincing bounce. Ignore these wicks to the downside. They never happened. But this last bounce off 129.50 has only gone about 20 cents, and then it's running into a bunch of selling. All meanwhile, while we've rejected a monster level at 3,900 and have a wick high. I'm trimming Apple. I'm going to trim Apple even some more here just to get some more shares out. Because if it takes out this low, it just feels like we're in for a pretty red day.
Yeah, that's funny because as you were talking, we're doing the exact same thing, man. We trimmed a bunch there at 80s, 75s, 80s, things like that. As we also did reload Apple, and that looks like it is. There it is. It just flushed out. So we took out the bottom there as the market continues to go, man. We also did take some more out of Google. We talked about that possibly setting up for a nice little flush move coming back in. We just need some names that are going to be more red than usual, which is actually Apple right now. Apple is the more red name right here. The only other one that's been absolutely destroyed, we've talked about this a little bit, is Tesla. But Tesla hasn't been that great. It was really great off the open, starting at 120, right back down here to 114. So maybe we do get this eventual flush even lower now for TSLA, trying to break, yeah, that 114 maybe collapses down. We had 113.74. I feel like we should take that bottom break, 113.74. Let's just take that. Maybe we do get a nice little bottom move here. So I'm going to take that bottom. So we just took 14 again, 114. I'm going to wait. That very bottom there, 113.72. Let's just see it make a new low. I mean, the day's still very young. It's 9:48 here. If Tesla's going to have one of those days again, better to be on board than not and get on board early. But we'll wait to see if it bounces. It's need to take that out, and then we'll be short. And when we are short, maybe we give this back to 116. I mean, that's sort of where VWAP is right now. If it's going to work, it's going to work. And let's give it a little bit of room. So we are looking for that Tesla short. As Apple trying to bounce up a little bit, the name that's been really strong has actually been Google, holding out on the high side right now. So I like Google at these levels. Let's see if it can hold. I don't want to reload longs, especially if I am going to wait for that Tesla to break the bottom. So here it comes back in. It's doing a real good job, though, of holding 114. So I'm going to be on that one. I've ignored NEO and all these things today, which probably is going to be a mistake. But for right now, Tesla flirting around 114, doesn't want to break. But there it is. Yeah, see, even when it breaks, it doesn't do anything. So here we go. We are going to take a short through the day's low right now.
So I did get, so Li Auto does break channel to the downside, 2150 got taken out. I'm short at 48, 48 and a half. It's 48 and a half, 49 that we got the short on. I think that the concern for me with that market reversal would be the one position I'm long in right now, which is block. So I reload block as it's just screaming down toward that pre-market low. But I'm trying to remind myself like what the look I have on the stock was. And originally it was like, oh, I wanted dip buys in front of the 50-period moving average. Now I'm out in front of the move that I feel like I can only really give into 65. And then the next long would be down in front of 63.50. We'll see what happens there as we go to Brendo and I think probably come back to Jasper opening.
One from last week, guys, that made a big move at the end of 2022. It looks like into the close, in fact, right up to $4 for ATNF. Keeps popping up on volume here. You can see more and more coming in through 5 right now for ATNF.
ATNF. Why do I know that? Oh, we just opened up and maybe we're heading back into the downside there. Oh, are we going into a down halt?
I don't know. Go over to.
Is it going to a down? It's going. Jasper's going into a down halt, guys. It opened up, rejected 240 immediately, and now at 218, it looks like it's going to try to go into a halt here. Yeah, there it goes. I paid for locates, and I was looking for an opportunity for a reversal. I mean, just a little bit too fast for me there. So I was unable to get anything. It's up 350%. At some point, you stop chasing and look for reversals on these things. We always say take profit when you get a chance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
That's exactly where I said it was going to stop.
Yeah,
that $4.
No, 240.
240. Yeah, 240 was the breaking. Oh, and then now it's halted down.
Yeah, now it's halted down. If it opens up and tries to like maybe reclaim this range here, I think there could be a trade off that reopen, but until it does, we'll have to wait around for that. Probably another 5 or 10 minutes. That Intel, I haven't added to Intel. It's now breaking the low of the day. I'm looking for a place to get more shares of this, but the thing about Intel is every 25 pennies is significant. So if I get it, I'm definitely risking back to 75 minimum, so I want to take something out if it gets to that bid, which it just did. I am in Li Auto to the short side, but I have to go back over to NEO. NEO is still strong. This is the Chinese names are super strong relative to the market here. You're getting right back to a top. So as I get short Li Auto, which is up 7%, 6% to NEO 6.8, I have to see if NEO is going to start breaking out. If NEO takes this 1050, there's a good chance this Li Auto just needs to come out wherever it happens to be. Pinduo Duo was the other name I wanted short. It's kind of consolidating a ways away from that high. I don't know if I want to be chasing this, and I might just have to get out of square, unfortunately. Netflix, that's another name I see people talking about in the chat. There was no push up to that 300. It's just only falling back in. It's about to break the 50-period moving average on Netflix. That's right here, right now, at 292. So if it's going to hold somewhere, this would be that first level for it to try to hold down at 292. Otherwise, you're thinking I'm thinking mid-80s anyways.
Bang. Sometimes that's all it takes, guys. Have ye of little faith to the downside for Tesla right now. We got some out at 113 there for $1. So what wasn't $1? Sorry, we're short at 70. So we took a little bit of profit right there. You could see the out. We tried to dance with the long. We talked about it. We basically held this name against us. Went as high as 114.20 or 114.30. So we'll take 50 cents or so. That's more than that, but we'll take that on the first bit, and then we'll see if we can hold for lower. I mean, I don't really have any expectations now for Tesla. The fact that it's down 8%, I thought we could have a chance of holding that 115. So we're going to just keep going. We're just going to keep holding the short. Right now, in the money, $1 on this Tesla trade. And by the way, man, I mean, we got out. Like, we have a very, very small piece left of Google. You can see 3 outs in a row right there. And then the only other name that's really gone to the downside here without too much love is going to be Bed Bath & Beyond, as that's right back in. So again, some decent outs there. We thought they had a chance at 3. Doesn't look like the market thought that at all. What did we just get out of right there? Nothing. Bed Bath & Beyond, we have a 60 print. Oh, it was Tesla just ticked down a little bit more there, but still having a problem at this 113. What's up, Brendo?
Big move down, guys, for Shopify. It was up significantly, not only pre-market, but also out of the gate here up to 36.50, but huge volume downside, now 1.8. There was a new subscription product that was launched for their retail customers specifically, so Mattel and COUP among those mentioned. So big move down for Shop.
Yeah, so you're getting a huge reversal. There's a name that I forgot to talk about, and I'll put this one on me for anyone that was watching Moderna. If you're looking at Moderna this morning, this is as clean as, man, this is about as good as it gets when you're looking for shorts. I have 2 shorts, and Moderna should be one of them. Wick high through pre-market levels, but if you look at the channel last week, 184. There's 184, there's 183, there's 184 pre-market. It touches 184.30. And then complete reversal, and this has been in a bit of a downward trend. So if this can't get past that on any kind of bounce up, I would look for the short. Okay, Li Auto's now starting to go. I want to look to see if I can find somewhere to add to this. If it's going to break down, it's got such a huge gap fill. As I see the market come in, I'm seeing Neo pull back beneath that 1030 level. This just makes me like it a little bit more. If we get another pop to about 2160, I think I'll go for a few more shorts here in Li Auto. Intel still working. NVIDIA, wow, 150 on a dime. Now that's continuing to the downside. I think support from where it was on Friday looks pretty good. 143. I know it's $3 away, but the way this market's going to the downside, yeah, I'll be waiting till about 143 to try any bids over there on NVIDIA. And when are we open? In about, okay, a couple more minutes until we have JSPR opening up.
Yeah, I want to find a name that sort of pulled back a little bit here, back into some support. So looking to find something here that's been up that has pulled back a little bit. So that's sort of what I'm trying to do here. We do have Tesla right now, obviously, as that's just hovering around 113, so that's not going to be it. I am debating on the Google right now to go longer, but I still feel like this has a little ways to fall again, man. 85.50 or 89.50, sorry, back in could be something. But a lot of my net right now is going to depend on what Tesla's doing. We're now in the money $1. I do have a bid at 112. So if that continues to go to the downside, I do like that 112. I know you did talk, obviously, some kind of Chinese there.
That was so fast, as Jasper.
What happened,
It's down halt already.
Yeah, I started the day, it was like Jasper's going to halt. But
you can't even get, I'm just too
that
slow.
many times?
What is like, it's only, I know it's a new year, but I'm only a couple of days older. I should be a little bit faster on the bloody keys. This thing opened back up, and it's in a down halt at $2. I was trying to get short on the reopen. It's now, the indicated open price right now is $165. So that's successive down halts. This is what it looks like on my 15, but I suppose on a stock like this, I should show on the 3. Successive downward halts, indicating a 165. That's pretty ugly, obviously. But one name that's actually holding back up here, the breakout initially on block, I almost said square, that was a good one. And then I tried to dip buy and then stopped out at 65.5. The pre-market low sits at 64.5 here. The 50 period sits at 63.50. I was not patient enough on the way down. Now, sometimes when it's coming back in, you want to wait for it to give a little bit of a bounce off pre-market low, then I'll get into a long, bounce off 63.50, then I'll try getting into a long. Still have yet to add to Li Auto, but I think I can be patient there. Pinduo Duo is the other one. It's just kind of channeling, going sideways. So the longer it does that, I'm not just going to sit in front of 88.50. Maybe there's a short off the 88 level. I did this on Friday where I allowed it to go this far, then shorted it off the higher or the lower high. So I might just go ahead and do that on pin duo as a way to get into this position and give it to 88 even.
All right, there it is again, man. Let's go. Awesome little trade right there. We'll spin the money for my boy Sharif over there on the big desk right now. He's back trading, but was there earlier. Nice little move downside for Tesla. Now $2 in the money on that one. So yeah, we are going to spin that for you. It's been a big trade there for Tesla here today. So nice done. We talked about it dancing around. I was like, we want that 114 short. We waited for it to break the bottom. And shout out to Frank Jones and everybody that's out there as well, talking about being patient, refocusing, things like that. And I feel like that's exactly what we did here with this Tesla trade. We took the long that we liked, and then we took the short that we liked. So back-to-back, good trade opportunities there for me. So we're going to go like with a little bit of a bang there. Look, I'm just happy. It's $1.70 now in the money. You've been battling with NVIDIA a little bit. I prefer AMD, of course.
I haven't traded it yet.
Oh, yeah, no, I just mean sort of talking about it a little bit there. But here comes AMD right back down. Maybe this name is about, I mean, do we even want to go long here, 65? Like, I thought maybe we did into this support. But the thing is that if we take a long 65, I mean, you got to be holding it at least 50 or 60 cents back to the highs of Friday. So I don't know, man. The market has definitely pulled back here just a tad. So I don't know if we're ready to blow up to the upside yet here on some of these names. But the thing about it is the market, remember we said just setting up to get smacked. Even our boy Randy came through and said downside possibly on the market.
Maybe we should be changing this.
There it is. Yeah, I mean, we could. I don't know. We could put a poll up. But right now, 65. Why don't we do that? If Justin, if you're watching, let's get a poll up right now, or if whoever can do it. Let's see if we can get a poll up about where this market's going to go.
Oh, goodness.
Right now. What do you got?
Arrows to the downside. I actually did not just get filled there. I was about to hit the celebration on Intel, but I didn't get the 38 fill for some reason. I'm going to see. Yeah, there we go. I just got it at 39s. So we finally jumped to short. Couldn't get it in the 80s. Missed the 27 break. Ended up shorting it at 65. So miss it by like 30 cents on the move, and it still gives you another 30 cents to the downside. That's how bad this is. And just to go to Li Auto, I got my first leg out there, 21.30s. I still want to see if I can. Well, I want the 60s. If it pops back up, I want to join this back into the downside as the market obviously coming down. It's catching a bid. I think this can be the chance to short pops on something relatively weak. It ends up not taking out the top. It ends up breaking the bottom channel. That's why short in Li Auto. As we go to Brendan and see what's happening now, besides the market falling.
All right, that's a construction spending number in line with expectations, 0.2% versus basically 0.2%. So that was month over month construction spending that just came out there at 10 o'clock, guys, in line with expectations to slightly to the downside. Speaking of S&P 500, slightly to the downside, 0.03 right now. The Dow 0.16 back in negative territory. Look at the Russell. All kinds of strength right now in small caps, including the 2000, 1.24 back to the upside. NASDAQ red as well, but only just, if you were with us in the pre-market, we were talking about a whole bunch of things, including Tesla, Apple, and yeah, these Chinese ADRs. Crazy moves right across the board, so strong. Q4 deliveries missing estimates for Tesla. Foxconn, meanwhile, for Apple, back to 90% production capacity. Ouch, Randy. 9.2% to downside for Tesla. There's this FUTU. I bring this up because this is a Chinese stock, but the only one showing a little bit of weakness here, now down 1.6 for FUTU.
That FUTU gave the FU to anybody that was the FUTU to anybody that was long it. It's like 30-something% to the downside.
Dr. Zeus or something?
I almost said something. I can say the FU. It kind of gave that look last week. Down over 30%. It was pretty crazy, and then it ended up falling even more. But this market, I just grabbed the long, and I don't want to reverse short on squares. So, I'll just get, when you don't want something, it's like you get into it. I did not mean to reverse short and square. I'm just going to get out flat. Like I just gotten in the long off the pre-market lows and block, and then it immediately wicks me out. It just, again, that's with the market bouncing a little bit here. So all I have is 2 shorts on. We like some longs early. I'll get some out as we get to the quarters on Li Auto. And I'm like, why am I bidding 23s? I know it's the year of Jumpman, but that doesn't mean I have to start randomly bidding that price. So we just bounced off 21 quarter. I'll get another leg out there as we can hopefully ring the register on things that are flushing down. But Apple, which started out so good, like when you get out, just reverse sometimes.
Yeah.
Like Apple gave good bounce plays for scalps, but Like, give me a break when it finally took that 129.50. You're just off the race to the downside. All I got is, Intel, which is working short, and Li Auto, which is working short, and I can't seem to get any Jasper shorts. I know some of you guys are watching Bed Bath & Beyond and AMC during this bloodbath. Well, oddly enough, that 420 level on AMC, you can't make it up. It broke out at 420. It then wicked bottom through 420 and is actually bouncing higher. So of all things to be holding strength, here we are, 2023, market's flushing, and AMC just found a bid at 420. Whatever.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to step into a new position right now. Yeah, 420. I mean, as much as things change, they remain the same apparently.
Exactly.
With that magical number right there. All right, we're back into AMD. It's not even moving right now, but we did bounce. I mean, I said we'd look for a level there, and some of the levels that we were talking about were a little bit lower, but we just came back in, and I was like, if we're going to try to hold this, at least now we have sort of a 50 cent or so range here. I'm going to try to hold this until we get to 50s. So, we are long right now on AMD. You can see where we just triggered in. I believe our price is 80. Where is it? 87, okay, up to 97. Do I not have an out there? No, but here we go. Breaking a little bit higher right now. Let's see if we can't deal with this the proper way here on AMD, and try to take out a winner here on the long side. Up to 64.85 right now is sort of an area for me to be concerned with, so that's what we're gonna do. Still continue to watch this level here for AMD, 64.50. I like it as a possible bounce spot here. Tesla's still $2 in the money. I'm leaving that one alone, man. So let's just see if the market wants to continue to fade out. We're here for that move, and we're here for Tesla to go to the downside. So let's wait to see if Tesla does exactly do that.
Yeah, it's just, you could see 110 pretty quickly here, but I'm noticing something because PayPal is holding up way better than Square right now. I know it's only at 4%, but it did not get to the lows. I saw Block get all the way to its lows, whereas you're actually seeing PayPal hold up around the 74 level. More importantly, where it broke out at the open, 73.40, that held higher than that number. So if we come to the downside a little bit more, I think I'm going to prefer this one for a dip buy. I'm just going to get my order out in the bottom of this channel. Where's Li Auto going? I don't want Li Auto to get to 21 without me taking a couple more legs out here. So I'm just going to get on. It looks like it's at 14s. Going to get some out in front of 21.14, then maybe 21 even. And then if it breaks 21, then I want to hold to see if it just fills the entire gap to 2050. I think the scalp trade is breaking bottoms here and then getting to 21, that first 50 pennies. We've already got a 50 penny winner on right now, so I want to give it some room, but it definitely makes sense to take something out, especially with NEO as well. Holding this $10, at least attempting to hold $10. So NEO all the way back into the bottoms. I decided I wanted Li Auto to the short side. That's where we grab. But if a bid comes in here in the market and some of these Chinese names, then I do want to make sure I'm taking profit out. 21's about as good as you can ever hope to get with a move like that.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was looking at that 11 level for NEO, so that could be something to work out with right now. Okay, so we did take some more AMD here. We do have that bottom take. We just took a 74, I believe, bid. They're giving us now an average price of 82. So, yeah, it's not, it's in our wheelhouse right now. But, again, I'm looking for it to honestly get back up to the 50 period right now. So I don't... I feel like we got to sit here and try to take a little bit of risk on some of these plays. So that is what I'm going to do, man. So we are going to try to do that a little bit here as we go. So let's wait and try to be as patient as we can with AMD here. I don't know if the market's going to bounce. The thing is, we're at that 11,000 marker, right? So that's a pretty key spot for me right there on the NASDAQ, 11,000. So, if it does bounce, this is an area for me to look at here for a possible move back to the upside in these names. So we're still holding on to Tesla. Everything's all good with that. But over to the big desk. What's up, Brendo?
Just noting this one popping up in front of me here, 6.5% for RIVN, guys. This is all-time lows right now for RIVN.
Yeah, I was just looking at that and Lucid a couple of times.
I didn't pay for shorts yet. I think.
No, I didn't pay. But given I was looking at the Chinese names for the, at least for the EVs, it kind of got me away from that. Looks like we're gonna break the second halt bottom on Jasper to the downside, 175 here. There's a big battle happening at this 175, and that first halt was a 165 bottom. So if it's going to make some kind of a sympathy turn, this would be the area that I would think. If it blows through that, I think you could see 130 at least. So 165, if there's going to be a bounce long, I feel like this is where I'm going to have to play it. I wish I had the shorts. you know, I paid for the shorts. I just I wasn't able to get into position on it. You know, that is what it is. You're going to miss opportunities every now and then. But if it can hold 165, that's about the only thing I would play long, unless you're looking at that 130. So I just grabbed, I think, 72s there. Risk about 7 to 10 cents, depending on slippage. And if it can't hold this, you get out. When it breaks the channel down, you get out on this stock because it's risking halt every time. And oh my goodness, it just gave a 10-cent move. I should probably take that. It's going wild here, like 10 cents back and forth.
Ooh.
If it breaks down, it's going to get pretty ugly. So I'm going to ring the register every single chance it gets me to that 180s. And if it plays this over and over again, that's fine. But if we break away from this, there's a decent chance we're just going right into another halt. So tight stop at 165. Hold some to see if it can't get back to 2 even. And more of a scalp zone in here on this Jasper.
Yeah, I wonder what's up with Tesla. Did we just bottom there? I don't know. Tesla trying to make that bottom there at 111. Again, 111.70, 111.60, 111.50. It's all right there, and we've made possibly some bottoms. So I'm looking at 113. If it breaks a lot higher, if it breaks higher than that, let's just end this trade, take our 70 cents, and move on a little bit. And then if it continues to make a move down, then it does make a move down. So we want to try to hold on to that. We've averaged into our AMD trade, but this Tesla trade is just, it's kind of barcoding down here, right? And when a stock does that, especially when the market's kind of doing the same thing, you know, then we're kind of just relying on what this market wants to do. We already have a long in AMD, and like I said, we are at that 11,000 mark. So if the market continues to fall down here, obviously, I'm short the right name. I'm pretty sure about that. It's just, are we going to be at a spot where we bounce? And that's ultimately the question that we're going to have to answer. And I'm going to wait. If Tesla takes out 113, then we can wait on that move for sure. And that is what we will do right now. All right, there's the reload in AMD. But as the market continues to go to the downside, it's not even a reload. These are averages in. And this is our last average. So we're long at 75. Our out's going to be 50s. So if it breaks it, it breaks it. And the market will continue, obviously, to bleed to this downside. So not a great morning for the longs. But, you know, we have counteracted that with this Tesla short. Bed Bath & Beyond, I mean, honestly, guys, like I want to keep going over this to some extent. But it's just at 250 right now. So I don't know. I was waiting for even lower, man. My bids are in the 40s.
I just got filled.
What, for long?
On Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, yeah. So
the second
good.
you said the name Bed Bath & Beyond, I got
because it's at 250, so it's probably a key level there for you. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Bed Bath & Beyond. We're long at 57. Maybe we'll just average in a little bit here.
That was bizarre. I mean, it was just, look, it closed at 251, so 250 is a key price area. So I was bidding at 52s this entire way.
AMD.
So I'm just gonna get my stop loaded as an adjustment. I wanted to go to Nvidia because Nvidia is still screaming to the downside. Now I'm short Intel, but I said Nvidia I like 143. We're now within $1 of said level. So I think we have a decent chance of getting it. I don't want to jump in too early, but I also don't want to miss the move. You had 143.5 on the afternoon on Friday that held up, so I might take one swing in front of that before eventually it could get to that 143. Nvidia definitely going to be my radar down here. I got to respect the fact that Intel could be bottoming, especially given the fact the market got to negative on the ES.
Yeah.
You know, and you started bouncing the NASDAQ 0.4, but you're starting to get into some price areas where if you can hold like overnight lows, and it's like 10,950 or whatever on the NASDAQ, that I think taking some profit or even considering getting out of the short is going to make some sense. I already just got the bottom, a recent bottom on Intel, and it's starting to channel. If it breaks back up, I'm probably liking 75s more than I like the 65 for a reload short when I look back at this chart. So if it gets back to that low of the day, I might consider taking all of this Intel out. Jasper, oddly enough, still in that same channel. I have 72s long. It won't break 80 just yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, AMD did break, man. I mean, those were some of those longs that we're talking about here, not giving too much love in for that. Bed Bath & Beyond still back down here. We did take a 51 off that. We did average back into the short now for AMD. I mean, the way that just kept on going down there, if the market does not want to hold 11,000, which now it's at 10,980 right now. So you are starting to make a little bit of a move down. So let's flip over some of our positions here and now get into the short. There it goes. Nice, nice. Okay, good. So, you know, making that back, I mean, right away, making some money back. Oh, wow, okay. Right away, making some money back here on the short as that continues to make a move down now. So let's see if we get a 40 print. We're 17 cents in the money on this. So making back a little bit here of what we've lost on AMD just by reversing into the short now against 80. 180. So good trade here. We're now 20. Now we're more than 1-to-1 here against us for the risk to reward. So let's start piecing some out as we go to the downside here. And we flipped up our positions, man. It's AMD short. It's Bed Bath & Beyond. Who cares? That's not moving. And then Tesla right now still not moving much either, as we still stay sub 12 right now on Tesla. We still have it. Let's go, man. You got to break the, okay, I got to take a piece out at, okay, well, now it breaks. I was going to say I got to take a piece out at 40. So we do that on AMD as it's bouncing around a little bit there. I know likey when it does that, but let's see if it continues to make a move down. There it is. Yes, sir. AMD here cashing it out. You know, sometimes, man, you just got to, like, no matter which way the market, you're thinking the market is, sometimes
it goes where it wants.
Playing momentum here on some of these crazy names definitely works. Brendan, give us another momentum or breaking news or something. What's up?
Little one, yeah, trying to get some momentum going back to the upside. AUPH, there was settlement reached on a trial that was going against them initially with Sun Pharmaceuticals, but went their way. AUPH back to 550, it looks like, a bit of a level here.
So 2150 was a break on Li Auto. It has been absolute timber. It just bounced off 2103. So I said I would get some out in front of 21. And if 21 breaks on Li Auto, I think it's got another 30 or 40 cents into the downside. That and Intel continue to be shorts for me. But there was a nice little move in Jasper there. It tried to get to $2. I was scalping in the range of that since the open. It's been about, that whole price 165, but it's been about 170 that's holding, and then bouncing up to this 190. It's only giving you like 10, 15 pennies over and over again. And if it can't break higher, I think this could be flushing into VWAP, but I've now scalped what I will. You're already at that. I was just saying 143 on NVIDIA. You're already at that NVIDIA 143. Like, it doesn't take very long. Like, I waited for the trade to go long, and here we are. If it can bounce, fine, but this market is not showing you that many signs. All the best trades for me have been all to the short side. I think that goes without saying. 143's bounced for now. At this point, if it can get to 44, 44.5, I think I'd be pretty pleased.
All right, well, we're going to have a new trade here, and unfortunately for those of you looking for the shorts, it's going to be a long right now as Microsoft came back into that 240 area. Again, another name that we talked about on here, 240. It's on the sticky note for Microsoft. It came in, it filled me. We are now long, Microsoft that we've taken out. I mean, I took out already a quarter. Okay, here we go. I took out a quarter already. Look at Tesla right now. Tesla is, I was going to say flying, but it's going the other way. Obviously, it's dropping. Down to the downside right now goes Tesla, as we are now $3.
Oh, my God.
$3 now in the money on Tesla as that continues to make a move down, and we're 30 cents in the money on AMD as I keep putting some bids out and cracking out lower bids on AMD. As right now we'll watch and hope and pray that Microsoft can be the savior of my account here, as some of the longs have not been great, but MSFT, print, baby, print. Let's keep going to the upside. We are now long at the quarters. We need a little bit more than this if we're going to make some real money, but let's get some upside moves now in Microsoft as we're getting out of some AMD, making some coin back on MSFT. Maybe that bounces, man. That 240 level has looked pretty good in the past. I like even dollar levels. We are now out of exactly half for that 20 to 30 cents because, again, where's my risk? My risk is down to 240. So that's already 1-to-1 on this bad boy. Let's see if it wants to continue to make that move up. And again, some decent outs. I'm going to get another out here on AMD just in case that might be the bottom there for AMD. I don't ever want to say there's a bottom, especially in this market. But there's Tesla. Again, it broke that bottom and tanked to 110.70. Let's see if Tesla can make this dream work out to the downside.
Yeah, so far, NVIDIA, it got to 144. It's looking a little better than the 144 for the bounce. Like, not that much better, but a little bit better than the 144 even. It looks like that could be a bit of resistance. But you're in that channel now where if it's going to put in a bounce or any kind of a significant move to the upside, and just looking at my 3-minute here just to keep it simple, you just look at previous support levels from Friday. It's been sort of channeling up. If it's going to hold, I think you can see 44, 44.5, and 45. So that's what I'm going to shoot for there. Bed Bath & Beyond doesn't look like it wants to hold yesterday's close very well. And I don't want to ignore some of these other names that I know some people are watching here. NIO now solidly through 10. Just continuing to flush into the downside. Maybe it does see that 950. I chose Li Auto, but I think you could have gone to this one as well. Alibaba showing signs of weakness. I think that goes without saying. And then just to come back over to Netflix, this is one that we're talking about, that 300 rejection. Well, it's already at 290. I like the 285. That's probably where I'd look for that dip buy. Very similar to NVIDIA, where there was huge buy support Friday morning. last year. I think that's where I want to go back to before you even think about taking longs on something like a Netflix. That Jasper, this is insane. It's just chewing volume
It's
right
nuts.
now. Like, it's just in this 10-cent range chewing volume after it couldn't even stay open for more than a couple of minutes. I'd like to see it break up, but I don't want to reload this in front of 165. I feel if it could test that bottom, it could halt to the downside and get to 130. So I'm just waiting for this now to break higher, give me twos, and then maybe halt to the upside.
All right, this is why we continue to talk about, risk to reward and management and things like that, and just how important that is. First of all, there goes Microsoft. So that's what I want to talk about was that, Microsoft, although we took the shot at that, I told you we were out of half for that 1-to-1, right? So then when it does bleed like this, come down to the downside, if you have the winner on and it rips, great. I mean, you still have half on, you've taken some out. But now, when it makes that move back down, and this is part of the scalper, right? I mean, when it makes this move down, I sit there and say, okay, we've gotten hit, now we're out, and now, like we said, I keep shouting out you, Frank Jones, because you did say something important at the open, and that was regroup. And I think that when you get stopped out, like we just did right there, I don't need to buy Microsoft right back again. Let's let things settle down and make sure that we make the right calls. And I think that that's really paid dividends for me today, including my number one stock here today, Tesla. I mean, we were initially long. Look at the hits we took. First of all, we took 50 cents on a third, then we lost $1 on the last 2/3. So net, we're down 50 cents, okay? Because take it, lose it, that's it, right? Up 50 cents, down $1 on 2/3. That's how that works. And then we go short here at 114, and now we're 315 now in the money. So it's like you got to be patient and be able to switch up your game a little bit. And the exact same thing happened for me on AMD. Went long initially, and now we're sitting here where I'm thinking maybe I should take some out. And now we're sitting here in a spot that's pretty darn good for us to the short side now. So, be able to have that flexibility, I think, very, very important in trading, right? Apple right now, is that true? I just saw someone say 52-week low. Yeah. What? Wow. Holy crap.
A new 52-week. It's unbelievable.
Wow, Apple, definitely downside move. All right, man. I mean, I've been trading a lot of big cap stocks here, obviously, today. But we are going to talk. We had Jasper there, a small cap.
Oh, Jasper halted to the upside now, by the way.
Are you long?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, okay, good. So Jasper halting around, and this is a perfect sort of segue over to our small cap recap with Brendan.
I can't believe Apple.
Hey guys, yeah, brought to you by Moomoo, one-stop trading app helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendar, stock screeners, so much more. Now until the 31st, to open an account and get up to 20 free stocks for U.S. users and $110 cash back for Australian users. Sign up by using the link below. Shout out to Moomoo. Yeah, crazy day for small cap names, guys. Here's a few that are on watch still. RSLS, huge move to the upside. Really was no levels to contend with, as this was one of those recent reverse stock splits. It did struggle, however, in front of 13 on this way to the upside. So I just took a break of 13, took a quick buck. That looks like nothing now that it's $5 higher than that for Reshape Life Science. That was that 450,000 float stock. CMMB was another one. Up in the pre-market here, was struggling at 520 in the pre-market, kind of chopping around, was actually holding that as support. So I just worked into the short in front of 520. We're down to $4 now, still up about 30% though. And yeah, you guys are covering this JSPR, now halted upside after a break of, looks like 190 through 2, back higher, guys.
So we're pretty fortunate because obviously, look, if Jasper broke the channel down, it's halting down. And I think that's that 165, if it doesn't hold, then you're just in a halt down. It ends up holding. So I'm going to think about that high, and it's about 240. Actually, no, it's not about 240. It's exactly 240 is the top on Jasper. It looks like it's indicating a flat open at 197. I'm anticipating that despite it saying that, it could open higher, make a run at the top. If it opens above $2, I'm very likely to give it a shot to run at 240. If it rejects 240, I'd probably slip a quick trailing stop at about 220 just to lock in profit. NVIDIA continues to try to bounce off these lows. I have 65s. I didn't really get anything. It came down, snapped to 143.07, and I missed a chance to get some longs in there. And I got to go back over to Intel as NVIDIA is bouncing off the bottoms. Intel has a pretty significant bounce that it's already holding. So it never reclaimed. With the market at the lows, Intel has yet to reclaim some of those lows. Now, I'm saying all this, and I'm about to reload Intel, but only give it to about 2660. So I want to get some shares in the 50 level, and if it's going to go 55, 54, 55, and if it's going to break 60s, get the VWAP, I'll just get out of it because it's showing me some signs that it's relatively strong here, as it's not really at those lows. Actually still green on the day. PayPal is the other name. Still 3.5%, still holding the top of this channel here. Either it breaks out at 74.25, or I just need to start looking longs in this breakout price. This would be 73.75 if you look at where the support is coming in. So I think there's a tight stop long that I can try to work here on PayPal, risking maybe 15 to 20 cents at worst, and see if we can hold this channel. We'll be opened up in about a minute on JSPR, in which case I'll implement the plan to hopefully ride it to the high of the day.
The plan. Okay, I have a plan here, and that's going to be on Apple. Risk to reward time. We are at this 125.50. That is the new low, 125.49. So I'm just going to go long here, risking 20 cents, and see if we can't get a 20-cent pop. I mean, it's pretty straightforward here for me on the R to R for Apple. And there it is. Give me some 79s, baby. There it is. Nice little move to the upside as we take that. Okay, Apple. I see you. Okay, Apple. All right. That was good. That was a good little trade there. As you can tell, thank you for watching the show. Please hit the like button and the subscribe, as there it is right there. Apple, this is the problem, man. Rose-colored glasses, looking at this stock, thinking we have a lot more to run. But hey, man, should we just take out our 30-cent profit? I am starting to do a little bit of that right now into the 90s. So 30-cent profit right there for 15 cents worth of risk. Like it. So let's start doing that right now. We are now out of about 35% of this trade, as it just put us 2-to-1 on risk to reward right there. Taking some out right now is 1-to-1. So let's do that. If we can, we missed it. We tried to offer 81s there. Here we go. Get upside. Did we get hit there again? No, we did not. But we're going to offer 81s, go 1-to-1 here for a little bit. And then if the market rallies, like I said, we are going to have a decent piece on board for a rally. But needs to rally first for that to happen. Tesla, I'm going to give this back to 113. Whatever, man. Let's just see where this goes. I mean, that 112.70 is kind of what I'm looking at there. That's the 50 period. So I put 113. It has come back in. Maybe we'll adjust this. Let's adjust this to 112.50. So stop on Tesla will be 112.50. But hey, man, we're long Apple right now, short Tesla. So yeah, we're going to need to, have this market kind of figure itself out here. One of them, obviously, well, we've already cashed out of Tesla, and Apple, we need to have some work done. So hopefully 112.50. I'm adjusting my stop here for Tesla, and I want the market to rip.
It's SSR now. That's the thing, too.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, actually, I didn't even know.
SSR.
Good point. I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, so with Tesla triggering SSR, sometimes you get a bouncer. I'm not there long. But Jasper, it tried to take 2. I was looking to put a trailing stop. It broke 220. I still have my stop at 165. So if it opens up beneath that price, I'm out automatically. That'll trigger. It's still in the money even with the halt down, and we did scalp most of it out. So there's really no need to panic here. But a 175 indicated open after a 185 down halt. So it could open here and almost immediately stop out the last of those shares. But if you're going to hold on for a bigger move, you're going to scalp some out. I wanted to give it some room to run. We're going to go ahead and do that. Not sure the last is going to end up a winner. I am triggered in on the break of PayPal here. Why is that order there? As it tries to go upside, this is one of the stronger names in the market. If it sees the high of the day, I 100% want to take shares out in front of the high of the day here on PayPal. So I should get some orders out just in case we do see another market pop. I did get filled on NVIDIA, so we can definitely be happy about that one. Ooh, I don't want to hit that key. I wanted to hit the congratulations key, because if you managed to catch any bottoms in this market, then congratulations to you, because these have been free falls, right? Like, look at it. Look how bad NVIDIA is. I know I'm short Intel, but that's nowhere near as good as the short in NVIDIA. Like, I wish I had it, but I just got some out there at the quarter mark. I'll reload in front of 143 and 143 alone. If it can hold that price area, great. If it can't, then we're just in for more of the rest. Li Auto just continues to work. Like, it broke 21, got to 2090.
Wow.
I'm just looking at where it closed on Friday and thinking I'll get out in front of that.
And absolutely nothing holding, as we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. As you know what, Apple's been fine, and we talked about that risk to reward. That last trade was fine, but yeah, no love in sight for any of these tech names. As the NASDAQ now, I feel like it feels a lot worse than it is, only down 0.72, but it's bad. Where we started from. That's really the question. AMD not really going down too much anymore either. Maybe there is a bottom here somewhere. We just got to find it. What's up, Brendo?
Both Bed Bath & Beyond and this one, AMC, in the pre-market this morning just took back that 420 level, guys. Once again, volume alert just went off there for AMC.
Okay. AMC, yeah, I was looking at AMC. Bed Bath & Beyond still doing nothing for me as well, so we'll have to wait for that one.
Absolutely nothing.
We did talk about JP Morgan earlier. I said that there would be some strength in the banks, and that would probably be something that you'd want to look at. So the bank's still positive here today and bouncing off some key levels as well. So JP Morgan, although it didn't get down to that 133.50 or so that I liked, we did get pretty close. We got to 134.50 after what a monster open for JP Morgan. We talked about liking the banks. Went to 137 almost there, pulled back $3. So watch out for JP Morgan on a little bit of a pullback now as Tesla still battling near these bottoms, man. Let's see what happens at 110. Do we get there?
Yeah, I'm just pulling up. I see you, Trader Gorno, talking about Nike. It did a wick top off resistance.
Oh my God,
if you
I
look
like
at
Nike too.
Yeah, if you look at last week, or was it last week? Yeah, it was. Well, I guess it was a couple of weeks ago. This was 119.20, and I like 118.50. It's put in that same level for resistance. So go all the way back to the gap up on earnings. It's the same double top. I think if it re-challenges that top, it's probably short in front of it. If the market rebounds, though, hey, it's up 1%, it's relatively strong, you should at least be considering breakout off that level. I think it's at least reasonable that it could break out at 119.25. But I would short that level if it got back up there. I'm going to have to get back. It's about 50 seconds until it reopens on Jasper. I do have a stop. And so the way our stops work is like if it opens, it doesn't matter that it's halted. Like the order doesn't actually trigger until this thing is opened back up. But if it does open out of the money, or not out of the money, but beneath 165, I'm out. It's indicating 175, so that's not really in that much trouble. But that'll be open any second now. Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean,
okay,
I
10
don't.
seconds.
I mean, Tesla's right now taking down the lows at 1050 again, so that's continuing to work here. Apple, I'm just pretty. I mean, we should have just shorted that one at 126, but we didn't, so that's now done. Tesla's going down. Now it's down 10% again there. NVIDIA down 2%. Square's still up 2%, so that could be something that eventually fades out. Roku, guys, and hit the like button. Thank you so much for watching. Over 8,000 people watching right now. It's 10:30 as we go. Jasper's been a fun one.
That's crazy.
For sure. You know, it's not the right day to talk about heart attacks, but that's the right name to give you one if you were interested in getting one of those. But Jasper right now to the downside, but up 244%.
Just come to me for a second. It basically hit the whole price, triggered my stop, and now looks like it's holding the whole price at 165. I might consider jumping back into this and then giving it like 1 extra cent. If it can start bouncing here, maybe get back above 170, give it like 5 pennies. But I got to watch out for PayPal. Like, oh, okay, so it just broke. So I'm not gonna get into it. It just broke 165. No need to get back into that. It had to hold that whole price. Now that it's out, I've already taken the hit. PayPal broke the channel to the downside there. So another long that goes kaput. We like this channel break to the upside, give it to the bottom of the range. It stops me out. Just going back over to Bed Bath & Beyond. You know what? Forget about Bed Bath & Beyond. It's still not moving. That's absolutely insane that it won't move. I think Tesla down here, it goes SSR. After 123 down 10%, but it's held 110, and there's some buyers at 110.50 as well. So just from a pure scalping perspective, I'm probably going to look for one of those quick little buy zones, either off the 110 level, maybe even that 110.50, just going quick risk to reward. Intel, I got to reload. It has yet to break VWAP. And just going back over to NVIDIA, there goes 143. It bounces to 144. I get a scalp trade there. But once again, testing those lows, you get absolutely schmacked. It's just holding on to some shorts here and then having that pay for the day, because catching bottoms in this market has been not very successful. It gives you 1 or 2 shots, but eventually these bottoms you keep getting taken out. Brendo, again?
All right, we'll get a look at the crypto markets here, guys, as we head towards 11 o'clock this morning. A bit of a choppy day so far for both Bitcoin and Ethereum. Interesting note here, I was just reading through, this fight between who gets jurisdiction over this FTX dispute continuing. If you remember over the weekend down here, they were talking about Bahamian officials claiming to have seized $3.5 billion in FTX assets. This article essentially saying they don't believe a word of that and continue to see who's going to be able to put SBF on trial. Who is apparently going to plead not guilty as well. I saw that this morning. BTC, meanwhile, downside, 16,600 coming into play right now, which was that resistance going back to last week after the break to the high side. Down slightly, 0.5% here for Bitcoin, 0.8 for Ethereum, back above 1,200, trying to hold. But red for the most part, guys, for Bitcoin and all crypto markets for that matter.
Well, yeah, I would imagine crypto wouldn't be having a good morning the way this market is going. It's just going to tend to follow. We got to 1% on the NASDAQ. We're bouncing away from it. Meta's actually still strong somehow, up 2%, off of the lows. Well, sorry, off of its breakout. I shouldn't say off of the lows because it broke out at 122.5. It's been holding that higher low. Man, if this market, again, if this is a name, if the market catches a bid, I tried PayPal. I'll only look for things that are relatively strong or at absolutely monster levels. Otherwise, it's worth a bit of a reload. It's worth this reloading some shorts, which I'm doing in Intel. That Jasper, for the record, it wicked me out of my last shares on that dip buy and is now going into another up halt. So this is the price area that I think once it stopped halting, it made some sense in front of that first halt. It worked. I stopped out the last 10% of my position, and then it looks like it's going to go into another up halt. So I think that 165 area is where you want to go if there's going to be any kind of support. You've now broken, and Li Auto, waiting for Li Auto, at least for me, is going to be, it was up and it was gapping higher. We waited for it to make its move. It finally put in an open range break of the low. It's now through 21 clean. It's now at 2075. I'm just looking back into Friday's close. Once it gets there, I'm out of dodge. I'm actually, in fact, looking at NEO here as I hit enter a second time. That's already, okay, it's not quite there, but it's 10 cents away from being flat on the session and giving it all back. That's where I'd look for a bit of a bounce if I had to as a day trader. 975 on NEO, then maybe that 950 area. Just bloodbath to the downside, but these have at least been relatively strong. I did pay for locates on Jasper, so the other end of that coin, I don't know if I'll go back into the long, but it does feel it could not get through that other halt at $2. If I see $2 for a short on the reopen, I'd probably look for something there, but it's indicating a flat open for now.
Yeah, good thing I didn't want to interrupt you, but you have Apple coming down right into 125 again. That's a short. I am going to go short Apple 125. Wow. I know we've missed it. I mean, I know it's down $6. I don't really care that much. I mean, the move is to the downside. I mean, obviously, you know, this drop is $4, $5 since the open, right? $4 basically since that 129 break. And it really hasn't bounced at all. We tried to bounce, and we actually did pretty decently on some of that bounce, but nowhere near as well as we had hoped to do. So let's see if we can't catch it now on a much cleaner, hopefully cleaner, 125 bounce, right? So that's what take to the downside. Like I think that we don't get a bounce at 125. I mean, it's such a key level that I think there is going to be some downside hits here. So let's just continue to hope for that, that 125 gets taken and then out. I'm going to give it 50 cents. So now you know sort of what we're looking at there, 125.50 or so on the downside. So the first target would be around 50 cents. So I'm going to give it that. Let's see if it works. Right now, Apple looks like it wants to go to the downside and continue that move. So let's just go short 125 break. It'll be a decent amount of shares, but we may have to average into this, but here it comes back in, man. Tesla, I have my out at 112 now in case it wants to go. I told you that, so we're going to keep following that 50 period. So now Tesla's back down to 112 there for that 50. So here we go, man. Apple's getting real spicy right down to 125. My eyes are glued to that.
Yeah, and another one to watch in big tech is going to be Amazon. Huge reversal. And now you got wick top. Look at the 15-minute here. Just want to be patient. It's 10:36, by the way. So I'm kind of focused on JSPR, managing the three things I have. Bed Bath & Beyond, I have a 5 cents or 6 cent stop. It just doesn't want to even break that or go up. Doesn't want to do anything. But look at 84.5. You had highs there on Thursday of last week. It's now put that in for support. You got a classic wick top. If it breaks this bottom, then you've still got another $1 to $1.50. So if the market ends up with like a 2 or 3% down day, then this is a pretty clean breakdown area. If we pop here on Amazon, I think shorting into 85.5 does make some sense. I just want to go back over to NVIDIA because you look at when it broke that 143, you're now channeling down into 140 even. Some not uncharted territories, but you haven't been there in a while. Now I'll look at that out that I have. You could just easily, if you're not long, that's a short, right? I'm selling there because I'm selling out of a long position, but really that's like a short to pop, and I'm just getting out of my long there, which is fine. It's just it would be a lot better if I was entering shorts. I want to think about that 143 as new resistance, and if there's any pop in NVIDIA, I'm now shorting into that level.
Oh, man. My eyes, I mean, it's still the same play, man. I'm going to sit here and watch Apple for a bit. If it breaks down, we already sort of know the play. I'm expecting it to break and then bounce back up just a little bit. Like, I think at such a key level, we saw the same kind of action happen there at 126, where we came, or that's 125.50. We came down to its previous low, bounced around a little bit before eventually taking it down right there to the downside. So I don't expect a completely clean break here for Apple, but I do think that this downside pressure spot there would be something to look at. So we're going to take a quick look at that, as right now, there it is, man. I mean, you're doing a ton. I mean, it's not, I mean, let me zoom out here to see what exactly this volume looks like. It's not a ton of volume down here, but still volume nevertheless. So let's wait to see if Apple can bounce. The crazy thing is, I've now changed up my mind to go short, but this is normally where I'm piling into the longs, man. You have a 125 there. So like this could wind up burning, but I don't see, there it goes. I don't want to go long. That's the problem. Like, I don't want to go long at that level. We could have just made 20 cents, and we probably normally do make 20 cents on that play. But again, I don't have too much faith in this market that we've made a bottom. So let's let Apple pop back up a little bit. I mean, if it's going to do that, great. We can short near that 126 level. So if it wants to do that, we have 126.50 here. We'll take it. It hasn't seen its 50 period since the open. So hey, let's see if it wants to take that out. We'll judge the market. The market will be flying. We'll see if it takes down that 11,000 again. I don't think so. It's at 10,950. So we still got to go a little ways to go here on this market. But look what's flying right now. Tesla. Oh my God. As Tesla going back up to the upside right now. And we have our out at 112. So I know it's where the players dwell, Neil, but it's also where I'm chilling out right now, waiting for that thing to come back down. So, or back up, I guess, to 112. Wow. Big move for Tesla.
That's a big move.
It's a big one, man. It was just at 110.50, so a nice 50-cent move to the $1.50 to the upside here for TSLA.
Yeah, I'm seeing Meta make another bounce there. That's probably one of the stronger ones. I want to try to get something in front of 122.5 if I can to the long side. Jasper opened back up. It tried to get to 2. It just stalled at a $1.91, 91.92. It looks like it couldn't get past. Hard to see on the 3-minute because my orders are out there. Unfortunately, I can't do anything about that. So my orders are sort of blocking that high. But it's about 193.92. I'm trying to look for the short in there and give it to $2, but I don't want to chase it too far. That skews the risk to reward too much. So I'm not going to chase that one. Meta is still, it's actually breaking channel up. So you're getting this nice little bottom that got formed on Meta at 122. It's actually 122.30. Maybe that 50 was better volume on the bottom. But this is still a relatively strong name. If you have to go long, I just prefer it being something strong like this. Little pop, and I just got into Jasper. As we just got to, wow, it's already 10:40. Wow, it's already time for a sector watch. I thought it was like 10:20 or something.
Yeah, the day going fast here, guys. Let's show you a very mixed board. Even though the market feels very weak today, we're only down 0.33 right now for the S&P 500. There we go, 0.32, in fact, for the S&P 500. A lot of strength to make note of, even with a lot of weakness as well. Banks among those to the upside right now, showing all kinds of strength. Outside of Tesla and Etsy as well, down almost 5%. Consumer discretionary names showing a lot of strength as well. Specifically, some of the retail names, consumer services, and apparel names as well. But yeah, unreal, 10% move to the downside again today for Tesla on that delivery number. We saw PayPal. We talked about PayPal, 4.3% then follow through for. Yep, PayPal to the upside. There's Apple under $2 trillion in market cap officially once again for Apple, 3% to the downside. Energy under pressure. The entire group in the red today. Oil basically at day lows, 2.2 to the downside. So all of these following suit, back with crude oil to the downside. Utility, healthcare, and consumer staples among those as well in negative territory. But a mixed board, guys. Only 0.3 for the S&P 500.
I mean, you guys remember I did a little talk about stocks that I liked, setting up possibly pretty nicely. Nike right now up 2% or 1.7% against a negative market all over the place. So that's a good one. And do you remember the other name we talked about? If you said Starbucks, you are correct. And right there, Starbucks, another name up today, another 1.6%. So two of the names that I really liked, into a portfolio is not doing too bad there now. Today was both Starbucks and Nike making those moves one more time. By the way, we did get out. We'll just go awesome. I mean, it was an awesome trade. We don't have the best out, though. for Tesla, obviously, as it comes down to 115. But there's Tesla, or sorry, 112. We got out at 112 as it did come down to 1050 there. So that's going to be an area of concern. If it comes back down, watch out for 1050. We'll look to that, and we might load up long. Before I go over to Brendan, just real quick, we did put on a new short right now, and that's going to be Apple, because Apple just ripped. And I said I should have had a 40-cent winner on this, and I don't. So that kind of sucks. But right now, up to 126.50 or so, I don't mind it. We'll start the short right now in Apple, and then see. There's 126.50. It's been weak today, down 3%. Market trying to bounce as well. Let's see if Apple can make us a winner on this new short, Brendo.
Just saw Beyond Meat popping up. Seems to be on this note, guys. Costco adding Beyond Steak to select locations in the U.S. Never heard of Beyond Steak, but there was a volume spike there, not a volume stake there. 1.5% for Beyond.
Yeah. I actually saw that story earlier this morning, but it's the volume right now. It's a good note, man. I mean, I don't know. Beyond Meat, to me, the big play there is, and I have Apple because I just took some profit there. Beyond Meat is that it has a huge short interest, right? So this could be a name that just pops and just continues to make that move to the high side. But there it is. Good call by Brendo. Nice move. It looks like a block trade of maybe 40,000 shares, goes through, spikes it up, and then look, right back down to reality. But it's still an up stock. So that's nice. When you're looking for some names, it's a nice stock. Ooh, Microsoft as well. I'm not going to go long Microsoft here, but oops, MSFT, but it's down to 239 and broke. You talked about reversing some of the longs into shorts. Yeah, it's just another one of those examples that would have been pay dirt if you had done that, man. Bottom 238.65 off of when we were long at 240.
So I did get some meta long finally. I mean, 123.44, we get into it. As it's starting to break the channel into the upside, you're getting a nice gradual push. If it takes out VWAP, I do think meta's up 2% in terms of big cap. It's one of the better chances. But I did get stopped at $2 on Jasper. It then goes into an immediate halt. This is another reason I will not trade this thing without stops, because it's a hard stop at the bottom. I don't mind making the bottom wick there on a long position that it worked, but I'm not going to short this into oblivion. If I get into a short or a long, I'm always going to have a stop order there. I do want to go back over to AMC. We talked about that 420 level. Hit enter again. This is now finding resistance at 420. So I know I'm still long Bed Bath & Beyond. Oh, I just got stopped. I just started talking. I was about, yeah, I'm still long in Bed Bath & Beyond. I just stopped out in Bed Bath & Beyond. It's not going anywhere. AMC beneath 420 just feels like a short into 4. Maybe give it into VWAP here. So I just want to play this one into a pop and play some resistance. If I can get like 19s or 20s, I'd probably short this one into that. One other name that we never got, unfortunately, that Moderna. I know I talked about the opportunities in Moderna. It's not a New York stock. It got back up to the high, very, very close to that high where I wanted to short that 184. It didn't quite catch it. This is actually strong enough that I only think I want to take it right up at those tops. Still a relatively strong stock. I just added to meta here on the long side, as this is now channeling and looking like it wants to break. If it breaks VWAP, then I want to start taking some out in front of 124. One of the few names that I still like into the long side. And then NEO, which I hit enter too fast. NEO's still breaking down. That just makes me like Liado even more. Show you guys a 15-minute chart. NEO's got room to 950. We talked about 975 and 950, at least I did, 975 and 950 for some longs. If it gets to those prices, I consider that. Not taking the last out of Liado just yet. I want to slap a trailing stop on that one. And then just to go back over of Intel, I have reloaded the short in Intel right up here at that 70 level. Can I zoom out? Oh, I can't zoom out any further than that. But if you can look to where that's 27, that was your wick top, and you go following day, you got this 26.85, and I'm looking at this 26.85, and if it can't hold this, I think Intel could be breaking out on me. So I want to make sure I'm only getting that particular price. If you're still watching Jasper, it just halted again to the upside. Wow, maybe that's just going to break the high of the day and go. I'm not, it just might do it, that JSPR. Like, it's made a decent bottom at that halt level. Maybe it just wants to take out 240 and keep going.
You're probably not wrong. That's been a nuts, definitely a nuts name. Jasper Therapeutics there today. But yeah, welcome to the show, guys. 10:47 right now. A quick little look at the light count. Yeah, I'll look at Amazon in a minute, Renata, for sure. But what's up, man? 1.9K, thank you so much. Let's get that over 2.5 right now with over 7,700 people watching. Welcome to the show. And it's been a good one so far here. Just a little bit of an update there. We did take out some more Apple. Our best out, I think, was 40 flat. So Apple coming right back into 44.40s now. We're short 66. So, you know, like I was saying, sometimes I'm like, oh man, we missed that bottom of 125, but stay true to the trend, man. We went short again there on Apple, and that was, it seems to be a decent take, but we are trying to bounce off a little bit. I'm gonna put another bid here, ooh, just missed it, at that 41 and see what we can do. I do want to get out. AMD's starting to rip. I don't know what's going on with AMD here, but a take of...
chips are going, man.
Yeah, chips are starting to go right now. So a move to the upside. By the way, man, new year, hopefully we don't have to, I mean, I want to get to 5,000, but I don't, that chip is, if we ever have
Why
to.
you got to bring it up already?
Well, we can talk about chips. I don't know.
Not that chip.
Yeah, I know, not that chip. But 65. Okay, so right now AMD is at a spot where we could reshort it, but AMD is getting a little bit better now. The market down 0.62. AMD is starting to go green here. So I would watch out for that take there on AMD. Maybe it is a long if we get back into 64.20-ish. Relatively strong here against everything else, right? I mean, we just got that fill for Apple as we just got a 50, or sorry, a 40. We got another 40 fill there as it just came back in. So we're going to continue to watch this one. But that AMD is pretty interesting. Where I'm at, like, I'm very light. I have 5% left of this trade, but I am watching that 64.75 area for a possible break long, 64.75.
So a couple of things. One, I just got Nike it just put a break on 119, and then threw in a lower high. So just come to the chart for a quick second here, guys. Any second now. Come to the chart for a second.
Chart. There you go.
So essentially, I like that resistance. I showed you guys on the 15-minute before, but it breaks 119, gets up to that previous high a couple weeks ago after earnings, and then a lower high here breaking 119 to 112. So once it was back beneath 119 for the second time, I jump into the short. We're giving it to the high, at least I'm giving it to the high of the day. The other name that I wanted to short to pop in, and you'll see it happen right here, is going to be NVIDIA. We'll see how strong the move ends up being, but that 143 that we're going long in front of, that's just going to be my resistance. So as it starts to curl here, I have a piece at 142.5, and then if it curls at 143, I'd look to add to that position. I don't want to be giving this all the way back into 45. It's just that 143 support that I was originally long in front of. I just want to play that short. Intel's actually breaking out as we speak. So if 85 can't hold, I have to get out of that, and then have to watch out for the reopen on Jasper, 240. Looks like it's on a collision course with that, indicating a 230 open. That will be in about 1 minute.
All right, it's 10:50, man. Only 10 minutes left. Wow, have we sort of blown right by this day, it feels like. So I'm going to take another piece out. I mean, we just reshorted, so we'll take another piece. There it is. Yes, go. Right now, AMD. We just got a 63 there. Nice. All right, well, it's right there anyways. We just reshorted again right there at 74. It's right back up. You can take it with me, but we just got pieces out there for 15 cents, or sorry, a dime there. You guys know we like dime pieces around here, so that was a good one. We will take a piece out there and now hope that we get a little bit of a move down as we remain short Apple. Tesla, I guess, just an absolutely horrible out. I mean, I don't guess that it was. It came right up to the 50 period, and instead of reshorting it, the thing is, we were short Apple, we're short AMD, we're short all these names. So do I regret getting out? Obviously, as it's now $1.20 better for me, but there's not much I can do on that play because I like the play. I like the play getting out at the 50 period. We watched it. The only thing is it danced around it not very long. We did get as high as 112.20. Could have given it some more room there, but it's a nice downside move back for Tesla. So cancel all your bids. I don't have anything left as Tesla right now making new lows. But you know what? Yeah, actually, it's going to make new lows. We're all good, man. Apple right now back to the downside. AMD back to the downside. So we've made money on this short, but we did give up Apple a little too early there. All right, back over to the big screen or the big desk. We used to do this at the screen, don't anymore. I think we should do more at the screen, to be honest with you.
I love the desk is so nice.
We'll talk about that. I like the desk too, but I like that.
It's a nice desk, man.
It's a nice desk. It's a nice desk.
I mean,
All right, over there.
Oh, come on.
Jasper again, maybe, but maybe Meta. All right, let's go over Apple tanking right now. We have it on board, but we got to go over to Brendo. Apple Tank City right now. What's up, Brendan?
Hey guys, yeah, quick update here for currency markets to get things started on brand new year, 2023, if you missed it. DXY, this move higher this morning was the biggest single day advance at the highs there in a month for the dollar. You can see what's happened since. Big move down after the open of equities there, 0.86 for the DXY, still in positive territory, 104.4 ahead of, Fed minutes to come this week. We'll get some crazy action around that for the US dollar and some of these other currencies as well. Euro downside today, Canadian dollar. I was in the US, it's not good for us. Everything's expensive, 73.4 for the CAD right now, 0.34 downside for the Canadian dollar, about the same there for the British pound, 1.2 for the pound. Everything else red as well, including Russia's ruble, New Zealand, and Australia as well, not on that board. But you can see Bitcoin at the bottom there, 0.7, guys, ahead of the Fed minutes coming up this week.
Right. Well,
So if you saw my frustration just a second ago, was remember that 240 high of the day break on JSPR? Well, I mean, obviously I didn't get it because I'm only long in Meta right now, and it goes into an up halt at 247. At which point I was scrambling to try and get shares at 247 on the up halt. I didn't get those either. So that's how that stock's going at this particular point. I do have Nvidia that I loaded short in, but I forgot to mention Meta. And I was sort of churning through all of those. Meta did get and break VWAP, so I did take some shares out of there the long. But if we're going to make a bounce in the market and 24 gets taken, I think we see 25 on Meta. So I want to try and hold this for a bigger move. I mean, something's going to go. I think this is about as good a shot as any in terms of breaking out. I do have Nike short. Nike and Nvidia, I'll go to Nvidia. I should go alphabetically, but Nvidia off that 143. If it gets to 142, I take some out. If it gets to the low of the day, I definitely take some more shares out in front of that low of the day if we continue that trend into the downside. Just to review things here, Nike, we grabbed some more short because it made another wick top. So it broke that previous high, which is like 119.12, didn't get to the actual high of the day, so another wick top. That's where I get it all in, and now we'll stop out just slightly above the high of the day. The high of the day is 119.23. That's kind of not a level that I would ever put a stop at 119.23, even though it is the year of Jumpman. So if we break that high by a few shekels, I'll just get out at the top on Nike. We'll see what happens on Jasper's reopen. And wow, Tesla is about to get to 110. Oh, this is about to be a crowded 110 trade, I'm feeling like.
I don't know, man. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at a few different things. I mean, we've pieced out of our Apple. We got a great Apple fill down there at 24.25, like we mentioned before. So I really like this Apple short. We're going to stay in it. We're in the AMD short, as we only have 5 minutes left before we go over to Luca and Sharif here on the midday show. So, lots of stuff happening today as we continue to hold the shorts. One short, obviously, look at Tesla, man. It's continuing to bleed. So if you were one of those people, congratulations. We'll go bang. That was able to hold on to something, right? I mean, congratulations if you did that. I got a little too conservative. The problem with it is that, when you're looking at a stock like Tesla, for me anyways, I've just, I'm not no spring chicken, been around the block here. I've seen Tesla go all the way, like, we know that stocks can bottom and rip up. I mean, it happened last week, so it's like seeing some of those moves and coming back into your lines. And I think that it is sort of, I came in with Baxter today and he was talking about how he doesn't really like New Year's resolutions. And the reason why is because it's too much of a resolute. Like either it's like a 0 or a 1. So he said instead of that, he's going to talk about discipline and try to make disciplined decisions this year, right? And so look at everything. You don't have to make, ultimately the best one. You just want to be disciplined with all of your trades, right? And I think that, or just in life. So that's what he was doing. And I think the same way. Look at Tesla right now. Big seller continues to come to the downside now. Maybe we've exhausted some of the selling, but every time I look at it, there's more there. So what I was talking about with discipline is just stick with some of the lines and some of the things that you've been studying and looking at, and hopefully they will start to pay a little bit of dividends right now. But here we go. We followed our rule there. AMD did break a little bit higher now, so we're back long into AMD as this market starts to shoot up a little bit here. So let's watch out. Let's take another piece out for Apple here at 47. We'll take that and we'll watch. There it is. So that's moving back upside. And now let's see if we can't get a nice little big, but a big move ups here in AMD as we approach 65. We're long at 82.
Yeah, and also NVIDIA is going to come right up to that 143. I tried to get more out of it than just like 20 or 30 cents. Maybe that was a bit greedy. My stop is going to be at that just above 143 even. So if that gets taken out, you can talk about discipline. My belief is pretty much the same thing. I think you try to build good habits as opposed to anything else. And one of those habits is making sure you have an out when you get into a trade. And if this turns into a loser, which it did just there, that reload in the short trade, then at least we got something that we thought was relatively strong. Meta's now about 70, 80 pennies in the money here. I think it has a chance to go $1.20, maybe even $1.50 into that 125 area. That makes a lot of sense. With this market catching a bid, I just wanted something that was already relatively strong. So we'll definitely take that leg out if we get to it. It is going to mean that Nike short is going to test that high. It hasn't broken yet, but my stop is in there at that top. If it gets there, we just want to get out. I thought we'd be open back up already on, I guess it's a 10-minute halt on JSPR again. So sometimes it's 5 minutes, sometimes it's 10 minutes. That's just how it goes here. A couple of dark pool prints that came off, but the halt here, it broke out that 240. It's probably a 10-minute halt, which means it'll be the midday guys that take you to this one at 11:01, I think it looks like. But I just got stopped out of what the second last short that we had in there on NVIDIA. Nike also taking out the top almost simultaneously, so we'll get out of both of those. Probably time to take some profit on Meta. It's about $1 in the money. I guess I'll go 124.50 when we get the next leg out. You're going to lose on some of your shorts with a tight stop. Try to hold on to the long if you can, but I also want to pay myself out here. No one ever went broke ringing the register, and Meta has been relatively strong. Maybe we can see that 125, if not the high of the day. Li Auto's still in the money. I think that's probably going to hold out to be a short almost all day.
Yeah, good trade there on Meta. Meta is, I've been calling that as my tech stock for a very, very long time. So I'm hoping that Meta can get back going there. I was buying this stock sub-hundy, everything like that. You guys know that if you've been watching the show. So hopefully Meta and everything else can continue to rally this year. Interesting that Nike's at that top there, like we talked about earlier on in this day, and I mentioned that I really did like a Nike trade. I love that Meta trade. I tried to get long down there, but missed it. So that's good. I'm glad that you have that. AMD right now, man, 30 cents in the money. And yeah, this is what we're doing, guys. There's the reversal in we just missed that 08. Let's see if it comes back up. We'll see if we can get it. But there's that reversal off that 50 period. There it is. We'll take some 08s right there. We'll throw some money around now on some of these longs, and hopefully we'll be able to throw a little bit more around if it does continue to go to the upside. Our Apple, meh, not really moving. You still got that one. That's a 126 play there. We're short Apple at 66. It did have a hard time breaking 50 there. As this market is, now that I see where this market is, I'm gonna take out one more piece right there, just punch out at 59. So now that I see that this market's above the 50 period, definitely worth taking some more out there on Apple, because I don't need to be in this, and that's the whole thing. As the market rips, we're already long AMD here, and that's starting to go for us. We've taken some profit on that one. So good trade there for me. Let's see if we can continue to make that money on some of these longs. We're out of Apple. What a good out that was, man. We just got a 59 on Apple. Now it's 75. So yeah, nice moves to the upside here for Apple as we're looking around, bouncing a little bit here into this close, and into the close for our show. As we're getting ready to get back to 11,000, watch out for that key level. All right. Thank you again, guys, so much for watching the show. We did get to 2.1K, so that's about normal. But yeah, let's get that number even higher as it's a new year. Same great show, same great place. But you've now found it here at Trader TV Live. Welcome to 2023. Same, different year, same market.
Yeah, it's still a bit of a bear, but you guys get to be happy. We'll send you guys to the midday. Go get them, gentlemen.
Good morning, guys. Welcome to the Midday Show. I'm Sharif. That's Luca. We got a whole bunch of stuff moving this morning, from big caps to small caps and everything in between. It all seems to be moving, so why don't we just get right to it? Let's get to it. So I just took a trade here on RSLS. This one up 165% on the day. Bit of a tough one to trade if you're not able to manage risk that well. The spreads open up on this one quite a bit. I was able to catch that 19 break and then scalp up into the 1940s. Probably in hindsight, I should have held this one with you know, with a bit of a tighter stop, maybe into that 18.50 area, risked about 50 pennies, maybe to make $1.50. I ended up getting out a little too early for my liking here. It broke 20, but look at that flush down. That 20.60 level comes in, and it's still flushing, continuing to make newer lows. This is the 3-minute chart, guys. Let's look at the 1 minute. Looks like there's a bit of a flat bottom here at that 17.5, maybe that 17-ish. When I was at this 19 level, when I got into this, there was definitely an iceberg at 19, and it was moving up as well. You couldn't really see it in the book, but definitely by the price action, and then you could tell he got taken out, hence the wick here. Looks like people are trying to stop hunt shorts, to be honest with you. So at 17.5 is where I'm looking now for a possible breakdown. Keep in mind the 50 period here near 17 and VWAP at 16.25. This one's been all sorts of crazy into the morning and definitely moving quite aggressively. You guys heard Neil trading this one, JSPR. Mind the wick here, guys, up to 6. That's not an actual wick. High of day on JSPR is 251. So looks like we're halted at the moment to the downside. 230, you heard me this morning with Brendo on the morning show. I told you there would be an interesting sell zone between that 2 and 250, and that's basically what's materialized into. No, I'm not Nostradamus. I just had a look here at the daily chart, and there's clearly a consolidation area of price action, could we call it that, at that 250 level. Look, have a look. Going back to June and ending sometime in September, we were basically hovering in between that $2 and $2.50 area. So you had to assume that there'd be bag holders and there'd be a lot of selling up here. So those are the ones that I've had a look at today. Obviously, the big cappers have been in play. Back at my desk, I had a short on Tesla, another kind of paper-handed trade. Didn't let this one run. Took that 117 break and obviously gotten 116s and a half. Obviously, now we're looking 110 right in the face, so it makes me look a little silly for getting out, but the volatility was super crazy on this one earlier. You know, I came in, I'm like, look, I'm gonna take this one short. I know after the bell is gonna ring, there's gonna be all sorts of selling based on the fact that, you know, they missed the analyst expectations with respect to deliveries. People don't care that they're 40% up year over year in deliveries. People don't care about that. It's about the analyst expectations because that's what the stock price is based on. Here we go, 110. There's huge size here coming in on 110 at Tesla. Wow, we get that bounce a little bit. I'm seeing some blue coming in on my tape. That usually means orders coming in under the bid. Could we break this 110? I mean, we broke it before, didn't we? Or yep. Did we? We did, right?
We did, yeah, man. Yeah. This is extra spicy, this level. I think we're going to break, man. I'm already short here in front of that level. I think in comes the break right now, and we'll see where this wants to go, man. It's definitely interesting. I mean, we're at the 110 level. We didn't come all this way to not print this level. So, yeah, man, holding on to these shorts. Not really sure. I mean, yeah, it's just chewing through this level. You know what? Let me take a little bit more short on that level as well. I was just kind of scalping it out there. We're going to see if I get that. Okay, beautiful. Yeah. So now we're back down, and I guess we just, let's see where this goes, man. Let's see where this goes. I'm going to try to bid and scale myself. I think I'll probably get, you know, maybe 81s, 71s, maybe 61s I'll try there as well. So some 81s coming through, looking not too bad. Give me those 61s as well, and then, yeah, I'm going to hold the last piece for a 109 test. Yeah, guys, this is, we're down now 10%. Wow. We're down 10%, so not a bad scalp trade there. We'll see the last portion, so that was good, man. I really like the kind of short into the level, use that volume to cover some there, and then at this point, let it play itself out and see what happens. So I got the last piece on board, and I think my target is, I'm going to try 109.21s. Maybe we get there. Stop on this one for myself. It kind of looks like that 110.40 area, 110.30 was the support. So if we break back above 110.60 on the last piece, then I'm just gonna punch out of that one. So let me just, this is where I'll just actually put a stop into play.
Yeah, and you and I are both short this one, Luca. I got that 110 exactly. What did you get?
That was a bet. Well, I was short before, so I'm actually, I'm like 110 average right now. So yeah, looking pretty good there. And yeah, thanks Trader Gorno for the heads up on the win short there. Took a small position on this. If we can get down below VWAP, I'm going to try to cover that one down over there. So we'll see if it wants to actually get there. You know, up 3.6%, but yeah, man, we'll see. You're going to battle on Nike today. Yeah, man, you know what? Let's see. New year, same stock, same battle. Let's go. Oh, but this is actually over 118. I didn't look at Nike today. I didn't take a look at this. Where's that 118 level? I guess it is not really in play today. You know what? If this You know what? Yeah, okay. Sold. Let me take a small, this is going to be a super small position just because it's like kind of, I could see if we break back down and go down, okay, maybe we get a 119 test. But yeah, I kind of like it on those $half levels, so 1950, 120. I almost want to say 120 feels like it could be something there. Just because it's 120 even level kind of feels pretty good there. So yeah, short Nike here. We're gonna see how this one goes. If we break back through 1950, I'm gonna stop myself out of this one, and then I'll reevaluate this. But yeah, let the battle begin, man. Hopefully you guys are doing well. Happy New Year to everybody. Hopefully you had a great weekend, nice reset, relax, and best of luck on your trading today, this week, and going forward. Hopefully everything goes well there. Apple looking like it wants to go back for that 125, so I'm gonna try like a little short on this one as well. These are key levels. 125 did not break yet, so I kind of feel like if we do get there, like very key level, we already had the first bounce, the second sort of little bit of bounce, now kind of holding but rejecting the break back above the 50 period, right? So 126 could not break back to the upside, and I think we tested it once, twice, so now kind of feel like we do go down. So I'm willing to add to this position as well, to the short side, but again, we are already down 3.5%. We are now kind of in that sort of maybe sideways type of action, right? So for myself, I'm gonna scalp a lot, just recycle a lot of shares. You guys know the deal here, and see where we go from there.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, Tesla wants to kind of work here a little bit.
Taking
I just feel like I need to take a little bit more off here. So let me see if I get that fill. Yeah, perfect. Okay, looking good, man. Looking good. RCL short, you maybe like. Yeah, let me pull up CCL just because. Neil made a good point last time. He's like, if you're looking for the RCL short and you don't necessarily love RCL, perhaps look at CCL unless there's a difference in volume or something substantial because lower price stock there. So I'm going to pull this one up and see. Okay, fine. The thing is, I like the outer ranges of this. Just kind of looking at this gives me the feel of maybe an inside day on that one. But let's just have a quick look. And then CCL is, well, below VWAP there. I'm going to try to get a fill, I guess, closer to 12 on this one. 12 for maybe a move back down to 8. But yeah, this will also be smaller size for myself.
Yeah, I'm out of my Tesla position. Good on you for holding that one. Scalp through that 110 break, and there you go, all the green triangles there. Out for a nice little scalp trade, but obviously it's still got more plans to the downside there, Luca. Now, low of day on Tesla, 109, 21s, and it's just printing lower and lower as we go. So yeah, 109 looking like it's gonna become an actual level here. Yeah, this has got all sorts of legs to the downside. Now 11, almost an 11.5% on the day. Do we see a bounce here? Jeez, I mean,
I don't know. Rest in peace, the bounce plays.
Right, the bounce is over. Shawn shouting us beside us. Apple 125 here. Looks like 125.05 is a low. You're on that trade.
Yeah, I'm in this trade right here. So I'm adding to the short. It's there's maybe 4,000. Is that 4,000 lots? Yeah, there's maybe like 4,000 lots there. It looks. I'll pull it up here on the other screen for everybody to see. It's yeah, it'll probably. I mean, I think we print the level, right? So showing 4,000, give or take 4. I mean, 125 is a huge level, so we're probably gonna break this right now. So I'm going to take a little bit more short on this. And then I'm actually going to have my bids at like 81s, 91s. And yeah, okay, I think we're broken there. So we actually did break this to the downside. And now let's see where we're going to print. Yeah, we're getting that kind of spazzing out here. And I hope this thing doesn't want to rip my face off if we bounce back to the upside. A lot of the times when a lot of data comes through at like these key levels, it'll like spaz out, So it's just like it's data, like it's obviously there's a lot of information that's coming through. So yeah, if the tape is kind of spazzing out on your side, it is what it is, man. We live in kind of Flash Boys territory. This is digital warfare, man. So these are things that you got to sort of expect. That was a weird break, man. I don't even know. Did we print 124.90s there? And okay, I don't know why I didn't get the fill, because I actually had the bid out at 91s there, but that was kind of weird. I mean, it is what it is, man. This is digital warfare. Now it's not, I'm not looking too good on my position. I mean, I'm not really too far out of the money on this one, but I think we go back down. That was a pretty weak bounce. Something happened there. Yeah, I'm going to bid 81.76. That's kind of like, my idea here as to if we get that next flush down, maybe we go. This is digital warfare, man. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to digital warfare. My name's Luca. Happy to show you how to fight in this battle. Sometimes I win, sometimes I lose. It's not easy, man. It's very, very painful. Every single day you go through pain. We're battling Terminators, especially in the middle of the day. But you know, it's a lot of fun, man. You learn a lot about yourself in this business, and you try to grow and get better every single day. So yeah, to that, I'll just say best of luck, man. Best of luck. We are now back below 125. I mean, look, 125 is a key level. So like, I'm pretty confident that I'm gonna get these 81s, 75s. It's just not, it didn't happen the way that I wanted it to happen. So that's why I'm kind of like, like it looks okay, but it's not like amazing. You know what? Maybe I'll just like take like a little bit off just because of that, right? It didn't happen the way that I want it to happen, so maybe I should take a little bit off there. But yeah, definitely gonna hold a little piece for 124.50. I feel like if we do get a bounce, if a relief bounce comes into play on this, it's probably gonna be 124.50 just because like the 50-cent mark. So that's kind of my logic on that. We'll see. We'll let it kind of play itself out over here. It's you know, playing with fire. If you have too much size, kind of down over here. Somebody's saying this is how the crash starts. Well, the thing is this, right? We have yet to see, in my opinion, and I think I got the fill on win over there. Just a quick update, guys. Filled at the 50 period. A little short. Shout out to Trader Gorno. Thank you so much for that one. I'll take the win, man. I'll buy a Spro. It's on you. Thanks so much for that again. You know, good. Looking good. I'm still nursing the last piece of this Tesla trade. I feel like Tesla could really, I mean, we're down 11%. So like, do we go to the lows, which is what, 108, 108.30, something like that? I'm gonna hold the last piece because I'm pretty light on the position, so not really too worried. And Nike actually giving a nice fail there. So, you know, obviously when I take the trade, I'm like gonna be light on the position. Then it works for me, and I'm like, why am I not heavier on the position? But that's trading. So holding a last piece of Nike for a potentially 61 test, and I'm just gonna have my order out there as well. And yeah, man, Apple now finally coming into that 81s area. Let's see if I get this, if it wants to give this to me, because it's a battle. Bids are stacked over here. And yeah, see, then we pop very quickly. This is my worry. We're just at 83s. We pop to 96, and I'm just like, hey, this thing could we could really teleport up here. But even though like there's a lot of selling pressure, so maybe just 84s. I'll change that to 84s over there. And then yeah, I mean, if we do get that flush down, it's probably best to have your bids stacked over there, just because it'll just like fill it. It could go back up. You know the deal. These things are crazy. Couldn't believe the other guys weren't shorting. Well, the thing is, we just react. Everybody's kind of trading their own playbook, doing their own thing. So it's best to do things that make the most sense to you and, you know, live with the results of whatever happens there. Someone's saying Tesla, Tom, Tesla sub 100 easy. Oof. I mean, today? You think today, really? Sub 100? I don't know, man. Like, we're blood. That's like $9.
That's blood.
How much more percentage points is that? That would
well,
be like
here comes
another
109,
9%. Yeah, I'm kind of happy that I'm holding this last piece. I'm going to bid 108.69. Yeah, 108.69 for the. You know what? No. I'm not covering this Tesla. The only way, the only way I cover this Tesla is if we go back through 111.
You did the same thing with Kala last week too. You had guts of steel last week, holding that.
Yep. That was good. So yeah, you know what? Because I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put my stop in.
109. Like
yeah, because I had the stop in before, but now I'm gonna cancel it. I'm gonna cancel Nike stop. And we'll see, man. We'll see what this Tesla wants to do. Hold on to your winners, man. Who knows how low this market wants to go. We rejected so hard off that 3,900 area on the ES, guys. So that was the tell. You know, it looking good, looking strong. The longs kind of felt really good. We pushed to 3,900, and look at that. We rejected it all in the same move. PMI comes out 945. And this thing just like boom all the way to the downside. So, you know, I don't know if it's too much to ask, but like we could probably see, like if we break 3820s, like we're going to 3800, and then I want to say the major support level is like around that 3800. Just very clean, easy support level there. So yeah, you know, that's kind of my, that's where I'm looking there. And yeah, Apple gave me the 84s, I think, but not the 71s. So still going to ride this position. Stop on this one is very simple. If we break back above 125.50, then I just think that I have to be out of this trade. So yeah, we're gonna have the stop in for that one as well. Actually, no stop on Apple, just because who knows what they do. I'm just kind of confident on the short here. It looks pretty good. Yeah, faded polo, no Santa rally, man, no Santa rally.
Well, I think it like pays dividend here to actually have a look at the futures level, so we can gauge whether or not Apple and Tesla will continue to make newer lows. Because looking here, it looks like on the 30th we made a low of 38.21.5, and I think 38.21.5. So that to me is basically the resistance or the support level that I'm looking at. And to be honest with you, this is a 4-hour chart. So this 38.28 to 38.21, I want to say that 8-point range, 10-point range, that seems to be a bit of a bottom. And then looking here, back on earlier on the 28th. We had a nice little 38, you want to say 3,800 essentially. We didn't quite make it down to 3,800. But yeah, Luca was just talking about that 3,800 level. But I think the level before that will definitely be that 3,828, 3,820 level. And if we can continue to make newer lows below that, then, you know, who else knows where we'll go. But let's flip here quickly to some small cappers, because some of the people in the chat wanting to know about ATNF. I don't think this is the one you really want to be looking at, to be honest with you, but I'm going to comment on it anyway. It looks like we were trying to make a VWAP reclaim here after breaking VWAP decidedly to the downside. Look at this move up and then this consolidation period below VWAP. That's not what you want to see if you're looking long. Definitely if you're looking short, that is what you want to see. A consolidation below VWAP and then take that flat bottom breakdown, that 420 breakdown. That would have been a nice little winner, maybe down to $3.60. Nice little retracement up, but look where we're stopping. We're stopping at the exact same area, the low area of our consolidation period. So former support now acting as resistance. This one's like textbook short off these levels, long, probably through the break of VWAP that I was earlier on. This one is definitely looking short until it can reclaim that 4.25, 430 level and stay above VWAP. We want to see these longs to hold above that indicator and then below that indicator, definitely if we're looking short. But that whole dollar level, at least coming into play at the moment for a level of support, but we broke down below it. I mean, we made our way all down to 365, but right now, the last, I want to say, 8-9 minutes or so, 4 has been coming in. Haven't had an opportunity to look at the book at those levels, so I'll refrain from making a comment about an iceberg order or so. But the other one I'm looking at here real quick, RSLS. I was actually looking for this one to break that 17 level. Still not. Still holding above 17, consolidation sideways. Now this one I'm definitely looking short, but not looking short anywhere above that 16 and say a third. It's got to break below, and even better if it breaks below 16. If I can catch it below the break of VWAP at around 16 and a third and 16, all the better. And then I'm looking for this one to retrace. We have all sorts of levels with which to work. We have the halt levels, we have consolidation levels. So the first level below that will definitely be that 12 and a half. Actually, I'll take that back. Will be this area here, that $15 area. So we'll have at least $1.50. If you're able to give it 50 cents to make $1.50, that's the 3-to-1 reward ratio. But wait for this one to break below VWAP before you punch in any shorts. But this one, like we all know, it's going to come down. It's just a matter of when, Luca.
Yeah, you know, sometimes a lot of these things are just a matter of when, but you need to just kind of stay committed and follow through on the plan. Hopefully, yeah, someone is saying Tesla puts are king. Tesla puts have been paying, man. Tesla puts have been paying. Yeah, man, what is this world that we live in? This is absolutely crazy. Luca, Mullen potentially for pullback before the break of day high. I just feel like Mullen is not in play. I don't know if I'm wrong to say that. Well, no, 100.
It's been hot lately, Luca. Like last week,
okay, I'm wrong to say that. Yeah, no, I think I am wrong to say that. No, I just didn't look at it today, guys. I don't really trade sub-dollar stocks.
Neither do I.
So like when I see like 30 cents, like 50 cents, even though I know it's Mullen, like I've traded it before, but I'm just like reluctant to like get involved and trade it. I don't like dealing with it. It's just not my strong suit. So if you guys are wondering, oh, why doesn't he trade sub-dollar stocks? It's just not my thing. But I know a lot of people do well on it. You just got to kind of stick with what works for you guys. I know Mullen, when it opened off of that news, which I don't even know how long ago that was, but 40 cents, if I'm not mistaken, is the, or no, was it 30 cents? No, that was, whatever that level is, I think it was 40 cents. Oh yeah, it was 40 cents, guys. So yeah, 40 cents, the day that it halted and then opened, it ran to 40 cents and then went back down. So 40 cents is like the bigger level, like if I had to guess based on technicals, just because that's where it kind of went there and then stopped and then reversed. So like if we get back to 40 cents, this thing could be a banger. Like we could, I mean, who knows what's possible. It's up 10% today. It is a sub-dollar stock. So it's not really too exciting, like up 10%. Like if this was up like 80%, 100%, then it's like a different story, right? This is not the same as Apple or Tesla being up or down 10%. Completely different thing there.
Social sentiment.
But yeah, we're gonna pass it over to Big B at the big desk for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, an improving board to have a look at here as far as what is being discussed on social media so far today. However, we are seeing this one, Tesla, big move to the downside. Also, this, if you remember in the pre-market, was actually green. So back to the downside negative for Tesla. The overall market negative as well. Apple's here, downside. AMC is here. downside as well. That KALA, what a move to the downside as well, back to negative for it. SRNE had some news today. AUPH had some news today. COSM's been on here for months, it seems, still on the positive side of things along with this one. RSLS, Reshape Life Sciences, big move higher, guys, but mixed market, that means typically a mixed social sentiment board as well.
What are you going to do? Yeah, do it on your...
Thanks for that, Brendo. Just want to mention a small capper coming in here now, up 90% now, guys. NUZE. If we can come to my screen, please. .NQ 16. I want to say 1650 high. No, 1665 high. The spread on this one is deadly. It's 50 pennies now, is $1 earlier. So obviously goes without saying, manage your risk on this one. Make sure your position is on small and you're choosing the right entries. But this one's got all sorts of legs to the upside. It hasn't halted yet, has it? Let me just switch to the 1 minute chart real quick. No, it has halted. That's a mistake. So it halted here at 10:52 and then again at 11:15 for both were 5 minute halts. But this one, volume's a little suspect though, guys. 200, I want to say 204,000, no, 230,000 now.
Look at the spread.
It's I just mentioned it.
That's
It's
all I
wild.
say on
Yeah,
that one.
it's
like
absolutely
an 80
wild.
cent spread.
Right.
Absolutely no, thank you.
What's
I
the
will
float
pass.
on this? Let me just look real quick
do a
here.
quick
What's
check.
the float? The float, okay, so this one's saying 13,000 shares. That's obviously not it. I think it's sub 1,676,000. Can you check? Do you have that
Do
float?
flow checker.
Okay, let me just do that here real quick.
Yeah, somebody's saying JSPR halted up again. JSPR is the halter of the day, man. This thing is just halting over and over and over again. I personally am not going to dabble. I've seen this setup before. It reminds me of AMAM. This needs to go AMAM or ANAN? AMAM, yeah. This reminds me of AMAM, where it just halts all the way up, all the way down, then goes to the high a day, then goes back down. I think, you know, I'm kind of sad that I'm pulling this up now and seeing it. Maybe you could justify the closer to VWAP buy on this thing, and then you were never really out of the money. Guys, use halt levels for kind of that you know, sweet spot look.
That 250 short is, well, so far it's been money.
Yeah, you know, this
If
is...
you can get it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at this. I'm looking at the daily. I'm just saying, where are the levels on this thing?
Well,
you
that's
know,
the
where
thing
do
I
you
looked
not
at.
get smoked? When you get these stock, like, see how it's like into a halt, into a halt, into a halt? Like,
Yeah.
you got to remember that. You got to be quick, or you might just be like stuck in a
You gotta
halt.
have resting orders with big spreads. That's
Yeah.
how I play it. I wouldn't wait to offset on
And
that.
you know, based on the daily, like I would say like 280 to 3 for like in terms of like a mean reversion. But again, guys, this is something that goes to 3 and then goes parabolic anyways, potentially if too many shorts are involved. So yeah, just quickly looking at the daily, it kind of feels like that 280 to 3. If it is really going to turn around, and then kind of next level over 3, I would just say like 354. So I would look at 280 to 3. And then I would also look at like 350, 4, 5, like, but then we're getting really high up there, right? So yeah, just keep those levels in mind.
Just
Apple
quickly
is,
updating,
yeah,
if I could update on NUZE, 15.5 million, Yahoo says, is the float, and FinViz at 17.88. So obviously not 600,000 as my platform was telling me. Just wanted to put that out there, but it's also, that's very small float too. I mean, for me, anything sub 50 is a small float, and right now the spread's still that 40 penny area, Luca.
I'm getting a message from my friend saying, why couldn't we ape into this trade? And I'm like, I just started laughing, man. That makes me laugh. Every time he sends me things in hindsight and says, I called the bottom on this. I could have just aped into this. I feel you, man. I feel you. That's trading, though. You just got to kind of roll with the tide, man. Roll with the tide. Okay, Apple is back up here. I'm going to add to the short because we're now at the 50 period, and we're rejecting it pretty cleanly. So yeah, let me add again to this short because I think we go back down, man. I think we get another 125 test. So I'm gonna, this is how you change your plan in real time. It's like, okay, I thought we would keep going, so I have the resting orders to get out, but now we're popping, and I'm like, okay, my stop is in play, but we kind of rejected the area, and it just feels like it's like a really good idea to have this short. So yeah, I'm gonna, like, I mean, look, now it's already working for me. We probably print 125 again. So I'm going to try to take out some over there at 125. The pops are violent, man. It goes down, it goes up, it dances around. I want to just quickly remove the fills to kind of show like a very clean, like a cleaner picture on this one. You know, like this is the 50 period, right? We already tested it once and we fell. Then we took the size at 125. We're getting that secondary test easily back down, easily. So yeah, for myself, it's very important to have the orders out, and I don't really know if 01s is the best idea. You know, 99s, 03s, like just as close to 125 as I can get for these kind of the fills on the scalp trade for like the short into 125. And then again, because we are down, because the market's down, holding a piece for sure on a day like today just feels like short the pops kind of day. So that's what I'm rolling with.
Yeah, Tesla just, going down like it's nobody's business. We're creating newer lows right now. Where are we at? 108.05, and just a bit of a balance there. Now we're back in the 50 penny $half level, but that 108 level now coming into play, Luca. Interesting to see where this one's going to go. I mean, it keeps creating these flat bottom breakdowns, these consolidation sideways, and then boom, it continues lower. It's a trend-based market, and it's been looking like that a lot more lately. It's just, I don't know. That's the way I see it. RSLS, I'll let you guys know, I've got a resting order below 17 here, and this is going to be for half position because I want to take this short before VWAP. Now, again, that's breaking my rules, but I do like the fact that it really is creating that, that consolidation sideways. I don't see this one breaking through 20 if it breaks through 17. I think if it breaks through 20, it'll continue up there, hold the 50 period like it's doing right now. But if it's got downward intentions, I think 17 will definitely come into play. Hence why I'm putting a position there right below 17. Then I'm going to add to that position if it breaks below VWAP. Right now, my VWAP on my chart is at 16 1/3. So I'll take it at 16 1/4. I'll look to add there. So that's my plan on RSLS, now up 164.09%. NUZE has just halted to the downside. Surprise, surprise. I mean, yeah, the spreads on that were just ludicrous. So now the halt level is below VWAP at the moment. So this looks like an interesting candidate going short, but we'll see. I mean, anything can happen with this one, up 56%.
Yeah, man, Apple is, I'm kind of trying to add to the short again on the pops here. It's just not going to give me, let's see if it wants to give me these fills here. And I think I just forgot to put on HARP fills on this as well. Okay, yeah, let's see if it wants to give me the fills there. Okay, there we go. Fill that up, fill that up. Okay, beautiful. Now, now go straight down, straight to the downside. That's what I want to see. Yeah, guys, just make sure, like having those orders out is important because you get the wicks, man. It wicks down, it wicks back up, it jumps around. I think like the money fills for myself, I'm telling myself are low a day. Now that I'm kind of seeing what it's doing, I think like we break 125, we flush again. Yeah, man, spin that money. I don't know where it is, but spin that money, man. Money flowing in here. Yeah, that's the thing though. Then it bounces and goes back to the upside. So yeah, I like that. I like keeping the orders out there, but yeah, I do think 125 is going to eventually break. And then, we see, 80s. I like 80s, man. Give me those 80 fills. But we'll come back to this one. Yeah, Tesla's just going down.
Oh, my goodness. See, this is why I gave this 30 pennies of variance. Wow. Guys, come to my screen. Okay, you are on my screen. This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly the setup I'm looking for, but doesn't execute. That is just so frustrating. Come on. I mean, and I gave it a lot of room. I mean, I gave it 30 pennies between the stop and the order. Anyway, coulda, shoulda, woulda. It is what it is, but that's the whole idea. I knew that this was setting up to the downside. Maybe I should have looked at it so I could have punched in rather than having a resting order. Maybe that's on me. But this is exactly what I was looking for on RSLS. But hey, couldn't cash out on it. Too bad for me. But there it is, guys. Now, keep in mind, though, we are below VWAP at the moment, so the move is not over. Right now, we're going to have that 16 level come into play here. It looks like we broke it. Where do we get down to on RSLS there? Let me just have a look. Looks like we got to 1598, then 1575. Okay, so that low was 1575, reclaimed 16. Now we're 16 1/4, in between that 1/4.5 as the spread opens up. But this move isn't done. Now, is this a VWAP bounce? Or is this a VWAP break and then consolidate and then break some more? You know what I mean? Like in this case, it would look like, oh, if I could draw it here, it would look like this, a consolidation sideways below VWAP, and then you would have a continued move down. So that's the play I'm going to look for. I don't think the move is done on this one. RSLS still on my radar, no question about that. Let's have a quick look at Tesla because coming back, it looks really close and poised to break that 108 level. Are you still holding your Tesla short?
I'm still holding, man. Holding that last piece. I don't know where to cover this thing. I mean, somebody was like 105 long. I'm like, okay, yeah, 105 sounds great. Let's go to 105. It just feels like it's going to like flat bottom, break, flat bottom,
it's
break,
so beautiful.
Flat bottom, break, and continue to go to the south side on that one. It's, I mean, at some point, it's, like, this is, This is nice, man. This is nice. I think, do I just cover here? I think I cover here. I think I cover on the 108 break. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'm bidding 71s, 107 71s. Fill me on that one. And I could always reshort it. That's what I got to tell myself. I could always just get back into this name. Breaking that 107. Yeah, man. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna take that off there. That looks good. That looks good. If we go straight to 105 at this point, I mean, okay, fine. We go to 105 without me. It's fine with that. That was a pretty sick trade there. Short over 110, short ahead of the level, short on the level. Had the 110 average, which was pretty nice. And then kind of cover. That's the scalp trade. Goes a little bit sideways. Hold the last piece. And then boom to the downside. Boom. You know, on that last piece, I'm kind of like in the area. I'll take 91s, 85, 71s. It's basically the same general area on that one. Ghost G saying playing the halt switch like an 11 years old on Jasper. Oh yeah, no, that's I saw you before saying who are the regulators on the halt switch or whatever. That kind of made me laugh there. Yeah, guys, just a heads up. Apple did break and went to what, 80s. So I actually got the 90 filled. I bid 91s, I think, on that one. So I'm basically scaling my orders out using the general low area, which is 91s, 86, 81s. These are random prices that I'm just telling myself. If we break 70s, I think we get that final 50 test, and then I'll consider, okay, are we going to actually bounce? Because keep in mind, the overall market, it actually broke the lows, 38.30. This is potentially a general area of support. I think it was from last week, if I'm not mistaken, that 38.30 to like 38.20 area, and then yeah, if we break that, then, you know, maybe we get the 3,800 test there. So, yeah, I kind of want to flip long. I don't know if that's the right call to say that. I'm not going to really get ahead of myself, but I really want to get those fills down below. So we'll see if we get the fills down below there. And then, yeah, maybe consider the flip long on Apple. It's a dangerous long because we're already going to be down 4% if that actually comes to fruition. So the bounces will be short-lived, man. But, you know, no problem with kind of recycling over and over again. And yeah, man, Rambo, it's all about, you know, this digital warfare, recycling shares over and over and over again, having a great time. Hopefully you guys are too, man. Please hit that like button. We really appreciate it. 2.2K likes, not too shabby to start the year, man. Not too shabby. Something that I'm not looking forward to is going to the gym after.
Why not?
Because new year, new me people are just going to be taking all the machines.
True.
And I'm going to be like, man, it's the new year, but it's the same me, and I want to just work out. But
I saw a hilarious meme, and it was like basically dudes working out in the locker room. They're like, this is what the gym's going to look January 1st because everything's so packed. So they bring their weights into the locker room. Haha. What a move down on Tesla now, guys. 124.73, the low of day. We're printing 124.98. So, you know, basically at low of days at the moment. Whew, well, we just made more low of day, I think. Well, oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at something. Jeez, I was talking Apple as Tesla stock. I need to wake up. 107.25 now is the move down. That 107 level coming in, making me look uber silly for covering my 110 short.
Is that silly?
What?
I'm just thinking aloud here. Do I try a bounce? Is that like really dumb?
But why 107?
I don't know.
What about 107 standing
lucky
up?
Number for Italians.
I like it. Okay, you want to go with it? Go with it.
Yeah,
That's
you know
not
what?
my
I'm
move.
gonna do 70 shares on this one, just to kind of. Can I do 77 shares? 77 shares, bidding at 107.07. Sometimes you just gotta go with it, man. This is like a really random trade for myself. I want to try the bounce. If we break 107, I'm gonna just be out of the trade. So. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Had the banger short. I'm willing to lose 7 cents on 77 shares. Nothing too crazy there. So we'll see if we get the fill. This is playing with fire, man. You definitely gotta have. You gotta be careful. It could break, and then I mean we're so low already. Like so, we'll see. Okay, so I got the fill. Looking good, and actually no stop in. I'm just gonna hold it for like a little bit and see how this 107 wants to react. You know, this is my. What's the worst case? 106.50. I get smoked. Okay, whatever. Huh? Oh, yeah. So, okay, perfect. So we're going to actually go to Brendo at the big desk for European close.
Hey, guys. Yeah, just wrapping up the very first session for European markets here in 2023. Looking like a positive one, 1.3% here for the Stock 600, the German DAX 0.9 to the upside. Just waiting for a few final prints to come through on this list before we do get the final numbers, but that's the way things are looking so far. Turkey did get back into negative territory, but everything else nicely higher to kick off the new year, guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Got into an RSLS short here, guys. Looking to take profit in the money. Short 87s, looking to take profit right here, actually. Should be filling me, but the spread 5 pennies at the moment. Let's see if I get my 42 fill. Should be getting it soon. There we go. Now we get the fill. Oh, it's a partial fill too. Geez, that's an ugly print. There we go. Now we get the full fill. Now we're getting, where are we here? We are well in the money on this one. Let's continue to hold. Again, short 1587. Let's take off another piece here to de-risk a little bit. But I'm looking for some 15s in front of this. Let's go ahead and put X amount of shares right in front of 15s. Let's go 15. Let's take it in front of the 15 and a quarter. We'll say 1526. This one looks like it's, you know, creating that sideways consolidation below VWAP. Most notably, below VWAP here, so I'm not breaking my rules, even though I really wanted to break my rules on this one for the 17 short. I'm going to give this to above 1650, and the reason is because that's where VWAP is at 16 and a third. So I'm going to give, you know, it's bound to wick above it, even though if it doesn't reclaim it. It's going to wick above it, so I need to give this one above 1650 in maybe the 16 and 2/3 range. Okay, that's how I'm going to play this. Already only holding 57% of the position left. Took out some here in the low 40s. So, you know, good trade so far, but looking definitely for that 15 and then possible 15 break. That's how I'm going to play this one. I'm following my rules, even though I want to get below, I want to get short right below 17. Would have given me a way better average than 1587, Luca.
Yeah, guys, that was like I know, like, it's so dumb, like 107.07, 77 shares, but like sometimes you gotta just go with the flow, man. I feel like this is the right call. I'm going for the bounce play. My offer initially was like 107.77. I was like, well, it gave me the fill. It's looking good, okay. It seems to be holding up, but maybe that's like too aggressive. So I might have to change that one. I just feel like we could get back to 108, and then that's sort of like the okay, yeah, maybe we slam, guys. Keep in mind, volume will always be the tell. And right now, just briefly looking at volume, it's like we did sell into the level. We cleared the level. We are now back above. I think we can easily bounce and get to 107.77. Very specific with that. That's my out on the full amount, the size. If I get the fill, great. That'll be the scalp trade. Man, Apple just not filling me to the upside. I think I have to have a stop on this. Yeah, if we break 61s now on the rest of that size, then like that's my out. So if we get above 60s, I'm just going to have to kind of call it the L that it is. But I already scalped out the majority, so I'm kind of feeling good, looking good. And yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. What is this? Oh, did I just cover everything on Apple? No. Okay, that was a mistake. No, that was not. No, I'm getting back into that. Should I get back into that? Yeah, I'm getting back into that. Let me just get back into that. Yeah, why not? Okay, that was not supposed to happen. I don't know why I did that. That was kind of weird. Okay, yeah, so back into that one, and hopefully it goes back to the targets. Guys, do not mind these arrows over here. Like it never happened. All good. They're all good. Or maybe that was a sign. Maybe I should have covered. And I don't know. We'll see what happens next. You know, time will be the tell there. And yeah, Tesla now bouncing back up, looking pretty good. I just want to revisit the Nike. Yeah, see, Nike, great call on the cover, and that's a VWAP cover. That's a VWAP cover, going for 50 period, going for VWAP, take the cover, average below the 50, short above. Pretty good, man, can't complain. And again, thank you, Trader Gorno, for the short on win. Pretty good, I'll take the scalp trade there. I'm kind of worried that maybe volume like dies a little bit on this, so I don't want to, you know, test my luck too much, but it's kind of giving me the feel that over 85.60 short is good for back down to the VWAP level. So I'm not going to take the same size that I took, but I'm going to try to offer just above there. I mean, I'll try my luck. I mean, look, it worked good the first time, so maybe second time there. And yeah, re-adding to the Apple. No, that was not the right call there. That was not the right call. But yeah, same stop in place, and I'm going to make sure that I don't mess it up this time. 20. Okay, that's what I did there. I see. Yeah, so if we get above, we should not get above 61s. Like, that's kind of my logic on this. If we get above 61s, we probably run to 127, and then 126. So we'll reevaluate that one there as it kind of plays itself out. And yeah, Sharif, I don't know. I'm going to really make sure I do the correct stop. So I don't know if you're looking at any small.
Yeah, well, I'm just in the RSLS trade, getting out there right at that 16 break. I didn't trust this one, to be honest with you, so I just took my money and I ran. But I'm keeping my eye on JSPR here. Halted back to the downside at that 280 level. It's still, like Luca was saying earlier, that 3, you know, it's acting a bit of a top. I was looking at that 250 level as possibly a top between the 2 and 250. It's kind of since proved me wrong. It's had way more strength than I anticipated. 298 high on this one today, guys. So right at that $3 level, up 480% now on the day. In case you're just joining us, this one is moving on news. I'll get to that to you in a second. Where are we going here? So Jasper Therapeutics, positive clinical data for phase 1 and phase 2 of, this is the headline here. Let's wait for it to load. I can't really pronounce that word. William? How would you say that, Luca?
Which?
This word right here. That's a tough one. Yeah, that's a tough one. In sickle cell disease. Yeah, that's a tough one, guys. I'm gonna steer clear of that. Yeah, right. I'll steer clear of that. You know what it is. It's a biotech stock. That's what all the hype has been lately. It's been biotech, and more biotech, especially for these small cappers. Every day we're seeing new ones, and it's basically, I mean, personally, I saw it start when mRNA had that big news and it started moving up again. Then all these other biotech companies started coming out of the woodshed, and yeah, and it's been great as a small cap trader. Brendo in the chat here writing Tesla largest single day decline since September 2020. So Tesla taking it on the chin. Right now, looks like the low of day 106.63, retraced a little bit above, you know, that 107 area, tested that 108s, but it kind of looks like just, you know, a momentary upward retracement, and then we may see more downside, guys. 106.63 to the downside, Luca.
Yeah, guys, it was, I don't know what this fiasco is of like getting me in and out here. It's just something's going on there, but I am back in the Apple short, 22 average. Things are good. That was nothing. Don't mind those. We're going back to the downside. 125 is going to print. I know it is. And then 124, I think 91s, 81s. Yeah, that's kind of the general theme there. Somebody was saying Baba G's, and I'm like, Baba G's. Let's have a look at Baba G's. And see, you know, where this one is. We're approaching 100, guys. I want that 100 trade. It's not going to happen today, but I'm super excited for when 100 comes into play. The very strong move to the upside where, you know, I was looking at Li Auto, I was looking at NIO, didn't have any Chinese ADR trades on for today, but this is kind of, should I take a, I think I'm going to take a long here. I feel like you have to risk off 92s based on the fact that this kind of triple bottomed at 92s, then had the run up. You know what? Yeah, let's go small size on this one. This is below VWAP. Small size because it has to be, because I want it to come lower for me to actually pick up more shares closer to that 92, 90, 81. I'll be surprised if we actually break through this and then flush. So I'm not going to have a stop on that one. I'm just going to kind of watch it. And yeah, give me the fill here. Hopefully it wants to give me this fill.
I'll just talk about RSLS real quick while you do that, Luca. Look at this move down, man, making me look so foolish. Like I paper handed this trade. Break through 1550, breaks through 15, breaks through 14.5, and just barely stops at that 14 level. Where did it stop out at? Let me just have a look here quick. RSLS. Okay, so the low, we got to 1403. That's where we stopped. So right at that 14 level. On my 1 minute chart on this, it also happens to be the 200 period. I don't know if that's coincidence, but this one, I could have done a lot better on this one, but whatever it is,
Sometimes
it's still
maybe
profitable.
good,
Hey, it's still profitable, but you know, left countless amount of money on the table. So RLSLS making me look a little silly. JSPR still halted, guys, but guess what's headed back down? That 107 level coming back into Tesla as we look to make lower lows. Luca,
okay,
106.63.
Apple is now going. Yeah, guys, Apple now finally going down. So, guys, this looks pretty good. Like short above, cover below, short above, cover below, short above, cover below, holding the piece for the move. I'm repeating that to myself. Hold the piece for the move. That is the play there, man. That is the play. I also started an Amazon long just because we're kind of holding this general level. We were up so much on Amazon. We rejected very, very quickly to the downside. We are now at the pre-market lows. We are now at that. Guys, keep in mind, last year, into the close, last day, we had a serious run up. You know, Amazon, Apple, Tesla, all the same. Now we are holding that level, right? So call that level 84. I don't know if we get to 84. If we do, okay, great. I really, really like the bounce play there. But we're there, 84. We're 84.5 right now. So, yeah, long over here. And I'm basically going for, like, pops to the 50 period. So, like, kind of, you know, I like the downside kind of add to this trade. And then going for 85, so going for 50 cents on that one. Alibaba keeping going to the downside again here. So I'm going to add a little bit more on that one, and yeah, trading off of that, like that 92, 91.80 there. If we break 91.80, it's unfortunate I'll have to be out of that one, but I'm giving myself room to like add into it, and then, you know, hopefully we get a little bit of a bounce going there. So yeah, we're actually coming down very quickly on this one. So let me just have another bid out to try to get that as well.
JSPR guys back halted to the high side again. I mean, this was all sorts of crazy. We get that halt level at, I want to say 280. Then we opened down. Where did we open up? We opened at 258. Make our way down, we hold 250, and then we shoot back up to 273, and now we're halted to the high side again. So this one, I mean, it can't even seem to stay open. So if you want to trade this, you're on your own. I'm going to stay clear of this one. I'd rather trade ATNF now, which is looking to retrace to VWAP here. Can it reclaim it, or is this an interesting short area? Now it's up 25% on the day. This has been a continuation play from going back weeks. We've seen this name pop up on the scanner countless times. So that 4 1/4 looks to be the level right now. But look at this, guys. Higher low, higher low, higher low, higher high. So nice little channel forming here, and now breaking through that VWAP level. Oh, this is an interesting one. I wonder if punching long here is the move. I mean, I feel like getting it on a retracement is the better move, but does it give you one, or does it go parabolic and break high of day at 5? I mean, anything's possible with this one at the moment. Let's just check the float real quick so we can get an idea of how parabolic this one can become. Obviously, the general rule is the smaller the float, the more parabolic a stock can move. I'm seeing a 1.5 million share float on this. I don't know if that's accurate because this one's been off lately. We'll go to floatchecker.com. and we'll type it ATNF. Remember, this one is awesome site, proudly uses it all the time. Now, ATNF, let's see what we got here. Yeah, okay, so basically everyone saying Yahoo Finance saying 1.3, Finviz 1.7, Ameritrade 1.4. The only outlier here is Morningstar at 3.52. Even the Wall Street Journal saying 1.63. So it looks like to be that 1.5. Now it's decidedly above VWAP here. Now that 440 high. So this is now looking more of a long than it is a short. But look at this consolidation area here. That 450 is where we rejected last time. In fact, the main area of rejection, the exact area of rejection was at 452. So if you're looking possibly for a breakout trade, you're either taking it through VWAP or that 452 level, maybe riding it into the 5s, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so I got another fill here on Alibaba. Letting it come down, I kind of, whatever, it is what it is. Letting it come down, creating my average. I think we bounced back, right? So target VWAP easily on that one. And so got the size there. Going to keep a watch on it to hopefully it doesn't go against me. Amazon long is actually working now, so I think, you know, 89s at least we can probably get there. So that's kind of my target general idea. Apple, I'm just covering as we go down because it's like, why are we not like really selling off into the 50s? So, you know, as it's down there and then spending time, then we get the bounce. I'm just kind of covering. But again, holding the piece on that one. Started a little bit of a market long, just general market long on SPY over here. Just based on the fact that, so I said 38.30 to 38.20 is like kind of like my level of like, let me try a bounce. Now, is it going to be a short-lived bounce? I have no idea, probably. So I'm going to watch this one closely, but for now it's in the money, it's working for me. And if it wants to go back to 380s, okay, great. I'll get a point out of that one. So yeah, hopefully that one wants to just like run. So that's working for me. Amazon is working for me. Alibaba is giving that bounce right here. So yeah, you know what? Let me just like take some out. This is now break even. This is my average over here, so I'm going to take some out on this one. It's like create the big position. Okay, the bounce happens. Take some out, break even. Hold the rest of the size for the move. That's kind of the plan on that. So now looking pretty good. We'll see if this thing wants to continue to bounce to the upside. I think we get at least back to 50s and then VWAP. So we're going to see if we can get that 50, around that average out 50 on that one. Yeah, that feels really good over there. And then Amazon offers are out. We'll see what happens with. Actually, I'm going to add a little bit more to Amazon here. Amazon feels like I just want to continue to buy down here for if we get that move back up, right? So yeah, I'm pretty long now. Long Alibaba, long Amazon, long the market, short Apple. So 3 longs on board, 2 shorts on board. We're going to see where this one wants to go. Just to update, yeah, you guys know that I'm out of Tesla based on the position board that's down over here. You'll see my positions. But yeah, man, Tesla's pretty cool. Took the long in at 07. That was perfect, man. That was like lucky number 7. Like let's get more of those. Let's do more of those. This is like now we're at 106.66. I feel like this is like unlucky number 106.66. So I'm not touching that number, man. You you know, you guys do what you want with that, but I am staying far away from that number over there. Someone's saying Tesla 105. That's probably the next number that I look at if we actually get into the 105, then I'll consider another little bit of a bounce play there. But for now, I'm just going to manage these positions I got on board, and we'll see if anything wants to pay me.
Oh my goodness, RSLS making me look foolish again. I take that 1440 short, get out in the 20s for a quick 20 penny winner, and then boom, 1350 to the downside, breaking through 14 with an extreme amount of prejudice. This one has got all sorts of legs to the downside. This looks like a great short setting up. But where do we find a bounce? Where do we find any reprieve? 13.5 looks for the moment to be an area of support, but this one is just really gunning to the downside, while JSPR just continues to bounce up and down, opening and closing on the halt. This one is giving you lots of opportunities to actually trade it actively as it manages to stay open, but the moves down are like dollars at a time. It's quite aggressive. Again, the spread on this one is a little tricky, and we looked at the float, so the float's a little tricky on this one, 25 million. To me, that's still small, anything below 50 million. So RSLS continue to give opportunities to the downside. So is Tesla. 106.13 now is the low. The last 3-minute candle is the low of day. We're at 59s right now, it looks like. So very close near the low of day. You could have basically punched in, I guess, anywhere from 9:30 onward, and then you'd be profitable as a short. So on Tesla, really tricky. Again, I mentioned JSPR. Still halted. ATNF is the other one that I want to look at here real quick. This is the one that I had just reclaimed VWAP. It's kind of looking a little like anemic at the moment. It's reclaimed it, but it's got to stay above it. We're not just looking for a perfunctory break and then a move back down, because that's a short setup. So let's see if we can break through that. I think I identified that 452, was it? Yeah, 452. That's the peak of this consolidation area right here. We're back in that same consolidation area we were in earlier. But, you know, just for a confirmation, let's see if it breaks that 450, and then we can kind of maybe play the ranges, look for maybe a dip back down to VWAP. I don't want to take this one through at the moment. I'm not really convinced it's got legs to stay above VWAP. But yeah, there you go, breaking below it. So looks like it's not respecting that level, at least for the moment. So let this one set up. Luca's saying Apple's flushing. What's up?
Yeah, guys, Apple's flushing here, so I'm managing a few, so I'm just kind of pulling them up. I'll update you guys as we get the fills and go here. Yeah, Apple flushing to the 50s. 50's probably going to break. Still in the position, pretty light on the position now. That was a part of my plan. The SPY bounce was pretty nice. And I'm just like, oh, should I be scalping SPY? Like, that's not like a thing. I don't think that's a thing. But I just feel like if you're giving me this win, I'm just going to take some out over there. So that's pretty good. And, yeah, got some out of Alibaba. You know, this might be like a break even. This might result in a break even, because this was not, this isn't a real wick, I don't think. Because I'm pretty sure I had orders here. It didn't get the fill. But it's showing a pretty large order. Maybe that's an old. Yeah, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna put the stop in now for the rest of the position.
Tesla
on this
and
one.
Apple low of days now, man. Wow.
Yeah, no, this like things just like turned around very quickly. Amazon looked really good for a second, and then now we're going down. I still like the long, so I'm not gonna punch out, but I'm happy that I'm like scalping it out as it kind of like goes in my favor, because then it just makes me way less stressed when it goes back down. Now the only thing that I'm looking pretty that I didn't get out yet is Amazon. I think if we can get over that 60s, then we get the pop to 80. So that's kind of my scalp idea on that one. Yeah, man. So Baba long is pretty much break even. Glad that I got some out over there. If we break, you know, I'm gonna put my stop 91.80. We break 91.80, then I'm gonna just be out of that one.
You know what I'm looking at? I'm looking at Tesla, and I'm looking at Apple create new lows, and then I'm looking at Meta, and I'm like, Meta just looks like it didn't get the invite to the short party, or it just doesn't care about what's happening in the market. Look at it, it's holding above VWAP, and it's actually up 3% on the day. And the reason I mention this one is not because it's a great day trade, but anybody who's looking for strength, counter strength essentially, with some of these big tech names, you got to put Meta in for a swing here. At least that's how I'm looking at it. Meta looks like an awesome swing. Let's look at the daily chart to see what it's been doing lately as a swing, and it's quite good. Going back to that $87 low that we made back early November, it's been, you know, it's been decent. Like, there's obviously this 140 area, I want to say 137 area that we have to reclaim in order to kind of say we've made a new trend to the high side. But this one's it's been looking real strong. And to be honest with you, there's really no major catalyst. In fact, I think investors or analysts were saying that they need to cut a lot of their CapEx. They're spending way too much on this metaverse, and Mark Zuckerberg is committed a lot of money to it. You've seen them cut 11,000 jobs, so they obviously have shown a propensity to reduce costs, but is it enough? I guess that's what the question is. My theory on this one is it's riding the tailwinds sort of the anti-TikTok movement that's happening in the States right now. You're seeing Congress banning TikTok. You're seeing some universities banning TikTok. And I think this is kind of like a buy the rumor, sell the news event where you're expecting some sort of big announcement on some TikTok ban, whether from Apple or from the government or however it's going to come. I feel like this is where the tailwinds for this one are coming. And it's like a buy the news. The rumor, sell the news type event. I don't know, we'll see it, but it's definitely worth mentioning because every day, most days anyway, I look at Apple and it seems to be relatively stronger than the market. Back to these downward movers today, 105.60 now, the low on Tesla, 124.49, the low on Apple, Luca.
Yeah, look at Jasper too when you get back to that. Somebody was like, why aren't you trading Meta? And I was like, that's a really good question. I don't know. So I kind of, 123, 124 was sort of like that level. We blew right through that in the morning. We kind of topped out and then back to the downside. This is the same sort of feel as Amazon with that sort of triple bottom below VWAP, then the push back up. But now, or no, not Amazon. I think it was Baba. Was it Amazon? Let's have a look quickly back. Yeah, no, not Amazon. I think I was talking about Baba. By the way, guys, yeah, I'm out of Alibaba. I just punched out before the stop. I'm like, this is a dud. I'm taking the L and moving on with that one. So it is what it is. It's unfortunate. And what else was I in? So yeah, out of that one, I actually flipped long on Apple because we went to that level, that 124.50. Now I like the long, and I really like the push back to 125. It's probably super important to have your orders out if you're following this trade, just to kind of give you a different perspective of like myself as a scalper and what I see. If 125 is a super key level that people are going to slam down and try to exit on positions or initiate short positions, it could get up there. You want to get that fill. I want to get that fill. So my offers are out there, and then boom, it could slam down if people are trying to, take big size. If they don't believe that it's going to get back to VWAP, maybe there's VWAP algos that are trying to sell. They use liquidity. So imagine the amount of stops that are at 125.01. Right? There has to be some stops there. It is the 50 period. We could easily keep going, but I kind of like the exit in front of 125 for this long and then hold some of the long for the break of 125. If we keep going to the north side, I'll consider adding if we get through 125.50 because we couldn't before. If we do now, this thing could, we could easily rip back up assuming the market wants to bounce. So yeah, that's basically my logic on this one. Pretty heavy on the Amazon trade, but I don't know if this one should have went. It's kind of still riding down here. So it looked scary for a little bit, but now we're sort of back up. I do think that I could still get out of this one. I do have offers stacked, so I'm not really too worried on that one. I like the Amazon long. I think Amazon is a little strong. Apple's down 4%, Amazon's flat. So in theory, if we go up and large caps are moving together, Amazon should bounce better, right? It should bounce better. So I don't really know, but we're going to see what happens there. And then going back to Meta, because someone's like, why aren't you trading Meta? It's my first glance at this is I want to short it, but I know that's not the right idea. I'm going to have to put Meta on ice for now because I don't want to have a trade around VWAP. If we get over to 125, I think I'll try maybe a short for a scalp trade down. And that's kind of the feel that I'm getting. 125 psychological level. We blew to the north side. We blew back down. Maybe you get that overhead resistance. So I'm kind of looking at it 125 to 125.30. Those are the money shorts for the move back to VWAP. But yeah, we'll see what happens with that one. But I think we are now going to go to Big B. It is 12 o'clock for Happening Now.
And a quick update, guys. We head into lunch hour on the first trading day of 2023. Still a red board for the most part here. 0.86 for the S&P 500 downside, now about 0.5% for the Russell. All three of these were positive at one point. They actually held up better than the rest. For the longest, 0.83 now for the Russell 2000. It was a little bit stronger this morning. It is the NASDAQ now leading to the downside, 1.2 and 1.3 for the composite and the 100. If you're with us in the pre-market, we were discussing Tesla, Apple, some of these Chinese ADRs, among others, including Apple was an interesting look this morning right out of the gate. Foxconn back to 90% capacity on iPhone production. It did try initially, but it's been all downside ever since. We just made a day low trying to bounce back to 125 here for Apple, guys.
Brendo, yeah, I didn't even notice Futu down almost 5.5% on the day. 38.33 the low. We're at 38.46. So this one setting up for an interesting bottom break here on Futu. I'll keep my eye on that, and I'll keep it on the side chart. But looking at the futures to kind of gauge whether we're going to continue the downside with some of this big tech, this level we earmarked earlier, 38.20, and then that zone to 3800. That 38.20, 3800 zone seems to be, at least right now, that 38.20 seems to be holding up. 38.23, the low on the ES March contract. So let's see. I came back from the washroom and I see Tesla taking a bit of a bounce. Is this a short the pop type event? I mean, it's been that way for the majority of the morning. Any pop you've had and you've shorted, you're in the money. I wonder if this just could continue to be some of the same old thing. Let's have a look at how it acted around some of these moving averages. So it looks like here at around 1040, reclaimed all the way to the 20 period, but rejected off the 20 period. Currently, the 20 period is at that 108. It's now testing the 7 period here on my 3-minute chart, still down 13% on the day. So looking for some areas maybe where we could reinitiate a short on this, or do we find a sustained bounce? I guess we'll have to wait and see. Quickly back to RSLS because we were short on this one all morning. Oh, actually, no, this is the long here I took on this one, above view up. But the last 2 trades have been short on this guy. Looks like that 14.5 rejected quite nicely, which is ideal because that's the consolidation area we were at before and we broke down from. So it's nice to retrace back into former support, current resistance. This one, I believe, the low of day on RSLS, yeah, it's 949, right? But the most recent low that we're looking at here is at 13.25-ish area. So 13.25, definitely that 13 level going to come into play. Let's have a look at the daily chart to see if we can glean any important levels for RSLS since we're so invested in it so far. Here's the daily. Okay, look at that huge candle to the high side. Not really a former runner, I wouldn't say. I mean, you've had days where it's had huge wicks up. Hard to tell if they're institutional orders or these are actual price trading. I have to go back to that day, but looks like in August it had a pretty big day. The majority of the last year and plus on this one is to the downside. This one was up at 550 bucks, almost 550 bucks. Now we're trading at a measly 13.5. I mean, I hope none of our viewers are bag holding this stock. I haven't heard of it until today, but former runner, but mostly to the downside on I don't want to say sketchy news, but we'll see if it has a sustained run. These small cappers in the biotech sector definitely have been an interesting bunch. Quickly now, looking at the other small capper, ATNF reclaiming VWAP here, and I'm seeing consistently higher lows on this one. Look at this channel forming here and consistently higher highs. So this one looks like a decided trend change, and if we can break through that $4.50, I think we'll definitely have an opportunity to test day's highs near that $5 area. But liking the way this one is looking so far, you could have played the channel on this one to the way up. If you did that, if you're good at that, that's obviously a nice, less risky way than taking breakdowns or breakouts. But look at this. I mean, if you got in on any of these dips here, you're printing money, and that gives you about a 50 penny range on every possible dip. So ATNF looking good. I hear this guy saying go Apple, go Tesla. What's going on?
Yeah, no, I'm like, yeah, these trades are gonna be bangers, man. Amazon is not like, it's like slow, but I'm like, no, we're going up. I know we are. I can feel it. Waiting for the pop on that one. Getting a couple fills on Apple. Somebody was like, thanks, so we're battling Terminators during lunch. Absolutely, Thomas. I hope I'm pronouncing that, or if it's Tomas, I'm not sure. But absolutely, man, absolutely. We're battling Terminators. It is the middle of the day now. Things go sideways, guys. Scalp hat is on. Make sure you are booking those profits, as the Beat Fanatic said there. And yeah, I'm just looking. The only thing that I'm just kind of in where I'm like, I don't know, is this market long, because I don't know where my out is. That's the only thing on this. You should always have an out with your trades, like a general idea of an out. And I feel like the SPY touches so many different prices that it's like my out is probably like way below 378, like 50, like maybe 378, like 40, I think. I don't know. I'm watching the futures. This is basically a futures trade in my own mind. So I'm just watching the futures. If we break 38.20 and collapse, then I'm out of the SPY trade for sure. So yeah, man, Apple is looking good, and it's just not like I have my orders layered above. So like, yes, please just like fill all these orders. And you know what? Let me just get some more out over here, because my only worry is like, it's like, okay, well, I have my orders. What's it going to go to my order and then not fill my order? Like, come on, man, fill my order. So maybe the right idea is to just like, you know, continue to like get out a little bit. You know, there's obviously stacked offers over here, so I'm sort of like not front running like 1,000 shares and 2,000 shares that's on the offer, but I'm just like, well, are you going to go through that or not? So yeah, I'll just take some out and punch. I feel like people do that, so I'm going to do that. Yeah, man, Amazon, it's sideways. Look at this, man. If I zoom into this, like, look at this. What is this? Like, super sideways action. I feel like, what's like the real level? Like, yeah, 60s. I feel like we just need to get through 60s, touch the 50 period, and then it's like boom to the upside. That's kind of the play. It's based on the market, man. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, so Apple is great. Just getting myself out of that one. But remember, I am at least holding a piece for the move through 125, because if it's good, man, it could be good. So we'll see what wants to happen over there. Yeah, SPY bounce is actually working. So let me get some more out of this one. I went into this trade thinking that I wasn't going to scalp. I thought like, yeah, I'm just going to hold for 380. But then as it pops, I'm like, sell it, Lucas, sell it. It's going back down. Who knows what happens? You can get back in. So I'll take these as we get to the 50 period. And yeah, man. So holding a little bit of that one. We'll see. Yeah, you know what? I'll hold some more there, and we'll see if we can get back up. So there we go. Apple working, SPY working, and Amazon now going to the upside. Why is there no follow through on this name? Your guess is as good as mine. I have no idea, but we'll see if we get a couple fills on this one. And yeah, man, life is good. I like your imagination, Luca. I got an imagination, man. I think, you know, it's not too much to ask for Amazon to hit 100 today.
Oh, I just got to
interrupt.
interrupt. I got to interrupt, Luca. Yeah. ATNF making that move decidedly through that range. So if you had your trend lines drawn to the high and bottom side, you're definitely now broken through that trend line. I want to say 460-ish, maybe one-ish, 461, 460. It looks like to be the top wick there, but all sorts of buying coming in. Decent stock to trade, only a 3 penny, now a 1 penny spread. So you're not really going to get cut up too much, getting in and out possibly if you gotta bail. But decent stock moving up. Now I say this is definitely a long. How to play this is the next move here. I mean, I said I want to take it north of 450 because it broke through this peak here, this consolidation area peak. But I'm going to look for a possible retracement. Now, where's the retracement? Probably, you know, somewhere in and around this 4 1/3 area. I'm thinking there's a nice little, you know, the breakout area around right here, 440. It may not give me that opportunity. It's close to high. So we'll see how to play this one. Now up 33% on the day. Continuation play from going way back when. Let's bring in the daily chart on this one so we can have a look at what it's been doing lately. Let's bring it in. There we go. Yeah, kind of an ugly chart, mostly to the downside, but definitely a former runner. Look at how many days, you know, you get like a day where you get like 8 or 9 or 8 or 10, $13 ranges. So definitely a playable stock. Look at these. We had a low of $2 here and then a high of $7. So look at this. This goes back to, you know, December 20th. So not long ago. We've been seeing this one show up time and time again. Geez, what an ugly chart going down. But what do you expect with these small cap crappers, right? That's the way they are. They're going to be like that. They're going to be ugly daily charts, and you're going to trade them on an intraday basis, and that's it. That's where the relationship ends.
Yeah, guys, just a quick heads up. Apple 125 broke the 125 and then back down and stalling. It's right at the 50 period, so that's my logic for taking a little bit more out. I do want to hold some in case we do actually go, but now this was the trade. Long, kind of cover, and now it's like whatever, you know, like pay me if you want to pay me, if not, whatever, no big deal. And yeah, so same thing with everything else there. Just a quick update, sorry.
Yeah, no worries about that. Let's have a look at what RSLS is doing. So nice little hold here at the 200 period on the 1 minute chart, but setting up for another possible short. I mean, you're getting that sideways consolidation and no newer highs. So you're thinking short here. I mean, testing that 13 break. I mean, sometimes, yes, that is the case where you get longer periods of consolidation and then a move back down, but some other times you have a VWAP retracement and then a rejection of VWAP back down. So I'm going to take both into consideration here. So you're going to have to kind of choose which one you want to go with, unless you're going to have resting orders sitting in the opposite positions, to be honest. So this one, again, more tricky to trade because the spread is like 11 pennies, 15 pennies at times, but definitely setting up, giving you these patterns that we consistently see and that seem to be working time and time again. So that's what's making me feel a little bit more, confident about it, even though the spread is super wide on this one. Anyway, so $14 seems to be the area where it's consolidating at now. That's where we got out on our last short, ironically enough. So would have been holding, would have been still in the money. Now it's just a matter of how I get in here. Do we get in through the 14 break, or do we work for 1350 break? This one's tricky. So RSLS definitely still on my radar. And look at that. Tesla finding a bit of a reprieve here at that 105.60 area. Now bouncing up to that 20-period moving average. The last time we made it up to that 20-period was the time we rejected. So this is going to be interesting. I think I'm going to, I'm going to take a little bit of a short there on Tesla. Call me crazy, but I think that it may be headed to the downside. Already got short at 90s there, so we'll see. Already 10 pennies in the money or so, 5 pennies in the money. Yeah, okay, so we'll see what this one does.
What are you doing,
I think that this is an interesting area to take a short. There we go. So now we're getting some 80 prints, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I am just like, it's like I waited so long for the up move. Don't tell me that's the only up move that I'm gonna get here on Amazon, or as if it's just gonna go sideways. So yeah, tailoring my expectations. I wanted that first pop. That's where you get the volume, the follow through on like the first move through like a robotic level. Now it's like very controlled and slow. So not to say that's going to be wrong, but I want fast money, man. I don't like slow money. It's just too slow. And I'm just like, why is this slow? What is going on over here? So yeah, these are kind of my thoughts in real time. Nursing these positions. I'm going to see if I can find any other ones here. Tesla, I'm not really too sure.
Oh yeah,
I guess I missed the boat on. Are you sure, Tesla?
Yeah.
That's a
took
good
it
trade,
90
man.
short. Yeah, well, the reason I took it is because it rejected off the 20 period the first time, and I was looking for it to do it another second time there. So already printing on Tesla, 106.90 shorts. Now we're in the mid 70s. I mean, how much am I holding? I'm holding 43% of the position. Got some out there, guys. Looking for something in the 60s before I take out. There we go. We get, we're holding at 70s here. We're going to get a 60 print, take a little bit more out right in front of that 70s. The rest of the 1/3 position I'll hold. I want to hold it until the $half if we get there. So let me go ahead and put a resting order for that. Let's go ahead and put this amount of shares, and we'll go into the 106. 58, because I'm feeling whimsical. I really have no reason to choose that level other than the fact that I'm just choosing any regular number in and around the $half area where we can get out. There we go. Now we're getting low 60 prints. We get the fill, baby. This one's flushing through the 50 prints. Good trade, holding 18% of the position left. So we're going to let this one run. 106.90 is my entry.
Yeah, it's funny. I love when people are like, guys, Tesla's going to 99. There's no reason to be long. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I think so too. I think so too. But not right now, man. Come on, not right now. At least not in the next like 15 seconds from like my bounce play trade. Yeah, guys, if you're watching the stream the first time, we are day traders, right? We're day traders. We don't carry overnights. We don't swing positions. At least over here, just day trading, scalping, providing liquidity in and out. I am a market maker. Nice to meet you. Happy New Year. Amazon is actually going up now and filling some of my orders, so this is great. It's going to be a slow grind to the upside. Now that it's, I thought it would be a fast move. Now that it's showing that it's like a slow move, like okay, I know what it's going to do. It's going to go up. It's going to go down. It's going to go back up. So yeah, just my orders are layered to the north side. Already got some out over there, so it's looking pretty good. Pretty confident with that one. Pretty happy. I think I'm covering this at 380. Market kind of bounce play at 380. So this was like the scalp takes them out. We're now here. If you want to get me the rest out at 380, I'll take that. If not, if we get back down, I mean, we shouldn't come back down, right? We already bounced 1, 2, 3 times off of like the 38.20, which I thought was the bottom. Now it's kind of going up, but it's like a very slow up move that can be taken away at any moment. I do understand that. But yeah, we'll see if this wants to actually get to maybe, I don't know, 38.40. I don't think we blow through 38.60. Like, I don't think today is going to be like a V-shaped recovery to the upside. So I will not be any longs if that actually does happen. Just going to keep scalping, man, over and over again. Let's look back at Meta see where Meta is very quickly. Yeah, Meta's not really doing much. I think I'm going to have an offer out closer to 125 to take the short there. Very, very small size, closer to 125. If I get that fill, I'll reconsider the bigger size above 125.
Oh, we're going to spend that money, baby, because we are printing on this Tesla short now. 80 pennies in the money. that doesn't seem like a lot for maybe like a guy like Luca or a guy like Shawn, but you know how anxious and trigger finger happy I am. So this to me is a good hold. Now holding 10% of the position left out, 90% on the way down. Looks like we might get that 106 test again. Obviously the low of day on Tesla 105.60. So we've got room. There we go. Now we're printing in the teens. And so this is where I'll get out for the remaining amount there. So obviously nice profitable trade on Tesla. Only 2 names traded so far today, guys. Tesla, RSLS, positive on both. And both going in the direction. Look at this. I know I'm kind of jumping from Tesla to RSLS here, but look at that breakdown on RSLS, that $14, 1380 breakdown. Now we test 13s. This one's setting up like it wants to go. See, I wasn't sure if this was going to be a VWAP retrace, but it looks like the flat bottom breakdown is the trend right now. It's been happening over and over and over, obviously because of the market conditions that we've been having lately and everything trending to the downside. But this pattern's just been showing up over and over and over, guys. And I love it. I mean, obviously didn't have it here, was too busy fixated on Tesla to the downside. Yes, I said that right this time, Luca. I didn't even say Tesla.
Yeah, I know. I was like, hey, man, you're in your element. You're doing your thing. I'm not gonna say, man. You know, keep doing your thing. Keep doing your thing. Yeah, Trader Gorno, I know you said short JPM, and I was like, yes, but then I totally forgot. I think that high a day, I mean, look, it's a range day. That's kind of what it feels like. All the way up, all the way down, all the way back up. And that was pretty clean, man. The recent high was like 70s, and then it went to what, 75? Didn't even touch 80s. So, and then kind of just fell off there. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that one. Now 135, kind of bottoming area over here. I'm sort of tempted to take a long on this. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take a long on this one. We're going to see if this is like a starter position just to see if we want to actually get back through 135. And yeah, if we start going, if we go back to VWAP, great. But yeah, starter position just for the feel of it. And okay, now I think everything's turning back to the downside. No, this is not what I wanted to see on this. Rejection on Amazon on the 50 period. I will, because now we're at my average, I will just, let me just get some out over here.
This guy Bloodwave, or I don't know if it's guy or girl, but smack talking us in the chat saying Canada can't be a market maker. LOL. Hey, what do you mean? Why not? What we can be as
you too can be a market maker as long as you're not in the U.S. with Day Trade the World. You know, open your floor now. Yada yada yada. All that stuff. Look into it. Do the due diligence. Do the research. Yeah, guys, I covered some Amazon app break even because the last thing I want now is this thing flushes to the like it took so long to go up and just down in 2 seconds. So I'm out of that order as a break even trade. I'm still in the trade, but now if it goes up now, I'm just gonna be like, wow, like go figure. You know, like I had to lighten up on the position for then it to go. I don't know, man. Sometimes it'd be like that, but it's all good. Apple, yeah, Apple back down now, 80s. Not really. I'm comfortable to hold the rest of these positions, but like, you know, every time I look and they're like moving against me, I go, well, that's not good, man. That should not happen. It should be moving in favor of where I want to see it go. Tesla, yeah, I know you're talking Tesla. I don't know if you're still in that short there.
I got out. I got out near where we are right now. Where did I get out? I got out in the 20s. Yeah, it's unreal, Luca. By the way, I want to mention for the Trade Ideas discount, 30% off is the last day. Today is the last day for 30% off, guys. Otherwise, it's going to be 20% off starting tomorrow. So if you want to get your Trade Ideas account and get the bigger discount, today is the last day. So make sure to head over to tradeideas.com and get on that. By the way, I opened up my Trade Ideas account yesterday, and it's got all sorts of goodies. I mean, it's going to take me a minute to get through all that and to learn all the intricacies of that platform. Very pumped about that. Had to set it up on my home computer yesterday. Going to really learn how to use it and kind of harness it. Shout out to Michael Noss as well for basically offering to help me set that up. Definitely have to take you up on that offer. Tesla coming back down to that 106 level. We're holding a bit above it for now, but that 105.60 is staring us right in the face. That's a low of day. So I think we may see it as we're continuing to short these pops. I mean, that's been the play so far, I guess, on Tesla. Short these pops. The better, not the better, but the repetitive play here has been on the 3-minute chart to short off that 20-period moving average. It gave it to you right here at around 1040, and then this is where I took it, right at that 1210 for a nice move, an 80-penny move to the downside. This one giving you all sorts of opportunities, but stalling a bit here as buyers stand in the way of sellers at that 106 level. Let's have a look at these small cappers. Yeah, RSLS not doing much at the moment, kind of consolidating sideways, perhaps setting up another flat bottom breakdown. But ATNF here, it's holding above that 450. That's kind of what you want to see, right? And I guess this is how to play it here. So if you're looking to get in, I'm thinking of here punching or having a resting order around that 455. And then my out on this one, to me, I would be wrong if it breaks through that 440. And that's because there's a clear level of support right there through this consolidation area. So I would take this maybe 455. If I can get lucky, maybe the 450 retraces down to that $0.50 level. And then I'm looking for a high of day test here near $5. But this is kind of what you want to see, I think, unless I'm really wrong, that big move up and then a hold above a key level. So maybe we'll punch in with a quarter of the shares that I usually go with. We're going to go quarter here, and then we're going to punch in. So now I'm long ATNF. I'm long 57.5. All right. Now, I'm going to give this one to below 40. So I'm giving it 17 pennies. Let's go ahead and put that stop in now. We're going to go 4.39 or so, maybe giving a few more pennies. And then we'll cover all that, and we'll give it 5 pennies or so to the downside. So there's the stop. I'm looking for this one at least to come up to 470. That's where I'll look to take some profit, the first profit-taking level. Let's go ahead and put that one there. Oh, wow, it flushes right back down, right to that level. Maybe I should average in here. Doesn't quite make it down to below. No, I don't want to average in here. The right move would be to average in, though, because this is the level you're giving it to. You've identified that 40 level as the area of support, so why wouldn't you average in down here? I mean, logic says 2. It looks like I've missed it at the moment anyway. So I'll give this one room. I'm going to give it to 39. If it breaks through 39, it's back at 50 now. But my first profit-taking level will be around that 470 area if it makes it to that area. Let's go ahead and put that profit-taking level now. It might not even give it to me, to be honest with you. It looks like it's flirting with that 40 level. We may get stopped out of this one, but hey, thankfully it'll only be for a quarter size. But that 42-ish level looks like there's a buyer there. There we go. Whew. Flushing down now, Luca. I don't know. I don't think this one's going to hold up for much longer.
Yeah, guys, I am I'm in too many positions. So that's why I'm like, hey, which ones am I going to cut here? Which ones? I missed, I tried the reload at like 81s on Tesla on this little dip. Or no, it was like 90s or something, and I missed it. And then we popped. And I was like, damn it, why did I miss that? But now we're back down. I don't even want the reload. So I'm going to stick with what I got here. I think Starbucks was pretty good, actually. Got into that position, sort of popped back to the resistance level, so scaling out, still in. I think I can probably get 50s, so I'm just kind of playing off the idea that 50s is eventually going to print, so we'll see where that one wants to go. I covered Apple entirely because it just, I don't know, it wasn't doing anything. I'm like, why isn't this bouncing? Now we're going back down in the market, and I got to watch because I'm in all longs, and if we fail, we really fail. Okay, you know what? Amazon, I'm out of that one too. We should have went. Now this is like a rejection. Now we're going down. I'm out of Amazon. I think I'm up on Amazon, I think. I'm pretty, well, no, I'm flat. I'm flat on Amazon. It is what it is. Sometimes you can't win them all. JPM, I added and then we flush. Yeah, you know what? This is very, very light position. I'm not worried about that. That was like a starter position. Then I was like, let me try a little more to see how I feel about it. Taking the L on that one. And now we're just
Merc is making low a day, bro.
Yeah, you know what? This is light anyways, the last SPY. I'm going to get flat just to rejig my brain here. Yeah, let me just get out of all these trades. Okay, now holding I like Tesla. I like the Tesla long the most. So I have the biggest size on this position. I'm going to ride this one. And those other positions that, were distracting me from the winner, which I think will be Tesla. So I'm going to add to this as well. Let me continue to add to this one as well.
38.20. That's exactly where we bounced off. That's what we've been telling you that we saw on the 4-hour chart here for the ES March contract. Let's go to that 4-hour chart quick. This isn't just coming from nowhere, guys. It's a level that goes back to the 28th here. Looks like that was the most recent low, if I could put it that way. The most recent low of the lows. Anyway, that 38.20 coming in, not the 28th, the 30th. So it's even more recent than that. So the last trading day, essentially. Looks like we made that around 10 a.m., so probably right after the open. Coming back to test now, 38.20.5 is the low of day on the ES, and it looks like everything's close to low of day. You got Tesla at 105, 60 low of day trading at 106, and then you've got Microsoft Apple literally at low of day. Back to small cappers, ATNF retracing back to that $4.55 area. So we're flat on this one, having gotten in at
Thanks, Combo.
457. Yeah, now we're seeing 457 on the ask. Again, probably a mistake on my part not to average in on that dip down because I had identified that level as the area of support and placed my stop below it. That's probably a boo-boo on my part. Now we're printing in the 60s. I've got my first profit taker sitting at 72. That's below the most recent peak here. So I'm kind of keeping it below that in case we encounter some resistance. That's my thinking on that one. But probably a mistake on my part not to average in here in the 440s or so. There we go. Now we're getting mid-60s. Hopefully I get some of this 70 print. Now positive on the name after flushing on me. Who knows what this one does, but it's been giving you ranges all day. I mean, we identified this lower trend line earlier. It's obviously broken out of that trend. Now it's not going to retrace back. And if it retraced back there, it definitely would be a break of VWAP and definitely a trend reversal. So ATNF looking to take some profits. It's a tiny position, guys. It's a quarter position, so even if it's a fill, it's not like really a big dub or anything. But it's nice to be right, though, Luca. I like being right.
Yeah, man. I like I like espresso. I like pizza. I like basketball. I like many things, man. I like many things. Somebody was like, this is funny, man. I love this. Where is it? Combo XL. What's up? Hopefully you're doing well, man. Happy New Year. That's the first thing I'm gonna say. Long Tesla, laugh out loud, okay, good luck. And I'm just like, thanks, man. Hopefully this goes. And it's kind of funny because, again, guys, day trader, look at me. Long, out, part fill. Okay, that was the money fill, so I got part of that. Light on the position now. So if we go back down, still in the win, not concerned one bit, man. I will take that win. I'm just like, it's funny because if you haven't watched the stream before, like, somebody was like, Luca is a great micro scalper. I've never heard that term before in my life.
You're a scalp demon. Let's not change around the words, bro.
Well, yeah, scalp demon in training, trying to get better every single day. It's a grind, man. It's a grind.
Always,
but yeah, we're day traders here, right? So everybody has their own trades. Sometimes I intraday swing. A lot of the times I'm just scalping in and out over and over and over again. I mean, look at this trade, man. I'm literally in at like 12.19 and I'm out at like 12.26. So not even a 10-minute trade, man. I can't hold for like if I'm gonna trade for like 30 minutes, it's like, like panic. Panic starts to set in. Like this trade needs to be way in the money for me. And Trader Gorno, I hear you there. Luca, don't ever trade against me because I'm winning 60% of the time. I started laughing because I had the win on, I don't know if you're talking about Starbucks. I had the win there and then it went down. So I actually had the win. I'm up on the name. But it's like, then it goes down, I punch, I'm playing off the 100 level. And you said 100, and I just thought long because we're above 100. So I'm like, yeah, long. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, man, this is now back up. That was a little bit of I was faked out. They got me. I punched out of all my longs. Let me just see. Okay, SPY, whatever, was small. Starbucks, who cares? I didn't really love it so much. JPM, I don't even care about this trade, actually. That was like very small size. And where is it? Amazon was the one I was probably the most. Yeah, they fooled me on that one. That was I was fooled there, but it's all good, man. That sell on Apple was actually genius. That was pretty smart because this is the thing. I said 125. I should be out of the majority of the size for the 125 push. Then it's like, okay, hold some, and if I lose on it, who cares? Like I'm up on it anyways. Tesla is like doing this thing where it dances around. I think we test the 50 period, which is 60. So the rest of my trade, I mean, judging by the fact that I got a part fill on that last one, I should probably try to get out at 50s. So if I can get 50s exactly, I'm getting out the rest of the trade at 50s. It feels like the right thing to do. JPM was my banger short. I went long. Yeah, no, I didn't even. This is the thing. I see JPM and I'm like, long over here. Yeah, no, but that was, small size, not really too worried. Yeah,
I just want to update the viewers, Luca, quickly on ATNF. Got that little piece out there now, but it's flushing on me now, so I'm going to get out for the last little bit. This is going to actually be a tiny little winner. So got out the piece at that 72, but it looks like it created a bit of a double top there because previously it had double topped at 74. So that 72 level, 72, 74, potatoes. So then it breaks down aggressively all the way down to 48. So basically retracing 30 cents. That's why I punched out of this one, even though my stop was below this. I had given it about 45, the bottom of this peak right here, right? So that was the idea. So this ends up being a half winner and a half loser. So, hey, whatever. So we'll take it. Looks like I punched out of that too quick now because it is retracing back into the 60s. ATNF, not as clean of a setup as maybe, say, RSLS has given us, basically just taking the flat bottom breakdowns on this one. ATNF has been a bit more tricky and a bit more aggressive in the retracements too, because we're playing with a lot smaller of a range here than we are on RSLS, right? So in this case, I'm talking about a range from 440 to 475. So we're talking about 35 penny range, obviously. So sizing in accordingly, you got to keep that in mind. Now, there we go. So it looks like I got a faked out of this one. This one, yeah, this one's going to fake me out. Now we're back into the high 60s. Should have held, didn't. Anyway, whatever. Mistake on my part. What was the market up to here quickly? Because it looks like we just bounced off that 38.20. Yeah, we're still at 38.26 here. The overall picture on the market still very much close to low of days. And if I'm being honest, I'll have a look at this. We're seeing lower highs consistently and lower lows. So unless we get maybe above this 38.35 area and say we've created a higher high, I think the shorts are still in play. Let's keep an eye out for that 38.35 break, I think. 38.34, 38.35, that area. Then we can maybe find another counter trend. Let's have a look at the scanner, see if anything's coming up. Oh, MSGM. Okay, this one's halted to the high side. Let's pull this one up. This is actually looking juicy. MSGM, is this a NASDAQ stock real quick here? Yes, it is. So we'll flip to this one. This one is up 135% on the day. Look at this one go, guys. Wowzers. We're going to get to that $10 level. Looks like, there we go. We break through 10. We're printing 1035s, I think. No, we didn't quite make it up there. I just saw that on the ask, but the print coming as high as 1010. This one now getting all sorts of aggression to the high side. What's the news on this one? I'm not getting any news on MSGM. Am I getting any news? What time is it? 12:32. Yeah, this one halted, guys, by the way. It halted at around 12:15 at that 732 level and then opened up, and it halted again at 12:25 at that 930-ish level. And 10:08 is the high of the day. So MSGM open now, creating a high of the day at 10:08. Keep an eye out for these halt levels, right? The ones that I called out, they typically act as levels of support, at least for a moment. You can get dip bounces off them, and typically you can get a bounce back up. Don't try it on the 4th or 5th test to that level. Try it on the 1st and 2nd, so you got to have those resting orders sitting there. You're not going to be as quick. Well, I don't know what platform you're using, but I'm not a good gamer, so I got to have resting orders. That 930 level, that 928 level, that's a nice little dip area, and you can see this candle here having made its way back down. So let's flip to the 1 minute. Actually, it's a bit more detailed. There you go. So this candle here, right at 12:32, dips back down exactly to the halt level at 928. There we go. Just created a new high. 1035 now on Motorsport Games Incorporated. Still don't have a reason why this one is moving. Maybe Brendo can have something for us in the next little bit. I'll keep my eye out on the blotter as well, Luca.
Yeah, guys, trying along here on NEO. It looks like it could be a flat bottom break to the downside, but I just want to try the long. I want to try it. So I'm long here. If we pop back, maybe we can get to 70s. I don't really go for big moves at this time of day on NEO, so if I can get 10 cents out of that, I'll be pretty happy. Tesla's now actually popping up to the north side, so I'm in the money. Somebody was like, yeah, Luke, I'm following you on that Tesla trade, so yeah, best of luck. The 50 period is 50 exactly, which probably will fill right now. And I'm trying to get 50s, so like, are you gonna give me 50s? Or are you gonna give me 49s? You know what? I might as well just wait a sec. Okay, give me that. Okay, yeah. So out of that one, I just get worried. Like, why are you coming to these orders and then not filling them? So just get me out of that altogether. I went long Amazon, and this is what you guys heard under your breath. Somebody's like, I'm not a fan of is Luca talking to himself or someone? I'm like literally talking to myself here. I'm like, no, I'm getting long Amazon. I'm like, no, not without me. After this battle and loss, I'm like, no, I'm getting super long now. So we're actually got a nice pop up to the north side, and I didn't cover any, but now that I see it here, I'm gonna take, let me take some here. That was a nice win. That's a nice little scalp trade, man. 50s all the way to 75s. That's like 25 cents. I'll take that, holding the last piece for the 85 test. If we can get that, so I'm gonna have like offer scaled because the last thing I want is to actually miss that. So yeah, sick trade on that one. That was pretty good. I'm happy with the double punch. Like, so the first time, and then I'm like, no, I really like this. Let me, really get that. And look at that volume spike. Volume coming in, breaking the 50 period, move to the upside, take some off, pay myself, And now, like, go a little bit sideways, okay, do your thing, then go to 85. 85 is my out. That's where I'm going to try to get out the rest. Market is finally giving that bounce. And this is a good example, guys. Go figure. Even the market has to make a low to make it seem like, oh, yeah, like we're now going to go even lower. But no, boom, quick reversal. Then you get the actual reversal on the pop to the north side. So, I mean, it's a product of the market that we're in. You know, it's a new year. I think, who was it? Shawn that said this. What? New year, same market. You know, breaking the lows and then giving you the reversal. So, yeah, oh, it's the support. Let me get long in front of support and use a stop below. Like, no, that's not the right idea. It's just stopping everybody out. Then it's going to where it wants to go. So, you know, if at first you don't succeed, sometimes you just need to get long again, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Just make sure it makes sense to you. Yeah, Tesla, what a cover. What a cover on Tesla. That's the thing. If it was going to be good, if I was going to be wrong, it would have like blew through right away. So it's like kind of stalling. That's why I'm like, hey, let me just get out, because the last thing I want is back down. I am not taking a long again. My next idea will be at 105 exactly. If we get there, I mean, Tesla's down 14%. So you're playing with fire on the long, but I made money on that one. So yeah, shout out to somebody was like, oh, Luca, maybe Kathy Woods will hire you. Or Kathy Woods will hire you.
I love that.
I don't know, yeah, maybe.
Luca, we got JSPR and MSGM both halted, both at day's highs.
Halt City.
MSGM halted, I believe, at 11:25. Yeah, 11:25, and then JSPR halted 3:41. JSPR is now only guys, up a measly 606%, followed by the meager MSGM up 171.08%. Lots of these small cappers moving today. We've been involved in some of them, ATNF, RSLS, to the high and low side, especially with RSLS, but MSGM now, all the hype showing up as a #1 mover after the bell. So JSPR is only up 127.33% after the bell, while MSGM is up 155.68. So that making the move after the bell, guys. We'll wait for that one to reopen and for what's it called, JSPR to open. JSPR, yeah, to open as well. RSLS now, the volume really dropping off, but it definitely looks like a good short here. Look at this. I want to say the 13 level has been an interesting area of support. It's been broken, mind you. I mean, like, look at this candle. Obviously, it breaks, but it's retracing very quickly, making its way down to 1270 here. So if you're looking to take that 13 break south, I'm definitely looking at that. I'm going to have some resting orders there because this one has a tendency to make a very quick move down and then retrace back up as, I guess, dip buyers are stepping in there. And so you want to have some resting orders, at least that's the way I see it, to take advantage of these fast movers. By the way, again, it's worth re-mentioning that the spread on this one is quite tricky, so make sure you're scaling in appropriately when you can. Otherwise, you may get cut up just by getting in and out of a trade. It's a little tricky. So moving on to the next small capper, ATNF. We were in that one long. This one just created a newer recent high, 475, I want to say, is that high. Look, we got our position taken out here at 472, so it's continuing to make new highs, but sadly got shaken out of this one by a big move down. But it's playing that range, you know. So that new, oh, interesting here. Let's have a look at this. So if we were to draw a trend line, let's say from this guy here, does it quite fit? Yeah, okay. So if we had a bit of a trend line and this was the former area of resistance, it now looks like that former trend line is acting as an area of support, at least for the, at least for the moment. So I'm going to keep my eye on this trend line, see if it ends up panning out. And what do we have here? Yeah, MSGM still not open. Geez, I got all small caps on my board, guys.
Yeah, I'll leave the small caps to you for today. CCL, I'm just looking at my order log. So I wanted to short CCL. It was the right idea. I wanted, I think, 11s, but I was late to the party. I would have went for the probably 4s or something, like the low, which was basically 8. So now I'm canceling that order. It's, you know, it's lost in the win. And with that transition, I will pull up win. The other order that I wanted, 85.60s, didn't get that one either.
Nice segue.
So, I mean, if we get back, I don't even know. If we get back there, feel free, somebody to remind me. I'll look at it again, but I don't even think I want that short. And Meta, I guess, didn't get to 125 because I'm not filled on that. But yeah, still hanging around here. Meta is like, this is not what I want to see with like a trade. Like, this is in such a tight range right now, and I don't want to like short 25s and then cover. I feel like I can do better on other names, and I just, yeah, no, I'm not dabbling in meta. I'm keeping my order there to get the fill if it happens, but I have no idea if I'm actually going to get that fill. Bob saying, looks like selling exhaustion on Tesla. Let's have a look back at Tesla, because are we closer to 105? No, we're back above 106. At some point, there's going to be another trade on this. I know there is. Right now it's let it do its thing. That's what I'm thinking here. Let it do its thing. This could be a flat bottom break. Let me just remove the fills to, get the real kind of look at this. We did it before, right? We sort of, and let me do this, a little bit of a line here, kind of bounce, a little bit of a pop, then fail. And now we're doing like the bounce. So maybe we get a little bit of a pop and then another fail. And so I think I should short this. But it's pretty low. But yeah, if we can get above the 50 period, which it respected for basically the whole day except for here, and even here was a quick rejection. Yeah, if we pop, I'm shorting my targets back to 106. So I'm not actually going to go for a 105 low kind of trade there. But yeah, if we can pop to maybe, last time it went 50, so 80s. Yeah, I'm going to have an order there and then see if that one wants to fill.
MSGM opened up. Now the high of day on MSGM. Let me tell you exactly what it is. It is 1396 and continuing to print higher. There we go, 1398 now. So 14 coming into play. Recall that we halted at that 1125 area, so already well above that. But keep that level in mind at 1125, because these, these retracement levels end up being really important. These halt levels for retracement, I should say, end up being quite important. They sometimes dip off them. I like to mark them out on my side chart here, but for ease of viewing, I'm not going to mark them up on here. So making a bit making its way back down. No, I don't know. I'm having trouble talking. 12.5 there, guys, but the spread is deadly on this one. 12.88 and 13.38 is the spread there. So obviously, it goes without saying, be very careful on this one. I'm going to stay clear of it. It's nice to talk about, nice to mention, but hard to trade for me and manage risk at the same time. The better trade, the one that I fumbled, is ATNF, continuing to make newer highs, 482, not days highs, recent highs, as we print higher highs and higher lows and continue to move up in the channel. This trend line is I want to say it's a vague area of support. It looks like, I think, again, anything above 5 here, we might get really parabolic, because that is where we stopped out earlier at the high of day. Here's the move up. Didn't quite make it to 5. I think 497. Where is exactly the high of day? Yeah, 497 or so on ATNF. So that $5 level obviously coming into play. Much easier to manage your trade on a stock like this, guys, where the spread is 3 pennies as opposed to $1.50. So that's what my eye is on. RSLS, MSGM, and ATNF. MSGM continuing to print to the high side, now 14.43 to the high side. I saw somebody in the chat saying they're long 8.65 on MSGM. If that is so, good for you. I hope you're still holding. Maybe you should get out now. Here comes a fake halt. Let's see if we end up halting at these levels, or this is just a fake halt, but definitely stalling out for the moment at 14.44. Nothing printing higher. 43s is all I'm seeing here coming in on the tape. Do we stop out? There we do. We do stop out, and we are halted now on MSGM, up 247%, Luca.
Yeah, so Trader Gorno, I see you on Nike. I did not miss it. I was like, I swear I was short it, but for some reason I decided to have my order at 81s. I thought I put it 61s. Okay, that was weird. I don't know why. But anyway, I caught some of it. I caught some of it, man. Hopefully you guys are, holding the rest there, because that VWAP test is pretty nice, man, pretty nice. Somebody else was like, nice call out, Honey Badger. Yeah, that was a banger call out there. So I'm adding to this Amazon long, because we sort of like stopped here before. Now maybe we get a little bit of a bounce, and the market's going back down. If this keeps going lower, I'm just going to be out of the trade. But it's holding the 50s, so I think the 50s is where I want to be. I got a decent average on it, so decent, okay size, not too bad. Neo is not doing anything, so, did I miss my chance? What was that? I thought, I was probably doing 68. Yeah, Neo is not, I'm just going to get out of Neo. It's just not doing its thing. And where are we on Apple, too? Let's look back here. This thing is just, we're below. I'm going to try, do I want another long? Maybe a starter position, and then just kind of see where this one goes.
Yeah, it looks like we're coming back to that 38 38.20 level on the ES March contract. It's a low of day that we've had, 38.20 and a half. We're at 38.24 at the moment. We're flirting. I mean, I even said earlier, and this kind of makes me sound foolish, I said if we break through that 34, that 35 level, we'll have created a higher high and maybe a trend change. Looks like it was a fake out there because it did create a higher high. I think we got up to 36s, maybe 37s, and then it's tanking right back down to 24s unless we create a higher low here and then move back up. We'll see what this one does. We'll let it play out. But anyway, having a look at Tesla, it's at low of day. I mean, I keep saying Microsoft, but it's Apple near low of day as well. So, you know, not really looking good for the market. I'll steer clear of these big cappers. I've done my trade on Tesla, and you know it's profitable, and that's it. And I'll keep my eye on these small cappers for now. 460 was the level that ATNF just retraced to, right to that trend line that we talked about. Now bouncing a little bit back up, printing in the high 60s. This one, you're really going to have to get it at the extreme ends of the ranges. I feel like if you take the breakout trade here, you may get burned. The better trade has definitely been to try to get it off the trend line, even though the trend line is not exact, obviously. Here, you'll see it broken through several times in this area. But, you know, the general idea is to try to get a dip trade on this one and ride it high because it has a very clear direction channel up, right? And you can kind of see that by drawing trend lines. Even without it, it's very obvious. That's my move on ATNF. I'll look for another entry, but I'm salivating at the possibility of this 1250 breakdown here. We were talking about the 13 breakdown earlier, but I think that 1250 breakdown is going to look even better on RSLS. Now only up 89%. This one was retracing from like 200 some odd percent. So this one giving back a lot of the goodies, up over $20.50 at that 10.50 period. Now
Tesla,
we're all the way down. What's up, Lou? So we
One-
just created low a day on the ES.
105 on Tesla. Yeah, guys, this is painful. I didn't even notice Amazon flush on me there. I am a little bit, I gave myself some room to add, you know, in a worst case scenario. I hope we pop back, man. I hope we pop back. This is not looking good. Market looking like it wants to go back down. Not looking good, man, for this Amazon trade here. Tesla, okay, that one I'm gonna watch that one quickly. But yeah, man, Tesla 105 is the bottom. Let me try a long. Let me try a long on Tesla. Based on that 105, 15s is okay. It's not bad. If we break 105, then I'm gonna reevaluate. No, I like the Tesla long actually. This is actually something that I like. It probably breaks 105. I'm willing to add below 105 as well. If this flushes to 103.50, I'm just gonna cry, man. You're gonna witness live crying on stream. That's what's going to happen there. I don't want it to happen. But so please, come on, trading gods, don't let it happen to me. Yeah, okay, Amazon, I think we hold, so I might be okay. Geez, I'm playing with fire trying to fix this average of mine. Yeah, okay, Tesla, let's break the level so I can get the next piece. And I'm going to try to, yeah, for sure we're going to break this level. So I'm just going to wait patiently as I watch Amazon and Tesla, long Amazon, long Tesla, long Apple, small position. This one is distracting me, so let me just get out of this one for now. And then revisit the Apple one. Yeah, Tesla 105 is about to break as we speak. Okay, there's the break. Now we see what happens here, and I want to just add back. So let me get in a little bit more there on Tesla. And yeah, I think we could pop, right? Pops will be short-lived. I'm scalping, guys. I'm scalping. Just kind of heads up there. It's these are scalp trades, right? So kind of in and out there. Amazon is now popping. Let me see if I could get some out there at. If I can get break even on this one, that'll be a miracle. So yeah, pray for me, guys. Hopefully this goes. Yeah, yikes, Tesla. No long today, man. I know. I should have just been short and like nursing the shorts. But here I am long on Tesla and Amazon and saying like, come on, here we go, let's go up. I don't know. We're going to see what happens here, guys. Hit the like button. Hopefully that brings me some luck or something, and I can get out of these trades for winners. They're not too far against me. They're basically flat. Tesla, I'm out of the money 10 cents. Amazon, I'm out of the money 7 cents. So it's not really too long. Somebody's saying, Luca, why long? Because, I mean, I'm not short, so I mean, I guess I'll just be long. No, but it's hard to, the thing is the short is good. So guys, I'm a scalper, right? I scalp. So the thing is I'll have shorts, but like I have the shorts, but then as we get lower, I like the long kind of bounce back plays. So that's kind of the logic. I had an offer to get short like 106.69, which I thought maybe we could get through the 50 period, get the fill. then get the 105 test, but it just is what it is, right? So at this point, yeah, Tesla's going to bounce back now. Okay, I'm good on this one. I know I'm going to be good on this one. Yeah, give me those fills over here. Let's
Give
see.
me those fills,
Beautiful,
baby.
beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so that's a
MSGM,
win
guys.
on that trade. I like that. I like that a lot.
MSGM, guys, halted to the downside. I go to the washroom real quick. I come back. It's halted $2.25 to the downside. So showing you the crazy type of volatility that can come here. That looks like that 1445 high was the halt level, and then we opened up at 1350, and then we halted at 1215. So this one's headed to the downside. Obviously, it's a pay for shorts type situation, so organize yourself accordingly on MSGM. JSPR is also halted. Let's flip to JSPR real quick. I don't want to change my ATNF trade. JSPR, there we go. This one just opened up as well. This was halting to the downside. I see. Looks like we got up to 4, I want to say, on JSPR. Did we? No, we didn't. That's a dark pull wick. 374 is the high. We were halted to the, I want to say to the upside. Okay, yeah, we were halted to the upside there. And now, it's just bouncing around as usual. Let's see if this one can stay open. The spread is pretty decent. I mean, it's 5 pennies at times, sometimes a little bit more. There we go. Now creating new high of days, 380 to the high side. I'm seeing 80 here coming in. This may be the halt level if it can hold it. Here we go. We're going to halt again. I'm not going to be surprised, obviously, on JSPR. That's all it's been doing. Up 686%. Nope, fake halt. We moved right back down into the 360s, so we'll have to test that level again. There we go. A flush down. Could we halt down now? I mean, here we go. We're printing 49, 50, 50, 50, 50, so this might halt at 50 to the downside. So all sorts of shenanigans being played here by the algos, or as Luca likes to call them, the Terminators, the trading Terminators. They're taking us southward. Yes, now we are halted 350 to the downside on JSPR, Luca.
Guys, this Tesla long is looking good, man. It's looking good for my scalp trade. Added, took some out, took a little bit more out, so locking in the win. Now I'm trying to go for that like 35s. If we can like pop through 30s, which I think we might actually get right now, yeah, man, give me these wins. Give me these wins. Give me these wins. I will take them. And oh man, these are, yeah, okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, you know what? Just give me the rest of that. Okay, that's lock it in. Whew. All right, that was good. Amazon covered some at the break-even price because it's just not like, you know, it was a danger play. Now I'm not really too worried, starting to work. So basically, long, taking the L, now at break-even. Now, like, maybe we go back to the north side on that one. Yeah, Tesla was good. That was sick. That was exactly what I thought. Yeah, guys, I'm a scalper again. Just to repeat this, if you're watching the stream for the first time, I am just kind of in and out of these trades, man. Just recycling shares over and over again. I'm not long 105 going for, you know, 110. Like, I'm not doing that. I am long 105 going for 105.30. Long 104.80 going for 105.29. Like, give me those wins over and over again. That's kind of the deal there. It's tough when things go against me because then I sort of like, I don't want to take the L, but like I should take the L. So that's kind of my my toxic trade, I guess you could say. But yeah, man, now Amazon long and chilling. Soon to be flat and chilling. Elon Musk selling. I mean, Elon Musk is at what point?
How much is he gonna sell?
At what point? He said he's done selling for 2 years.
Yeah.
But at what point? Is there a margin call possibility?
No, we talked about that.
Yeah,
We've been
spoke
talking about
it.
that.
And it's like he says no, but I don't believe it.
No,
I mean,
of
like
course
at
not.
some point, he's the first guy in history to lose 200
Yeah,
billion.
I heard. That's
200
madness.
billion.
That's not something you want to be known for. I get it, obviously,
That's
but
pretty bad.
but he, you know, it's,
pretty
a lot of
elite,
it's his own doing. I
Yeah.
mean, he wanted to get into that whole Twitter saga, and then obviously he chose sides politically, which turned off a lot of people. I mean, I've been seeing celebrities tweeting night and day, call them fickle, call them what you want, but essentially they're saying they're going to trade in their Teslas for some other stuff, and they're disgusted to drive Teslas. And you know, he's obviously ticked off a lot of people, and that's not what you want to do as obviously a CEO. You want to have the biggest market possible, the biggest pool of potential customers, and when you choose sides politically, especially in this political environment, you know, you're going to have people trying to boycott you. All right. I saw this one coming up here, guys. ONCS. Yes, another small capper. It's called Cosec Medical. Okay. Let me guess. It's a biotech company. Incorporated is a late-stage immuno-oncology company. Obviously, the company is focused on designing, developing, and commercializing intratumoral DNA-based therapeutics delivered by electroporation, EP, to stimulate and augment anti-tumor immune responses for the treatment of cancers. Forgive me, I am not good at pronouncing these science-y medical kind of words. Anyway, the price action, though, I am good at interpreting. It looks like it made an aggressive move up. Mind you, it's on, kind of sketch volume. It's only done 930,000 shares traded on the day, but here's the saving grace. In the last 5 minutes, it's done over 300,000 shares. So all the volume is starting to come in. You'll see the price action really start to pick up at that 12:45. Before that, it had been absolutely doing nothing. I don't see anything on my blotter to justify the move. So either my blotter is not updated, it's not showing what the real is, or it's just based on a technical breakout being pumped. I'm not sure, but ONCS making a move now up 42%. Let's have a look at this one's daily so we can glean any important levels that we need to be aware of. Let's switch to the daily here on the side chart and bring it in. There we go. This one's taking a little bit to load, so just be a little bit patient with this one, guys. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Why are you taking so long, bro? Okay, Luca, can you take over for a second while this chart decides to fix itself?
Yeah, Elon is selling and I'm buying. I mean, why trade in the open market, Elon? If you see this right now, give me a call, man. Give me a call. I'll buy your shares, no problem. Yeah, no, and then I'll sell them to somebody else in the open market. Yeah, guys, Amazon. I just think I'm too committed to this trade that is not gonna It's like, I mean, I don't know. What time is it? It's like 1 o'clock. We're at this level. I said 84 is the level. That's my logic on the trade. Then I forget. I get too committed. I get too long. And then I just forget the bigger picture here. So it is actually okay, never mind. We're bouncing now. Okay, yeah, so keep bouncing. Target is 70s. If I can get 70s on this, I'll be happy. I'm gonna have orders scaled. Recycle over and over and over again. Over the 50 period selling is what kind of makes sense to me. Open market, you are a market maker, Luca. Come on now. Yeah, no, I'm just mean like the open market, like the stock market, like open market, Someone's saying I'm almost positive he is in a blackout period. Yeah, I think so. I think he can't just can he just keep selling? I don't know if he can keep selling there. 1 Tesla share equals 1 tulip bulb. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, man. I don't know. It's Tesla. The PE came down quite a bit. Price to earnings came down quite a bit. The multiple. But I still do think we are on track to go to 80. So for whoever's saying 99, yeah, but no 80. And my level is I mean, I don't know, man. We'll see what happens. I guess this is a 5-year, 10-year, we're talking about where is this actually going to be going? Yeah, man. Who knows? We could see are we going to look back and be that was the biggest bubble in history? This thing's now a $5 stock. Or is Kathy correct? And she has her 10-year plan.
Can you imagine?
And yeah,
looks like we're getting a guest a fan of the shows to come on. So I don't know if she's going to come on the show,
Oh,
but
sick.
her name is Rosie. Guys, quickly, I just need to update you. ATNF just blew through the roof there. I see it being hollered out in the chat, and I've got it out on my screen. Look at that $5 break, but the better break though is at 485 level. I mean, look at that. All the volume coming in there. Looks like we've topped out for the moment at 540 high, but what a move up and a decided hold of VWAP. Beautiful trade, not trade, but beautiful move here on ATNF, now up 56% on the day. A lot easier to trade than some of these small cappers that really have been halting up and down, and not really giving us an opportunity to do anything with them. Speaking of not being able to do anything with them, OCNS now retracing to that 2 and I want to say a quarter off that 255 high. Again, not seeing any news come in for this one, so it's making a little nervous to punch in. Usually I get something to tell me, this one's moving. But it is a biotech stock, and we know the biotech sector has been all the rave right now. So, entirely possible it could be a sympathy play and, just headed to the high side on a technical breakout. So keep that in mind. MSGM, this was the one we were looking at too. Where is that bad boy? There it is. Now, it is now open, and it looks like it created a bottom there at $10, breaks right through that. Now we're printing in the 60s. This one's ugly. This one's getting ugly real quick. I'm going to need a better chart. Let me just flip this meta chart here, MSGM. There we go. So where are the highs on this one? It's actually 1443, and we halted at that 12 11 level. Opened up at 1050, popped up to 11, and we're basically in and around that level now. We're at 10 and a quarter, 1050. This one looks like it's headed to the downside. It was up a lot more. Now it's only up, guys, 150% on the day. But that keeps changing every couple of seconds or so as the price action of this one continues to fluctuate in every which way. Not taking part in these, obviously. They're far too dangerous to hold and to trade for me anyway on a prop firm where I have to mitigate risk. 573%, guys, is how much JSPR is up. It's currently halted at that 3 1/4 level. Not much to do there, but ATNF continuing to head to the high side, guys. Now up 60% on the day. 550 now is the high on this one. This one's got all sorts of legs. While these other ones are looking to be untradeable, this one is absolutely tradable. Three penny spread, hasn't halted. Very clearly defined levels which you can get off. We had a couple of good trades on it, or one good trade on it, one break-even trade. I got to correct myself. The one break-even trade on it, but you know, getting a lot of FOMO, non-participating remorse.
What is that?
I don't know. Remorse for not participating. Is that a word? Is that a phrase? You gonna go with it?
No idea.
What are you looking at?
Not much, actually. Not much. Guys, I lightened up on the Amazon trade because apparently a viewer is here, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna meet her or him or whoever's in the office here.
Her name is Rosie.
Oh, Rosie. Okay,
Yeah.
so in that case, I'm like, you know what? I should have. I didn't know this. I'm like, maybe I should have got 55s. I was going for 70s. I lightened up over here, so now I'm not really like super worried. But it should have been good. It should have went up sideways, and like, let me just like, where are we here? Okay, let me like draw this to show you guys. This is what I want to see. I want to see the up move. I want to see it hold, and then the up move.
Oh my
like,
goodness.
Right here, you know? I don't want it to like up, down, then like down. I don't want this. Like that's just like, that's bull. So like that's why there's like a method to the madness here. Things either work and they look good or they don't, and then I lighten up on the position. Still in the money, not gonna let go of it yet, but we should not go back down below like 29 or even call it 24s. So yeah, if we break like 84 24s, I'm gonna get out of that trade. I think maybe we get an 84 test if that's the case. Then I'm gonna like get long, like closer to 84 for the move. Because the thing is this, man, how many times has the market shown us that like, and let me just like draw this too. I feel like the visuals are great. It's like, how many times does it like, it's like, okay, this is the support, right? There's the support, then it goes down, goes back up, and then goes up, right? So this is like the stop zone, right? This is where the stop zone is. So this is where I want to be super long. So I'll stop out at 24s, and then I'll reconsider that and then go from there. So that's kind of my thesis on that trade. Just based on the 84s, it's still the same idea. We ran up on Friday into the close into last year. We had a nice move in the morning. We're back down. At some point, 84s should hold and then give the bounce. So, you know, until that happens, whatever. If I lose on the last portion of this trade, I'm losing basically 10 cents. So it's not cause for concern. And yeah, man, there was actually a nice pop there on Tesla. I don't know if you guys caught that. Tesla actually gave a move to the 50 period. So I scalped it out here. Then we went back down. Maybe I should have held some for like the 50s, 60s area, but it just felt like, well, whatever, I'll just cover it there. We popped to, what is that, 75s, and now back down. So yeah, flat bottom break, what I kind of thought would happen, happened. 105 sort of broke and held. We're down 15%. This has got to be the worst day in Tesla's history. It's got to be, right? It's
well, Brendo sent something earlier in the chat. I'll just bears repeating here. Largest single day decline since September 2020. That came in, Luca, at 1140. It's now 103, and we've dropped more since. So it could be worse than September 2020, but definitely a move down for Tesla.
No, I think it's the worst day ever. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I can have a look anyway. I'm sure if something like that, yeah. Wow, 14.5%. Are we at day's lows? No. Day's low was 104.79. We're at 105.42, so we're obviously lower than 15%. Am I seeing anything here come in saying that we were the lowest ever? Not yet. I'll have a look. Obviously, Apple stock is falling, and its market cap slides below 2 trillion. So Apple now giving up that 2 trillion, I guess, marker, name, title, whatever you want to call it. 124.35 to the downside. It wasn't long ago when I remember Warren Buffett coming on multiple networks and saying anytime Apple's below 150, I'm buying. I mean, now it looks like that's that's way overpaying. But obviously, long term, we're talking about something else. Papa Buffett is in it for the long haul, and he doesn't trade. He invests completely differently than how we're looking at it at the moment, guys. All right, let's get to some small cappers. Yes, I see ATNF doing all sorts of craziness. 558 is the high, but RSLS, that's the one we were shorting ad nauseum this morning. RSLS, let's have a look. It just popped back up off that 13 bottom. Now is at 14.5. It looks like it wants to make a VWAP retracement. VWAP is, very conveniently at that $16 level. You always want to see some confluence between the moving averages and the whole dollar levels. It always makes, to me anyway, for a better trade. Now 14.5. It looks like we might be headed to the high side. Looks like we just got a test actually of 15 there, a little bit shy of 15, 14.94. So this one looks like it's headed back up, or maybe this is just a VWAP bounce and then head south, I guess, right? Taking that short off 16. I'll keep my eye out on this one. RSLS provided us so many opportunities this morning to take it short. So, why give up a good thing? All right. Not much else happening. JSPR continuing to trend to the downside now. It looks like, at least for the moment, it's able to stay open and heading south. This is the longest it's been open for a while, guys. I mean, the last time it halted, where are we here? Let me just go to the 1 minute chart so I don't make any boo-boos. No. So we halted. We halted to the downside at that 328. Now we're going down to 302. We're about to test that whole dollar level. There is a halt level at that 299, so be aware of that halt level. Oftentimes, we have a retracement off these halt levels, but this one looks like it's kind of made its move, and we might be seeing it head south. But it's got to be able to stay open, guys. I mean, we can't trade it. We want to be stuck in halts. I mean, I don't want to be anyway. What is the chat up to? Let's see what Trader Gorno. Trading is a lonely profession. Yeah, unless you're on a trading floor, obviously, then you're surrounded by a lot of great traders. Buffett lied, Trader Gorno saying, yeah, nothing's really stopping him from saying I'm buying below 150. No one's going to put a gun in his head and make him buy. So, yeah, absolutely could be accurate on that. And, yeah, nothing really making a move here. MSGM kind of to the low side. Is it halted? Is MSGM halted? No, it's not. So it looks like we're creating newer lows here and below VWAP now on MSGM as we come closer to that 950 level. Looks like we may have an interesting little rendezvous between the price action and this halt level here at 927. Let's see if we get a bounce off that level. That's a halt level from earlier, guys, around that 12:30 time period. We halted at 928, 927, give or take a few pennies. So that is a level coming into play on MSGM, Luca. JSPR halted to the downside, by the way.
Yeah, I said my stop was in for Amazon, but it's just not, I don't feel right. So I'm out of that trade altogether, and I don't even care that I punched the bottom because I got out. That's like a flat altogether trade. Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm down on it now. Like all this to be down on it, but I'm not down, I'm not down. I'm like basically flat for like the size that I had, but I just thought like it would do different things. So now I'm gonna wait closer to 84. And I'm actually gonna have like orders like at 84 so that I can like get picked up over there. That's the plan on that one. It's sometimes I'm having, so this kind of looks like a support level, right? It looks like a support level, but my orders to buy are actually right here. Give me the dip, give me the fills, and then pop right back up, and that's it, man. That's my play on that one. It's just kind of like recalibrate, like doing well. I mean, I'm doing well. What's the top of my board right here? Like Tesla, good trades. Apple, great trades. Basically the SPY trade, which was like whatever. It was pretty good. It worked out. It's third place for myself. Win was great as well, capturing that little bit of a move right over there. Nike, shout out to Trader Gorno. Thank you for that one. 1 win, 2 wins, 100% on that. I think I'm just going to follow your trades, so keep them coming. And Neo was like, that was like, I'm actually glad that I got out of that. I guess flat bottom break, right? So flat bottom, kind of, going for 10 cents. Yeah, like break even, nothing crazy. JPM this is just like tester positions and then lost on it, so it's like whatever. And Amazon is like, it's like meh. I had like good size, it just didn't work. Had the size again, This was dumb, guys. This was dumb. Don't do this. Do not fix your average. It is the worst thing you could do as a trader. My plan was long, and then we flushed. I missed it. I should have been out over here. Instead, what am I doing? I'm adding back to the long. This is just because I really like the 84 level. So like this is it's like, okay, if we went all the way down to 84 and broke, like I would have got smoked. So that's not a good idea to put yourself in those positions. But it just so happened to work out. So the damage control was very good. And yeah, Alibaba, what a good cover on the last piece there. So this was like basically kind of fixing, like add, out for break even, holding the last piece, so I lost on the last piece. So yeah, taking the L there, but like that was a good L to take because it wasn't, I thought we were gonna like bounce and then I thought this move was gonna keep going. We didn't, we went back down. So it is what it is, man. You take shots where shots are warranted and where you think you're gonna be right and kind of things are gonna make sense. If they don't, like no big deal, try again, just keep that positive mindset. I'm gonna go long Tesla here. I think this is gonna be a good long again, off 105 here. And let me just try to get another piece actually in closer to 105. I like this long off 105. I think we eventually could pop. I mean, guys, like we've been going down and I've just been like, yeah, short, scalp it out, cover, go long, out, huh?
No, when Tesla hit the 50 period at 112, I got out.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, yeah. Whoever said 105, someone's like, yeah, 105. Like if you called that when it was at 114, that's all I want to say. Just a nice little clap for you because that was a great call. And because everyone's saying 105, and some people are saying 99, but like, no, not today. There's no way. But 105, I think long. So I think like 105 was the target. Why not go long here? Makes sense to me. It's already working for me. I'm going for like the quick wins anyways. So let me just get some. Can I get some here? Give me some. Yeah, man, give me those little scalps. It's not every day is Tesla at like over is 102 million shares traded. Like this is wild, man. Things are moving, things are jumping around. I will continue to dance. I will dance. Not really sure what the dance is. Kind of feels like the tango a little bit. But yeah, man, maybe we get that pop to 50s. So that's my target for a little bit more of the shares. And you know what? As we pop, let me just let me sell a little bit more there. Okay, great, man. That was another nice little win. Yeah, man. Tesla continues to pay me. Hopefully it's paying you too.
I've been done with that.
These shares over and over and over again.
I've been done with Tesla. You guys see my trades on Tesla. I'm done for that for the day. But RSLS now really retracing back to that 16. We're real close. We topped out here, I believe, in the 60s, 1560s, that is, 67 or so. That 16 level with VWAP is golden. I mean, I'm going to be looking for a short off there. I'm not going to take it right away because, a lot of people are going to be looking at it. So that what the algos are going to do, what the terminators, as Luca likes to call them, what they're going to do. They're going to try to fake you. But I'm definitely looking for a possible move back down off VWAP on RSLS. I love that retracement. It shows all sorts of strength, a lot of eyes on this, the volume coming in, and playing into it as well. Lots of volume coming in to move it to the high side, so a lot of eyes on this one. And it's still showing up quite high on my scanner, so it'll get a lot of people's attention. Anyway, so let's have a look at some other things because RSLS is not quite at the level we want it to yet. JSPR, I mentioned this one before I sent it back to Luca. This one now, it halted to the downside. Now it's making a move back up into that 3. Let's quickly look at JSPR here. Only up, guys, 510% on the day. This chart is tainted, so I'll have to bring in another chart here. Let's bring this one in. Hello. There we go. So JSPR, look at this chart. I mean, how do you trade this? This is the 1 minute chart too. I mean, this is not even a 3 minute chart. So we get down to that 280 level and then we find an immediate bounce to 3, a reject off 3. So what do you do in these cases? To me, it's not tradable. To me, mitigating risk and having the rules that we have here on the floor, it's just not tradable. I can't figure out a way to get into this one. So I can just continue to admire it from afar, but in terms of trading it, not going to do much. MSGM, now below VWAP. Now I think we could start seeing some very aggressive moves to the downside. Now we're below that $10 too. Now we got a lot of room. I mean, the breakout area literally is at 5.5. We were consolidating, we were doing nothing on the stock till about 12 o'clock. And the price action around that time was that $5.50 area. So we almost have $5 of a potential move back down. MSGM I'm talking about. Again, I'm not seeing any news catalyst here coming in on MSGM. So to me, this is a good flush down candidate, if you want to call it that. It's not up on news. It looks like it's a sympathy play, maybe a technical breakout. I'm not seeing news on it, so I don't want to be totally declaratory on their chat. Fact check me on that. If there's news on MSGM, let me know, but I'm not seeing anything here. Diamond Realty of Miami quickly saying that Tesla is making new lows, 104.64, now the low on that. But what I'm focused on now is looking at the short on MSGM here. It's below $10. It's below VWAP. It has a bit of a lower high. Look at all these lower highs, and we have consistently, you know, lower lows, not too many lower lows, but we have a flat bottom sort of brewing here. The short on this one I think would be quite good, but it is a little spready, mind you. And it is a little spready, so this one could be dangerous. I'm looking for something short, possibly into 850 or so. We'll see how this one plays out. Maybe I'll get into a baby short here. Luca, I'll take a little short right now.
Come on, Tesla. Come on, Tesla. Okay, guys, I added. I'm like, no, I'm adding more. This is going to be good. And then we flush, and I'm like adding all the way down, playing with fire. And I'm like, okay, if I get smoked right now, I get smoked. Like, whatever. It is what it is. So that's not like that's a long cover. I'm still long this name. Yeah, 104.88 is the average. We're basically teetering with it right now. If we can just get through 105, there's a part of the plan. Make a new low, do a lot of volume, bounce back. Oh man, like if this works, like this is gonna work, man. This is gonna work. We're gonna see where this wants to go now. I got a decent sized position for the rest. It was like add, take it out to cover break even. Thankfully, I got the fill, so now I'm lighter on the position. So, trading, you got to sweat. Like if anybody's really trading on the other side of the screen, you got to sweat. You know the deal. And then it kind of like you get into like these positions, then they start working, and then you're like, okay, now I can take a chill pill, take a step back. I think the selling is done for the time being on that little kind of flush down, and I think I could get 50s easily. We just need to get over 5, and then yeah. So I'm kind of going for like this up move. Like if I can get like this up move, and let me like zoom in just to kind of maybe this is easier to see for you guys. If this can like break through like 105.10, I think we like go to like 40s again, right? So that's kind of the play there. I'm gonna see if I can have orders scaled to get those fills there, man. To get those fills, give me those fills, and hopefully do not reverse off of my trades. I don't think we're gonna go back to the lows and really sell off. If we do, then I think I have to cut it for a loser. But for the time being, it's looking good. I'm in the money. Only 11 cents, just getting started. I want to feel, what time is it? It's like 1:20.
Yeah.
I think, like we're gonna pop. I feel like we could pop to like 108. Now that it's like, okay, we spent so much time down here, like, are we gonna pop or are we not gonna pop? I'm gonna hold some. I'm gonna try to hold some, I think. But yeah, my first target is like 35-ish area if we can actually get there. And yeah, let me just add a little bit more down here. See if I get that fill. Probably not. Maybe I just missed that. I'm going to keep that order there. Yeah, see if I can continue to build this long on Tesla. I kind of like this. We're going to see what happens. Luke, Bob saying, Luca, where is that feeling coming from? Down all day. What are you thinking? I'm just kind of going with the flow, man. I'm like scalping. I'm just going based off like the moves and how it looks and how it feels. It's like we're down 15%, so obviously the short is good. But every single time there's been bounces. So it's you know, like I should be shorting, but I sort of, like if for whatever reason we get to 108, then I'm like, okay, now short. Like if we get like a crazy up move, then I'm loving the short, like over there. Like somewhere like 108 to 110 area, that's kind of like my area. This is sort of that 108.90 is where we sort of balanced before we really had that next leg down. And the previous low, I want to say, was like 108.50-ish or something like that, where this kind of break took place. So yeah, if we get back there, that's where I really love the short. But then if not, yeah, I want to play the bounces. I want to play the bounces, you know, take the longs, kind of see what happens there. It's working for me, so I'm not going to stop. But again, guys, you're seeing my trades, like long cover, long cover. Long cover. Like I'm playing in such a tight range. I don't even know if this is possible for anybody else. Like this is my style of trading. I'm like in and out. This is kind of like how I look at things. But and then you know, like everybody has a different style. So like don't look at my position board and think, oh, he's long. Like what's he going for? 120? Like no, of course not. I'm going for like 20 cents. If I get $1, that'll be a miracle. So yeah, that's kind of my that's my logic. Just kind of thinking out loud.
I like what you're doing there. Yeah. And like I'm pretty much. Not the exact same way. I was in an MSGM short, and I took a piece out here, but now it is going bonkers against me. I've only got 15% of this trade left. I got short 72, Oh man, I gotta get out of this one. It's gonna halt to the upside here. It looks like, yeah. So the 15% short is gonna punch me in the face here if we halt above 11. I'm gonna give this one to like 11.01. If it breaks 11.01, I'm outie. But are we gonna get a halt here, or what are we doing? I think the volume is just dropping off. So holding 50% of the position, it's not a big deal. There we go. We get a halt to the upside, and that one now is a lot against me. Thankfully, only 15% of the position. What a move back up on MSGM. I got nervous there. I'm like, okay, look, I'm gonna get it out here. The spreads are way too wild, so I got out. This is a winner, but the 15% literally will kind of wipe almost all that win off, because now it is almost $2 against me for that last remaining portion. We'll see what this one does on the way down. It looked like it was setting up nicely for a flat bottom breakdown, but anything's possible with these small cap cappers, and you saw it live here first. Now MSGM, JSPR, and RSLS are all halted. RSLS halted to the upside. JSPR halted to the downside. And as you saw, MSGM now halted to the upside as well. Let's bring in the side chart to update you guys on that. There we go. A 302 halt on JSPR, an RSS halt at 1773. We were talking about this one short possibly at 16. Thankfully, we didn't get into that one. That one would have ripped our face off. It didn't even move down. That's a 3-minute chart. Let's move back to the 1-minute chart to see if there was any movement back down. No, all these 1-minute candles are decidedly to the high side. This one's been closed for almost 5 minutes, so unless it's going to be a 10-minute halt, we should be opening up relatively quickly here on RSLS, and we want to be a part of that because we want to see if it's going to make its way up and then back down to the 1773 level. That's a halt level. That's proved to be good for me in the past, taking these dip trades off the halt level. But it looks like we're getting some super chats. So why don't we get to those? YOLO when FOMO sends a $2 super chat saying Tesla low was 104.22 pre-market on 12/28/02. Okay, good to know. It's important to look at the pre-market lows, but I think that most traders will tell you that the level that they're more convinced by is after the market because just of the liquidity issues coming in. But thank you for that. Definitely good to know about these levels. Adham Abu Sahel says, used 401k and sold a kidney to load up on Tesla long, sends a $1.99 super chat. I don't know what price you're in on Tesla long, but you know, clearly we've been looking at the price action and it's been mostly to the sell side. So I wish you obviously the best of luck. No question about that. And you know, it's a company that I like. It's a guy that I like. So I wouldn't mind seeing Tesla move to the high side. Maybe it's giving us all an opportunity to get in at a really low price. Who knows? Elon Musk is a guy who is known for delivering when people don't think he can deliver. So yeah, RSLS, MSGM all halted, as well as JSPR. Looks like we're basically on the market, more macro picture now with respect to the ES March contract. We've been basically at that 38.20 level that we've talked about. That goes back to the trading day of the 30th. That was a low of day there. We've basically been hovering around that. That's not something you want to see if you're long-minded. You don't want to see the price action straddle the lows because then it just kind of makes you feel like it's a matter of time till we break down below the lows. So that's my outlook on all of these. And until these small cappers can open from the halts, we can't really trade any of them. Let's have a look at what else is moving. I see ILAG. ILAG's been making a move all day. I'm going to pull this out on my side chart because I don't want to change any of my main charts here. Have a look at this ILAG. It looks like the volume really started coming in around that 10.25, but the real volume came in around that 12 o'clock area. Excuse me. That's where the real volume came in. And then the even realer volume came in at that 1/4 to 1 area. Look at that move. We made a move all the way up to 187, but an aggressive move back down into that 145. Not quite making it to VWAP, but now retracing up to 165. Can we get new highs, or is ILAG done for the day? Not really a fan of these stocks, these $1 stocks, sub $1 stocks. I try to stay away from them like a $3, $5, $8 stock. But sometimes you don't always get your pick. MSGM still halted. Let me have a look here to see how long this bad boy is halted for. I'll have to switch to the 1-minute chart. Looks like we're at that 5-minute time slot. So this one should be opening quite soon, unless we're going to get a 10-minute halt. Do we open up or down? I'm going to wait to see what the first few prints look like, because I got to punch out of this one soon, because it is $2 against me. Again, I'll qualify that by saying I'm only holding 15% of the original position. So thanks for that, MSGM, making me look silly, Luca.
Yeah, guys, this Tesla, look at these offers, man. Look at these offers above 105. All these people were long 105, and they're like, let me just get out at the same price that I got in at. I like that strategy. So, yeah, man, once these offers clear, I think 105.09, 105.08, I think, man, we are off to the races. Somebody said it best. They're like, you're lagging, bro. That's funny. Somebody's like, yeah, it makes no sense to short here because we're already down 15%. So again, understand that the bounce could be short-lived. But yeah, man, you know, it's, I mean, look, I'm doing well on the bounce. I'm doing well. I'm playing with fire. I'm doing well. Taking yeah, give me these fills, man. I'm taking as many fills here as I can on this Tesla long. Get me out of this one, and we'll see, man, if this wants to actually run to the 50 period and go. I think I'm good. I think I'm good. You know, traders, they have instinct, and they're just like, I think I'm good. I think. So, yeah, man, we will see. Okay, yeah, there we go. There we go. Let's go.
Nice
spin
trade.
The money for me on that
Oh,
one,
of
man.
course
Spin the
I
money
will.
for me on that one.
No question about that, baby.
Alrighty. There's the move, guys. That's exactly what I'm talking about, man. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Give me those fills on the pop. That's the move that I'm going for. Long, 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 long out. Add back, like add a little bit more to the long. This is like a smaller add, but I just felt like I had to. And then, yeah, fill all the way to the north side. Still got a decent sized position on. We're now gonna break the 50 period, and let me remove the fills, because where is the 50 period? I can't even see it myself. Oh, this is a banger. This is a banger. Okay, did I like get some more out? I think I got some more out there. Let me just make sure I get a little bit more out there.
Everything is going ham.
Okay.
Everything is going ham.
Yeah, now, okay, guys, I'm holding the rest of this position. This is what I said to myself. I said, once we go, we're probably gonna go. It feels like the tape has completely changed. There's now a whole different scenario. The market is now ripping to the upside. I'm long, man. I'm long. I'm 104.81 is the best possible average I think to have right now. And my target is 106. I'm using dollars and half dollars now. We're gonna see if we can get some scaled out. I'm gonna put my orders. Yeah, man, just have your orders out on this one. It's super important because it could just rip there and then reverse, and then maybe you miss the fill. So that is the last I'll say on this. Man, what a trade. What a trade. Jesus.
Yeah, I'm happy you're happy. Chris Duffer sending a $2 super chat saying, hey guys, I'm in Tesla at 165, 30%. Should I
change the camera, eh? No? Okay.
Yeah, I know. Just let him talk.
Somebody
Luca's
not doing their
talking,
job.
right? Hey guys, thank you. Chris, I don't want to butcher your last name, so I'm going to say Chris. $2 super chat says, hey guys, I'm in Tesla at 165, 30%. Should I hold HODL, high of day level? What does HODL mean?
Hodl, like hold on for dear life.
Oh, hold. So maybe just hold typo. Okay, I guess. 165. You know, I'm not going to give you any financial advice, obviously, but it does look like it is far away from your entry. We're obviously at 105.40 at the moment. You know, Tesla, it's, you know, a lot of people were saying this one was overpriced, going a ways, but you know, the shorts kept getting burned on this. I mean, I remember when the PE was 100 on this. Now my platform's telling me 37.95, so 38. That's what the PE is on this one. It's a long ways away from the hundo that it was at. I mean, can we retrace back to those levels? I don't know, right? Not really qualified to give you a fundamental perspective here, but the daily chart does not look good. Let's have a look at the daily. You guys know what this has looked like lately. Yeah, that's the move. That's a split right there. Otherwise, it'd be a lot more decidedly to the downside. Yeah, there we go. Where's that top at? That top was essentially at 420 top, close to 420. Now we're in testing 100s, guys. I mean, I'm gonna steer clear of giving anybody advice on this one. I'm sorry, but all right, let's talk about some of these movers. ATNF just made another newer high. Looks like we got up to 574 on this one. Now trading at 565, up 67% on the day. So ATNF continuing to give opportunities. We had that channel break. And then we had that huge move up to 5, I want to say almost 60, but an even more aggressive move down below 5. And then, you know, this one's all over the place. Now we're 575 and creating newer highs. I'll steer clear of this one. I got burned badly on this MSGM, got caught in the halt to the high side. Thankfully, it was only for 15%, but that was still, that wiped off all the profits that I had made on this little move here. So MSGM not quite ready to start trading to the downside. But you have to assume this one, again, not coming in with any major news, may be headed to the downside quite soon. It's just, we got to keep it below VWAP. We had the VWAP break here, and that's why I got short, looking for that flat bottom break, but it had other ideas. Retrace to the high side. I'll wait possibly for another VWAP breakdown and then maybe look for some consolidation sideways short on MSGM. Definitely still not off my radar by any means.
Yeah, sorry about that, Grant. Luca, mute your mic. I know, I'm just over here like, hold it, hold it. I'm like, walk away from the keyboard. Like, and what I mean by that is, guys, sometimes you get into positions, and if you just walk away with the position on board, you will make more because you will not cover any, and it'll just keep going and working for you. So, yeah, I'm going to scale some out in front of 106, and then I'm going to try to scale some at, like, this is the thing. I'm kind of looking at, like, this area where it was before. I feel like this is an area, like, so 106.40, and then I feel like this is an area, like right here. So it's like I'm going to try to get some out over here, I'm going to try to get some out over here, and then I feel like this is also an area. So like 107, like I'll do 107 and all that, right? So yeah, man, if we can get to 107, that would be great. Not going to lie, that's probably where I take out the majority of the position if we get there. Just because, yeah, it's like, that's like a huge move. I mean, I said if I get $1, it's a miracle. So here I am, almost in $1 winner. I'm up like 80 cents on it. So somebody was like, yeah, Luca, you might actually get your $1. And I was like, yeah, man, I guess so. So we're gonna see. I definitely have to have an offer out for 106.69. It's just I gotta have that offer there. That is the money fill I feel like. So yeah, man, pretty happy with that position. Only long on board right now is Tesla. Obviously, you guys can see the position banner right over there. My orders are stacked. If for whatever reason we do go back down through 105 and break to the downside, and I'm like wrong on what I have here, I'm not gonna be thrilled, man. I'm not gonna be thrilled, but it's trading, man. It's trading. It's gone. Yeah, exactly. It's like, okay, if it's gonna go all the way back down, it's gonna do it. You know, it happens, whatever. But I want to hold. I want to hold, and I'll live with the results there. So it's all good. Derek's saying, and I'm gonna read this live. Luca, do you ever just set trailing stops for part of the position? No, because I've seen day trading and trailing stops. You will always get trailed out on, especially. Like the thing is this, right? I'll give 2 examples. Let's say you're short at 115. Let's say, you know, it went down and went up. Let's say you're short here at 115 and it's like 9:45 in the morning. Like, you know, it's going down, you think you're good, it's breaking lows, it's not really coming back. Now let's say it's at like 111 and your average is 115 and you're like, okay, now I'll set a trailing stop because I think that Tesla could really go today. But I almost feel that like trailing stops, you gotta have like a super high conviction and you got to have the opportunity. You got to be more of that intraday swinger. Whereas myself, I'm a scalper, and I just feel like my stops are always going to be in the right spot, and it's just not me, guys. You want to lean into your strengths as a trader, not your weaknesses. I've tried those before. I've tried hard stops. I've tried trailing stops. I've tried having no stops and just like, you know, punching in and out. But yeah, the money is made as a day trader from scalping, especially like kind of like for me. So that's what I do. But yeah, thanks so much for that. I mean, I've tried. It just doesn't work. So for me, yeah, my stop is essentially like 104.50. Like we go back down, we make another low, like I have to be out of that trade. I just have to be. I just don't think it's going to happen. There's like 30 minutes left to go on the show. I'll probably ride this. I mean, who knows what happens until the end of the day. And it's sort of like the ES is working in my favor too, right? So like if I'm going to just draw like a line here. Like I feel like if we get through this and this, that is not a vertical line that I wanted to do. Yeah, if we get through that and that area, like if we get to 38.50, like we can do the VWAP test. So like this long, if we go up, if we go here, if we get that VWAP test, we're gonna have so much action and short squeeze. That's probably a better short area. So I told myself like 108 to 109, I love the short. So if for whatever reason we can get there, it's gonna like be slow, then it's gonna be like boom, like parabolic, and then boom, back down. That's kind of what I think. So I'm in the long, I like it, I'm holding it. I don't even want to short it, so I'm not gonna get out of the long. But if we get up here, I'm going to get out of the long, and I'm going to consider the short. So I don't know if that'll happen in the next 25 minutes. I don't know if that'll happen today. But yeah, definitely exciting, man. 100 probably gets tested tomorrow. I mean, we're at 105, 15% down move. Tesla's probably going to 99, 80, like all these. Kind of crazy, man. And someone's saying Luca can't see the bottom of the
I just want to mention my short on RSLS real quick here, guys. Got short 17.21, scalped all the way into this 16 3/4 area for a nice little winner, adding to the shorts that I've already had on RSLS. Nice little breakdown there. My tape is messing up a little bit on this one, so it made me a little nervous, which is why I kind of punched out of the position a little early. Excuse me, a little early. Looks like we are bouncing a little bit off that 20 period for the moment on the 1 minute. Let's see what this one does. I think it's primed to the downside. I think it may retrace back into VWAP here. VWAP being a little bit above 16, that 16, 12, 16, 13 area. But another nice little short, quick in and out on RSLS. You know, this is not really the day where, not really the time, sorry, not day. Not really the time you want to be holding, especially these ones. I just got burned on MSGM, so once I see a level, I try to get in quickly. And if I can scalp off that level, great. MSGM now coming close to that VWAP. Again, we want to see this one break below VWAP, definitely, because we want revenge on this one. At least I want revenge on this one. I'm joking, of course. The stock doesn't know me, nor do I know the stock. It's just a matter of making my money back, and that's all. So I'm looking for a good setup here, and my setup is going to be a short, and I need it to be below VWAP to get that eventual move down. Now, when we look at the macro picture on MSGM here, let's have a look at the 3 minute. We have lower highs, right? So we have the high here near 14.5, and then we didn't quite make it back up on the last peak. 13 is where it topped off at. So lower highs is a good signal. If we can get lower lows, that's going to be the cue. The lower low will come vis-a-vis that 9 1/3 breakdown. That's kind of where we got out the last little piece. If we can get lower below that, below 9 1/3, maybe 9 1/4, that'd definitely be a new low. Until then, I'm going to wait for a short to develop on this one. Again, I don't want to keep repeating myself, but it's going to be below VWAP. I won't take it unless it is. All right, RSLS continue to consolidate sideways at the area we just got out.
Let's go.
So we'll leave that one go. ATNF bouncing off that that high of day, but I hear Luca beside me yelling, "Let's go!" So let's go see what's going on.
Do we have like a "Let's go" emoji?
I'm gonna do a awesome. I'm gonna do a bang for you. I'm gonna do everything,
Let's
bro.
go. We need like a "yeah, buddy." Can we even do that? Yeah, buddy. That's like
apparently, Shawn said this morning we're gonna get new animations, so that's probably in the works.
Yeah. It's yeah, buddy. That's all I want to say to that one, guys. Someone in the chat's like, "Let's go, Tesla, Michael Tran." I'm assuming you're long on this. Hopefully, you're long with me. This thing is working. Getting some more fills up to the north side here, taking those fills into the 106 level. You know, now back down, but doesn't matter because I got the fills. So this is the thing, man. You know, when you're trading these sharp moves, you need to have your orders out there because if you wait, sometimes you miss the fills. So just have it in areas that you think are the areas, and roll with it, man. Yeah, man. Michael Tran, 1,100 shares at 104.90. All I want to say is I like that added 100 because so we were talking about like scaling the other day, like in the office, and it's like if you take, so initially I'm like, oh yeah, take 100, take 500, take 1,000, right? But like the thing is if you take 1,100 or if you take 110 shares, you might punch out of the 100, you might punch out of the 1,000 because that's the way like our brain works, like very simple. But then you're gonna let the 100 ride. So I don't know if that's kind of your logic on that trade, but like I like that. It's like you have the 1,000, it goes in your favor, sick. You take out the scalp trade, maybe you take off the 1,000, you hold the 100, and then the 100, like I like to do this where it like becomes a swing trade, and then I see where it goes. Like who knows where Tesla's going to be tomorrow, man? Who knows? You know, your guess is as good as mine. But like, could you imagine it closes the day at like 107.50, and then it's like, how much is it really going to gap down tomorrow? Is it really going to gap to new lows? Like, no, it might gap down to 105. And don't quote me, anything's possible, and obviously trade your own book. But you know, like when I kind of obviously over here, I'm day trading, so I'm not carrying anything overnight. But like on my own account, if I get these positions, I like to let a little bit ride there. So yeah, nice trade there. Continue to trade your own strategy. Do you? I'm having a great day, man. Things are good. Pretty happy with this one. And hopefully we blow through this 106 and then give me those 107 fills. And as soon as I'm like super light on the position, I don't even know how many orders I have here. Probably not for the full amount, but I'm kind of like trying to get like wherever I had that line there. I think it was like 107. Like everything above 106, just get me out of this trade. 107 will be a gift, I feel like. 107, 108 will be a gift if I can even hold it there. And then I'll consider flipping short. But again, for a day trade, for a scalp, I just think like if we pop, short the pops, we could easily go back down. If we turn, let things kind of cool off, then make that decision to do that trade. So yeah, man, that's the idea with that one. And yeah, like the Lucas Tesla long was correct. Yeah, man, it's just about making money. It's not about being right. You know, I'm not gonna be here and say I told you so. Like, no, who cares? Like, there's gonna be more trades to come. Long, short, doesn't matter to me. Just continue to recycle over and over and over again. That is the trade there. And Trader Gorno, Luca, my man, if you are a regular now, can you scout out some plays and levels for us? Yeah, man. Over. I call it like I see it, man. I'll try my best, you know, to call them ahead of time, but I definitely am a reactionary trader. I'll jump in, I'll jump out. Thank you for the heads up on Nike. You said time to scalp Nike, and I was like, tell me it's at 119. Instantly punched in there. I'm going for smaller wins now just because, I mean, this was a nice one, this was a nice one. I'm still holding some of this, so I got some left, but I just felt like I wanted to get out in front of VWAP for the flush, just because it's like 140. So I'm just like, okay, it's 140. I'll just take the wins. I don't know if we're going to have follow through. I mean, if we do, great, it'll follow without me. But, like, yeah, we'll see what happens. And I want you putting in that work in off hours. Yeah, man, it's a grind. It's very high performance. I'll tell you that much. It's high performance. I definitely got to hit the gym, stay healthy, you know, eat yogurt, good probiotics.
There you go.
Sharif knows the deal with that. Yeah. This guy comes in. Can I tell him?
Of course.
This guy comes in. He's got, like, 8 eggs? 7? 10 eggs.
10 eggs. Sometimes 12. Yeah. Two yolks.
This guy 2 yolks and 10 egg whites. And he heats it up, and every morning I'm like, oh my God, that smells amazing. I'm just like, I just bring a banana. I just eat a banana, peanut butter, bagel with peanut butter, coffee, and then I get all my protein, hit my macros like in the latter half of the day. But yeah, man.
As long as you hit those macros. Tesla, I see Tesla curling back a little bit, Luca. I don't know what you see on your chart here, but only down 13 and some odd % on the day, but having a bit of a curl now off that 104.64 bottom, now printing 106.20. So a $2 move, almost a $2 move. I see the 50 period here. I spy with my little eye the 50 period on the 3-minute chart at that 107 range. I see the same thing on my other platform as well. I wonder if this is a retrace to the 50 period average and then short again on the day. Hard to know. We'll wait. We'll see what the price action dictates. I'm not going to put any resting orders there at the moment. It's a low conviction trade. I haven't been watching Tesla for like the last 2 hours after that nice trade that I had on it when I sat down. So price action wise, I'm not in sync with it at the moment. Seeing a $5 super chat coming here from Top VoIP. I don't know if VoIP means voice over internet protocol. Does that what you mean by VoIP? Somebody buying grab call options heavy 450. Have a look. So we don't deal with options on our platform here. I have access to my options platform. I won't have a look at that, but yeah, obviously a lot of traders look at unusual options activity. You guys know the Nigerians, they do that. They look for unusual volumes activity, and they basically play using that. That's not something I do. I'm more of a chart reader. But thank you for that, Top VoIP. I'll have a look at the stock itself. Let's bring in Grab on the side chart here, GRAB. There we go. Let's have a look at this. Where are we here in price action? We're at 344. Let me just remind myself what Grab is real quick, because I do have a bad memory. Grab Holdings Limited operates as a super app based on gross merchandise value, GMV, and food deliveries, mobility, and e-wallet segments of financial services. The company operates across the deliveries. Okay, it's just repeating itself. All right, let's have a look at the daily chart on Grab. Not much intraday volatility or intraday volume for that matter, especially for a $3 stock. Let's see what the daily brings. Okay, so the daily is a bit all over the place. It looks like we had a big move down from last December, Luca. December 2nd, we had a nice pop up there into that $21 range, but basically since around March of this year, we have been below $4.10 to the high side, and the low side we've been holding that 2.25. So a very tight range for a very low price stock. Not really seeing much breakout. I mean, there is a micro trend to the high side here, going back to late October. It looks like we bottomed out at that 220, and now we're at 344. But we've seen this pattern happen over and over again, where we bottom out near these 2.25 area and then move high near that $4 area. So it looks like between 2.25 and 4 is a better level. I would wait personally, if I were you, for confirmation that this is breaking out. To me, confirmation would be the break of 4 or 4.25, whatever level you're going to decide to use here. This level going back to last March indicates 4.25, but if you want to use a closer level, there's that August level, which is definitely at 4. So I'd look for a 4 break before either getting any call options on this one or punching long for the whatever, long-term, short-term, however you're looking at it. But from an intraday trade, top VOIP, I don't see much in the way of an intraday trade. It looks more like a buyout, to be honest with you, Luca. Now, earlier I had said, could we get a little bounce here on Tesla? Well, you know, we were close to that 107. I was looking at that 50 period on the 3-minute chart as a possible area we could retrace down from, but not to be, at least for the moment. It looks like the market not quite ready to make a VWAP retracement by the market. I mean, the ES March contract here looks like that 38.36 recent high that we made around 12:30 is going to stay the recent high for the moment. We're tracing back down to 38.27. But yeah, that's what big cappers are looking at. Let's look at the small cappers, a little update on these ones. Surprise, surprise. JSPR, oops, let me just minimize that, move that up here. There we go. JSPR halted to the upside again at 305. That's after halting down and then halting up once again. So this one just being all sorts of stupid. I don't know how to play this. RSLS, look at that move down. That is a nice move down. Do we have that over here? Let's just look quickly at, I put a resting order, to be honest with you, on that. I don't know if triggered or not. Let's flip here quickly to RSLS. Oh my God, look at that flat bottom breakdown. That is a thing of beauty, and I missed all of that. I suck. That is a nice little setup, Luca.
Yeah, I got a question for you, Sharif.
Yeah.
What do you do with the other 8 yolks?
I throw them out, sadly, and it's not something that I like to admit because I'm very anti-wasting. Like, I'll give you an example of how anti-wasting I am. Like, I don't like water in my food, so I take out the watery, mushy part of the tomato, and I only put the outer layers in my food, but I save all that watery, mushy part of the tomato to be used for something else, because it irks me to have to throw out food. I was not brought up that way. I was not brought up that way. But sadly, there is nothing for me to use the yolks for, and they go back quite quickly. So
yeah, you can't. So
I know you were setting me up there.
Well,
you had a little grit on your face. I knew you were setting me up.
I was laughing because I know you can't have 8.
Yeah, what am I gonna do?
You can't have 10.
That's
every
crazy.
Day.
That cholesterol's gonna be through the roof.
No, you should have 2 or 3 max.
Yeah, I don't.
But no, somebody in the chat was asking, and I was like, you know what? I had that same question too, so I was curious.
No, and Derek Spainhauer, I hope I didn't butcher your name, Spinehauer, asking, why don't you just buy liquid egg whites? I don't like them.
I feel like it's not. Is it the same?
I don't. Number one, to me, just my tongue doesn't taste the same on my tongue. Number one, I find it also a little bit watered. And here's how I know: when I put the egg whites in and I mix the veggies and I do my whole shebang, I find there a lot more excess water that I have to wait to burn off. When I do the egg whites themselves, and I was telling Aaron this before, when I do the egg whites themselves, I find to be a lot less water. So I feel like it's just, we're being bamboozled a little bit into thinking it's egg whites, but a lot of it is water. And that's what people do in detergents too.
Yeah, true. And then there was another question that I actually wanted to ask, but I can't remember. Somebody was asking this question, and I think I may have lost it here.
Put the yolks on Luca's chair. Why would I do that?
Oh, man, come on. Yeah,
come on, man.
You guys playing here.
Yeah.
Oh, somebody's asking, are you guys live every day? Yep, every single day, all day, every day. Luca, take more protein. You need to build muscle, my friend. Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started there.
Tell him about
Before COVID, I was shredded. I was jacked, and I was PRing every single week. Life was good. the numbers that I was throwing up relative to my body was good
numbers.
Like I was like okay, and I was like, give me like 2-3 more years. Because you know the first year of building muscle, you put on 30 pounds. Second year, 15 pounds.
Way less.
Third year, yeah, and then it's just kind of like whatever. But I was like, okay, give me like, give me 2-3 years, maybe 5, and that's it. I might join Mr. Olympia. We'll see what happens. But yeah, no, I'm just kidding, guys.
C-Bomb, watch out. He's coming for you.
Yeah,
wow, Luca, you want to shout that one out?
Oh, shout out to Bentley with the $99.99 US dollar super chat. Thank you for that one, man. That one's amazing.
Money.
Hopefully you're doing well today, starting the year off right, man. Jesus.
Why don't you put a comment in? Put a comment in if you want us to look at any charts, anything like that. Send that in. Usually people send it in with the comments, but obviously, thank you, Bentley. Appreciate that. Nice picture, by the way. Nice dew. Your picture is really small, but I can kind of glean a little bit of the dew there. It looks solid, my guy. All right, let's have a look at some of these stocks because we're a stock trading show, Luca.
Yeah, I can just quickly cover this Tesla position. So, guys, I was like scaling out and then kind of scaling out and then scaling out. There was a 200 lots, I think it was, order that was like chasing the price up. So I have this kind of general rule in the back of my mind where it's like if you get a sharp up move and then you get size that's like chasing it, it's like slowly getting the fill, I like to actually exit after that size. Because for me, it's like maybe this is like somebody who's short and is like, hey, just get me out of this trade. And it happened like so this was like before the breakdown, then we flushed, right? And then we come back up and it's like the size is like trying to get out at the area of before the flush. So all these things, I'm like, okay, let me just take some more off like on that size. And then now I'm still holding some, I'm still in the money, but I'm not gonna lie, it does feel like we could get back down to like 105, like 40, 20 area. That's what it feels like. I mean, look at this. This doesn't look good, right? For the long, it looks like kind of like, and then boom, like we're gonna go down. I mean, if we go up, great, I'm in the position. Actually, we're going up now, so okay, good. Yeah, like I want it to go up, but I'm just thinking of like, where's my exit? My exit will be below 105 for sure, so I'm not gonna like sell anymore. I'm not selling anymore here. I'm not selling anymore here. My targets are again like, high, like way up here. So that'll be great. We got 10 minutes to go here, so I'm not really sure if it's actually gonna pop there and give me the fills right now. But yeah, I'm gonna nurse that Tesla long. I have the short on Nike too. Took some out closer to VWAP, and then my next target on this, I want to say like 118.25 area is like it's like a good that's like a kind of like I hope we get there. If we don't, if we go back up, probably like just like stuff. I mean, my stop on this is very simple. Like it should be like probably 19s, like probably over this high, if I had to guess. So maybe 119.30. Like if we get to 119.30. Then it's probably gonna like push high day. So like that's my discretionary level, just based on like the recent high there. It looks like that maybe is the area. I don't think we shouldn't go back up. If it's gonna be good, we should go back down. So yeah, all these things all things considered. Hopefully everybody's doing well. Luca's reminiscing about the Al Bundy high school football stories.
What?
Yeah, man. No, because
we're talking about pre-COVID. That's not Al Bundy football stories. That's like going back to your days.
They're just saying, oh yeah, back in my day, I used to be shredded. You guys should have seen.
No, but I gotta agree with him. I had a rock solid routine going into COVID, and I think COVID like actually ruined my life.
Man.
Yeah. COVID was just. Yeah, I mean, it was like the best I've ever been. Oh my goodness, look at this trade on RSLS. This is a good trade, guys. Okay, so this one is absolute monster. Another flat bottom breakdown. Let's take enough P. So we're holding 19% of the position left. What a move down. I'm short 1535. We're in the 1410s now. This has just been flush city on RSLS, now down to 112% on the day. We're like $1 plus in the money on this one. Yeah, now retracing a little bit up to the 1420s. 15% left of the position now. Took some out initially here at 1520, then again at 15, then again at 1422, and then the best. Oh wow, there we go, Luca. We're gonna get out fully here. Come on, punch me out. We get bottom wick there. That is a trade and a half. We're going to spin the money for that one again. Yes, that was a good trade. That was a really, really good trade. Went full size, took that short. I was definitely not going to let that go against me again. Look at that flat bottom breakdown initially at that $17 level and that move to 15. That was a $2 move in seconds. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to let that go. Punched in at that high. got out at that low, feeling good about myself, flying high. I'm gonna hit the bang. There's 5 minutes left on the show. Luca, where are we at with the like count? Where are we at?
I just want to high five.
We're at 2,600.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Get this like count a little higher. Let's get to 2,800. I just gave you a banger of a trade. That's a $1.75-ish winner there. Let's go. Hit that like button. Let's get this algorithm to recognize how good this show is.
Yeah, guys, 5 minutes left, and I just want to say, let's do it one more time, Sharif. Hit that high five. That was absolutely. I was like this for the longest time.
My
It's
bad.
Like, no, but
My
it's fine
bad.
because no one could see, and I'm like, it's all good, it's all good. I'm like, good job, Luca, good job.
Hey.
Yeah, man. When they work, they work. When you're good, you're good. Tesla now moving back to the north side. Loving this, man. Loving this trade. Let's clear 106.50. I'm getting the fills at the top there. I have orders, like randomly dispersed to try to average myself out, basically for the 106.50. So I think those are gonna actually come to fruition. Yeah, guys. For anybody that doesn't know, I'll just quickly do this. So we have 2.7K likes. There's 4,600 of you guys watching right now. Neil, who is going to be back on in just a moment, has said that he will eat one of those spicy chips. He will eat one of those spicy chips if we get the 5K likes.
What are they
so
called
we have
again?
yet to get there. We have yet to get there.
Another Bentley Penrose sending another 100. That's three $100 super
you the
chats
real MVP,
sent
man.
in
Thank you for
the
that.
Bentley Penrose. Shout out to you. And
Thank
he's
you
not
for
putting
that.
any messages, Luca.
No, not speechless, man. Speechless. Thank you for that, man. Much appreciated. Much love. Hopefully you're doing well. I mean, are you in the Tesla long? Because this is a banger, man. This is a banger. Spend that money for everybody all around. Thank you so much for that. We do really appreciate it. Goes a long way. All we care about is putting on a show for everybody. So if you guys are enjoying the show for the first time, my name's Luca. Hit that like button. 2.7K likes right now. Again, 5K likes. Neil eats the chip. He's not gonna be thrilled, but I'm gonna be dying over here. And he's over there saying like, where are we on likes? And now he's like, oh, the show is over. We're good. But guys, next time we're getting 5K eventually. I know we are.
Oh yeah.
And again, guys, hopefully you guys, hopefully you're enjoying the show. Let us know feedback. Ask questions along the way. We'll definitely, me and Sharif will be back on tomorrow as well.
No question.
I'm scaling out of this Tesla trade, man. 105, where am I? I'm just getting fills here. Give me that 106.69 yet to come. Still waiting for that one? Yeah, waiting for that one. Nike is like back up. I think I'm just gonna get out of this position because like whatever. I already took the win. This was like a lighter position, just like get that off my board. Green today, man. Green today, things are good. And yeah, man, hopefully, again, Happy New Year's to everybody. Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. I took a lot of cognac shots. It was a good time.
Oh, let's not get started about that, man.
Yeah, lots of fun.
I'm still recovering from that, man. I did spiced rum, and I don't think I can look at spiced rum for like another 6 months a year, man. I can't smell that. I don't want to look at it. But it was a great night. Buddy of mine, we ended up at a party in Mississauga. Didn't end up going to New York. Sadly, couldn't find a venue that was a sure thing. So, and all the contacts we had out there were obviously doing stuff outside of the city. That seems to be the case. When we come to the city, they're gone from the city. So, yeah, stayed in Toronto, but definitely had a memorable night. Well, at least what I can remember, right? We'll just leave it at that. Dr. Crusher, Luca, Sharif, answer Bentley's question. Where is Bentley's question? Okay, hopefully, Bentley Pencho, how are you guys doing on your overall P&L? Does that stand for profit and loss? Are you guys red or green? Will you please answer my question? I just spent my allowance. I'm trying to learn. Bentley, I really didn't want you to spend your allowance on us. Definitely would like to help you out. You don't have to put $300 of a super chats. Obviously, we're very thankful for that. Basically, we don't discuss P&L in dollar values on the show. That's something that the bigger kahunas have decided. So we basically tell you where we're in, where we're out, but we don't tell you the amount of shares. And basically, it's because we want it to be about the trade and not about the P&L. But you're right, P&L stands for profit and loss, and that's how a trader obviously is judged on their success, based on whether they're able to make money or not. And P&L obviously has a lot to do with everything to do with trading, obviously, because if you're negative, then you're not really achieving your objective. So show up every day. Shawn and Neil and Brendan are on from 8:30 to 11. Luca and I come on from 11 to 2, and then Shawn and Neil will take you through 2 to 4, and Brendan, of course. So every day the show is free. Show up. You don't have to spend all that money. You don't have to spend all your allowance. Show up, learn, and dedicate yourself to your craft. That's how you're going to get better. And anytime you have any questions, just at me. You can put at and then type my full name in. It repeats there. The bot shows you exactly how to at me. So do that, and then I'll answer any questions that you have. Obviously, we want to get to one quick super chat because the day is almost over, and we're going to have to send it over to the closing show. Shawn McKenna, $5 super chat, says, first official day of my professional trading career. This entire show has helped so much with my education over the past 3 years. Hit 3 times daily goal. Shout out to 3 times daily goal. I'll take that every day. Shout out to you, Shawn. I hope that your professional trading career is just getting started and that you have a long and fruitful career and a lot of longevity. So shout out to you on that. Luca, we have 15 seconds remaining on this show, my friend.
Guys, I had a great time. Again, Happy New Year to everybody. Stay safe, stay profitable, keep that discipline, and thank you so much to everybody for the super chats, for joining, for hitting the like button. Really, really good on my side. Still in the position on Tesla, light on the position now. If we break that 107, if we can get pop, give me those top end fills. I think I got the 69. Yeah, I got the 69. All right, man.
Hey.
Yeah, going for 107, I'll be out of that trade. Going for a Spro. And coming back to see a potential short on board if we're at that 108 level, but we'll see what happens there. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show, and we will be back again tomorrow to bring more bangers for sure.
Same bat time, same bat channel. Yeah. Ciao, guys.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in 2 o'clock. That means we have a couple hours left on the first day of 2023. And yeah, it's a red one once again. Here's how the market is setting up with a couple hours left in the day. 0.67 right now to the downside for the S&P 500, 0.5% for the Dow, the NASDAQ leading. We're off the lows, so there is a little bit of positivity here, but 0.94 right now for the NASDAQ under pressure as well.